Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku became the Ghost Rider 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story-peeper from fan fiction. So let's start the video. Midoriya Izuku, also known as Deku in general, all around his school. Katsuki Bakugo, the main tormentor of his childhood friend, once named him Deku, a person whose failure, useless shit, which what the name stands for. However, over time Izuku accepted that name along with meaning behind it, but still wants to pursue his lone dream of becoming a well-known hero one day, even after he's diagnosed quirkless at the age of 4. His dream elevated his will and determination during hardships, that's his like, torn between family and society, both having different taste on how to treat him. Society despise the weak, continuously pick on them, having all sorts of entertaining satisfactory of a quirkless being hurt. Izuku had told over a decade that it's all pointless. His dream is pointless. His sister and mother, after his father's death, started to being overprotective, fearing his dream one day lead him to the dark void of death, aware of his quirklessness. But they loved him more than anyone ever had. Without his mother and sister, Izuku cannot think of a what-if scenario that won't hop in a line that changed his life for worst. Inevitable bullying, physical and mental scars, suffering accompanied rest of his life outside of his comfort zone. That's his house apartment. Izumi, his sister, gave him every support and confidence he lose during everyday conflicts. Just living his life as a consequences of his last life, it seems. However though, Izuku never gave up on chasing dreams until recently he have witnessed some hero versus villain action. He was happened to be full on analyze mode while having little no idea on what happening around except the fight happening between Kamui Woods and a lower class but dangerous villain, what looks like out of sea in form of walking punk like shark. Izuku even witnessed a heroine debut. She have a gigantification quirk and a rare one to see. Nevertheless, Izuku just wrote down all points, advantage, disadvantage, limitations, facade of using it beyond limits. Like a printing machine, he was filling a page with classified and important information that can be both help him but also trouble the heroes if the evil ever got hand on them. What happened that night? Unlikely, most embarrassing and worst the Midoriya family ever faced before. At the scene, a policeman overheard muffled mutter of the greenette, then out suspicion, Midoriya taken custody for interrogation. Recently villainy was over the peak since All Might started showing up once a while, and police won't leave any chance with spies. Midoriya almost had panic attacks at the way a senior police officer interrogated him. Thankfully the procedures went fast when luckily a help in the form of a detective who inherit a quirk helps him to sense lies. Izuku explained all about his notebook and why he do detailed analysis, and he proved he's not a spy and said to be released within an hour. Therefore he also had to leave his notebook at the police custody. That night, first time Izumi slapped him out of pure anger and worry. Anger because he's broke a promise of not to leave home unless she accompany him. Worry because they can't lose him. Next day Izumi already left without him to school, indicating that she's in bad mood today. Izuku walked slowly. He felt drained and dead inside. Just how much life could toy with him? Why him? Being quirkless wasn't enough. Why he always the receiving end pain? Why? All he done for others is care for them, want to help them, be a hero whose name will make history without money and fame. He wants to be like the greatest hero ever lived. The man who saved those in need, keeping a assuring, comforting, charismatic smile. Be the top hero in people's heart if he can't be the #1 hero of Japan. He want world to know they are safe and say no need to worry, because I'm here, just like All Might, and one day make his family proud. He sighed calmly, eyes focused on nothing, and his heart somehow has 100-ton weight to it, and the fire in him extinguished. The fire of willpower, determination, and the it completely gone non-existent as he gave up on his dream first time in his life. Therefore he doesn't get to go to Ua, the best hero academy in all of Japan. He craved to be on. Now he a criminal, right? A so-called spy. A criminal don't deserves to be a hero, and who'll allow a criminal wandering around their students? Their reputation will be ruined if that happens, right? Right. Cheer up. Izumi make a great asset for the heroes, alright. Then I can analyze her strength and weaknesses and then what? He smiled the same way when he first time said he's quirkless. Blank teary eyes, wide grin that didn't catch the eyes, quick breathing, runny nose, overall a dead of any genuine emotions. Dead inside out. A walking shell of a no one known as the pathetic Deku. And all that left in that shell is a dying weak little soul. All it'll take a gust of mockery. And that poor soul will fade away, with all the good, mostly bad memories and never to be seen again. Thinking realistically, nobody won't know if he ever did exist, or nobody won't give damn if a useless Deku fades away. But if that happens, he has only one wish. And that's to his family, forget him and don't cry. As he was headed to his class still a bit earlier than most of his peers, walking through hallway, Deku saw many students keeping a distance away, whispering probably about yesterday. Media were there to report the fight when police taken him under their custody. All the Japan may have heard of the little spy on the crime scene. I glared at the words imprinted on the textbook, but not reading anything. I was so concentrated fully on whispers and insults thrown at Izuku back. He not here yet. Wonder what taking him so long. You happened. A part of my mind voiced out my concerns and ended up realizing why he's running a bit later than usual. It's so unlikely of him. After I slapped him last night, I did remember he wasn't crying at all. Not even when I yelled at him to give up and forget it. Not even after I ripped off the All Might posters and threw away action figures and shredded all his hero analysis notebook. He never cried. He stood there spaced off, looking at me blankly every time I got on his face, shouting. I was lost in my rage. I never noticed him struggling to stand up. That emotionless eyes of a dead, broken boy never lessened my anger, and I never looked back when I left him in his room alone. I just lost it, forgetting that he never hated or yelled at me in my whole life whenever I did the unforgivable. No, he never hated. Instead, he gave a cute, bright smile that always helped me forget all the worries, and the assurance in his twinkling emerald eyes that keep me calm and made me believe I am the most valuable person ever walked on this planet Earth. The respect and love he gave me made me believe I am the #1 hero there is. As I was in my world of thought, Katsuki out of all people got closer, arrogance in his aura as he did so. He proved it all at last, huh? A sadistic amusement laced on his voice. He proved he's useless, Deku, after all. Sad he ruined your already shithole of a family reputation. He mocked having my full attention, and he must have saw the anger in my eyes and lugged hard. Haha. Hey, don't feel offended. Be happy that little nerd is finally fulfilled. Most part of his so-called dream. He's so famous now, isn't it? Just like a nerd like that bitch deserve. Katsuki sneered, earning thunderous laugh from his goons. I had enough of his bullshit. My palm harshly connected his cheeks before he even knew what's coming. Class went silent. Pin drop silence. I didn't even realize my breathing quickened, blood boiling, and I saw red. Katsuki stood head tilted sideways, his grin still there, but I can see a bit of surprise and shock in his red eyes. I then used my pyrokinesis concentrated with psychic abilities, straight at Katsuki, who dodged out of the way using his explosion and sent the said explosion my way, taking a direct hit on my shoulders. I hissed at the burn, but adrenaline was high that I ignored it, and before Katsuki do further damage, I enveloped him with my psychic and throwed the damn bastard at the opposite end of the room, knocking the wind out of the bastard. His goons, however, cowered away. And I'll give him that they do have brains to not mess around when I'm on the opposing side. And I got carried away paying attention to the two idiots. Katsuki, the man never misses loopholes, immediately propelled himself with his quirk, came rocketing straight at me and punched my gut, throwing me with the lethal impact. I clutched my gut, groaning, and I hit the wall so hard. And for a second I felt the wind supply knocked out of me. A bitch. Katsuki spat at my grounded form, but today I ain't buying his crap. Using my psychic, I lifted him up with purple aura surrounding him and threw him straight up to the ceiling and then to the floor and again. I ceased the attack, exhausted doing the psychic quirk too much. Sadly, my psychic quirk isn't easy to master, unlike the pyrokinesis, and I can't rely too much on psychic more than few minutes. Getting up, I delivered a powerful kick to his side, taking advantage his dazed state. And hopefully I have the fight ended. I panted heavily, slightly wincing each time I breathed due to the after effects of the blow and gut. Katsuki is sure a force not be reckoned with, much to I hate to admit. He sure can beat me and I can beat him, depends on situations and chances. If we were at an open place, he may have the upper hand because he can use his quirk to fly around so quick, but the classroom now gave me the advantage and I can throw him around the walls, and that's exactly what I did. He growled in a fruitless effort to hide the pain, while clutching his side. His goons helped him up, much to his embarrassment. He was supposed to act tough, and the extras helping him up may leave a negative effect on him, and he think they are underestimating his power. Ripping himself out of the extra hands, pointing at me angrily. It's not over. Don't you think? Shut up. Katsuki, take your fucking beat ass back your seat before sensei barge in and suspend both of us. I snapped back, taking my seat. Are you fucking underestimating me, bitch? He shouted, and I snickered when I noted the familiarity between him and an angry Pomeranian. What's so funny? He frowned, giving death glares, and I shook my head as nothing. While we were at it, the door opened with a bang, attracting our attention. I then saw Izuku. As he closed door behind to walk to his usual seat, I felt something off about him. He was calm, like really calm, as if of a dead body. His eyes weren't fixed on anything but straight, not looking away when eye contacting any of us like he usually do when feel nervous by others. His skin was pale with dark circles under his eyes, a look of nothingness on his face repelling any emotions, and it's safe to say he actually resembles a corpse walking. He made a beeline to his desk, not even look bothered by Katsuki on the way. Then he did something surprising. Izuku walked straight, bumping on Katsuki's shoulder as he did so. And Izuku don't even look slightly concerned or apologized, not even looked intimidated by Katsuki's fuming rage. Katsuki's eye twitched and a pulsating vein appeared on his temple. I can hear his grinding teeth and see his jaw clenching. Then Katsuki reached and violently took a handful of Izuku's collar and turning him to face him. Boy, how dare you, little fuck. Katsuki fumed and stretched his balled fist backwards for swing, then he stopped. Deku just stood there facing Katsuki blankly in the eyes. I was shocked to say the least, but never in my life I saw Izuku hold his ground and careless of the aftermath. What? Do it? Hurt me already? Izuku's silent but hollow tone sent shivers down my spine. Well, that's weird. Izuku is capable of being creepy, or my brain playing tricks on me. Izuku asking for beaten up instead of begging for mercy. I sure Katsuki felt the weird tone and pushed Izuku with a huff of irritation. Worthless prick, he said, taking his seat, and Izuku did the same. His seat is the left of mine. In the whole process he never paid much attention on the others, including me. I saw him just dropping the bag with no ease and sat down, hands rested on table and chin on his hands, facing out of the window. Did I do that to him? Now I feel bad. Worthless waste of space, Deku, disgrace, stupid quirkless bastard. Just give already, don't deserve to live, useless coward, you're selfless but quirkless, die already. Deku means a shit, can do nothing, black spot of the family, sorry young Midori. Quirkless cannot be a hero. Die, die, die. Hey Deku, how about an advice to make it quick? Pray that you get a quirk in your next life and take swan dive off the roof. Swan dive. Advice. Good advice. Yeah, Izuku thought, looking away at the distance off the school compound, taking in calm picture of faraway mountains, which helps him thinking freely. With the distant look on his face, Izuku looked his sister, who calling him for a few minutes to inform it's time to go home. Hey, took you long enough to notice me? She pouted playfully, hoping to cheer up his mood, but no avail. Izumi sighed at his expressionless face before dragging a chair to sit facing him. Okay, I admit yesterday I got carried away. But you have to know how me and Mom felt hearing all the stuff happening to you. Is it too much to be worrying about your well-being? I asked for you to give up, I know. He blankly replied, standing up and packing stuff. Good luck in you, and be a good hero for me, will ya? He added, not pushing her with any unnecessary arguments. Normally he wouldn't keep quiet without a long speech of how heroes are made and stuff in order for him to convince her. Now he's giving up. She doesn't know how to feel about it. All these years Izuku never gave up on his dream, and now he's taking her advice as both making her happy and sad. Happy that he never get heard of hero work. Sad, the way he sounds. Without a dream to catch up, Izuku is now completely a shell in his human form. Just a cold, emotionless, dead shell. Izuku, I need a book. I'll be at library. I know you know way back home since this morning you were on your own headed here. I'll be late. Izuku sounded more like a machine as he walked out of the classroom, followed by a worried-looking Izumi. She know he needs time but can't help it. Will you be all right on your own? She asked, concerned. I survived tormentors a decade full, sure survived today. He replied and left her watching his back. Izumi was already home, doing chores and instructed to do while she thought of Izuku. She gathered up some good news. Maybe Izuku snap out of his trance of internal demons and in hopes she worked. Wait, her enrolling at you. Hey, how come a good news for him when we rejected his dreams? Wouldn't I be gloating if that's case? She thought and helped Inko with dinner. Cut set in. Yes, that may cheer him up. Hopefully at least his demeanor would lighten up. Ami, check the time for me. Izu, taking so long. Inko concerned. Haha, you know Brainiac in books works like magnets, Mom. It happened before. Izuki hid her own fear but keep her cool in order to calm her mother down. Yes, you were with him back then, though. Mom, he's matured now. Inko smiled at that reply. But still, safety comes first, right? Knowing Izuku, he may do hero stuff again. How wrong she was. Izumi the one who saw how he's dealing with this new change of life. Izumi sighed. Mom, he indirectly said he needs time to cope up. Some books can help him free his mind. Watching him at class wasn't easy, though. As if he changed. In worst way possible. We can't blame him after all that happened. Izumi said, going back at the hall where the clock is and saw it's 30 minutes before dinner. Means 3 hours since class ended. Wait, the library closed 1 hour ago. She muttered, looking at the clock. The submerged worries resurfacing. A weird feeling tell her something is wrong. He's late. Really late. So? Inko asked, coming out of the kitchen. He's late. Izumi admitted and Inko nodded, clasping her hands together on her chest. Did you call him? Phones have to be silent at library, so I didn't try calling. Izumi said, pulling out her phone hurriedly. While searching his name, her finger fumbled, indicating the overwhelming anxiety or a simple act of rush. As she pressed the call icon, she heard the ringing. Few more rings later, she heard a click at the other end. Izuku, Izuku, where are you? She shouted, but no answer except for a heavy sigh. "Hello, ma'am. Are you this green-haired boy relative?" came an adult heavy male voice, and he sounded hesitant and nervous. Izumi's eye widened at a stranger voice. "Who's this?" "Yes, Izuku is my little brother. Why do you have his phone?" Izumi panicked even if she was keeping her voice loud. "Ami, what happened?" Inko was now visibly shaking in fear and was about to snatch the phone the stranger started. "I'm calling you from Hasu Private Hospital." Izumi's heart sunk what she heard next. "Izuku, there was an accident. The car." She dropped her phone and fell on her knees. Tears poured and then she cried louder and Inko's eyes widened. Tears falling, she quickly picked up the phone and heard the most heartbreaking words she ever heard. "Passed away." The landscape were normal, except for it continuously changing. Terrain changed in different climate, time, view and touch. If that's a confirmation, there's few theories. 1. It's how afterlife works, or the second, it's all a worse dream and he'll wake up to the world where torment continues. He'll gladly choose the first one. Afterlife, no suffering, just peace and love, no bullies and the fairies in distance. Wow, perfection. Finally a place he can sleep in peace without any worries in the war heaven and nobody there to disturb him. A land full of little fairies with him listening to their beautiful sweet hum as they fly here and there. In truth, Izuku never was asleep the moment he got here, like he was always here dreaming of his life back in the hellhole known as Earth. He then snapped open his eyes at the idea of dreaming and living on Earth again. As he looked straight in the blue and lavender sky, he saw something shiny descending the sky elegantly towards him. Izuku abruptly sat up as the being descends further to come face to face with him. And what he saw made him chuckle at the adorable little him. Yeah, this little fairy is a miniature version of him but adorably round and has small leaves replicating clothes and yellow antenna on its head. The fairy is as big as his palm and started to wonder if they look alikes or really the same person. "Hiya, big me," it chirped happily, giving small wave. "So I was correct, we're the same person," Izuku said. "No, I'm me, big me." It pouted and Izuku's sweat dropped. "Ha, you're weird, you know." Izuku chuckled and the small fairy pouted. "I'm you after all. Don't expect so highly of you." The fairy snapped back and Izuku tried not to slam his head again and again. This little thing is not a socially invested one for sure. "Yeah, like it said, I was that awkward around people," he thought out loud. "Aye," the little fairy agreed. "Wait, was I muttering again?" Izuku asked, cheeks red. "Hear me, silly. I think what me think," the fairy said, making sense, but Izuku's brain couldn't process any of what it's saying. This little thing confusing him. Izuku blinked and the fairy tilted its head sideways, waiting for him to say something. Okay. Well, I have a quick question," Izuku said. "No, it's not afterlife." The fairy answered his unasked question and Izuku sat there dumbfounded. How did 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐵 make sense? Izuku muttered and thought of the answer the fairy gave him. "Then what is this place?" The fairy looked offended. I thought me knows what me knows." It complained and puffed its chest in an attempt to look really mad, but the size of the fella betrayed it and it turned out to be even cuter. Sighing, it looked at him and said, "I'm in an illusion." "Illusion? Wait, am I really dead or I'm dreaming again?" Izuku wondered. "Yes, illusion. Of course me dead. I'm really this stupid?" The fairy shouted all at once, both answering and insulting at the same time. "I'm in an illusion where me can experience anything that me want and can see whatever me want. Basically, when me was living in Earth, me never experienced such beautiful view before and me got tired and is imagining this and taking in the feelings of something foreign but most wanted. Me wanted peace, so me getting peace. For now," the little thing explained, twirling its tiny fingers and round pointing at the changing landscape. "Oh," Izuku said, having trouble put two and two together. But his eyes widened. "Wait, what you mean, for now?" Izuku shout, fearing to hear the next part. "I don't want to go back. Heaven is fine." The fairy just looked up at an "Are you serious, bro?" look but shook its head. "Well, my part ain't done here on Earth. The fate is already written," the fairy said now seriously and flew away before saying, "Goodbye me." "Wait, come back," he shouted, but the scenery immediately dropped in an instant, leaving only darkness behind. "What's happening?" The place is now completely dark and the ground also vanished. What did it mean, not done? He thought, and he could feel the familiar numb and weighing feeling in his heart and the anger, sadness, helplessness, hate all replacing his calm and happy demeanor he had a few seconds ago. Now he's feeling the same way before a car ran over him. Lost inside. Izuku was speechless. Well, is that how being happy feels like? It felt good. Sure, it did. Izuku stiffened when a booming yet calm voice echoed the dark nothingness. "Hey, hello, who are you, mister?" Izuku called out but heard nothing except for a heavy sigh. 103 years. Finally, someone I could open up my thoughts to. "Fear not, young man, just turn around," the man said. Izuku complied, and when he turned around, the terrain light up to a light purple color, revealing a fiery orange orb spinning slightly, and there stood a man wearing tuxedo. He has ash-gray hair and thick facial And due to his old age, the man has wrinkles and his green eyes are nothing but weird. His eyes are bloodshot and dull but relaxed nonetheless. The man offered 𝗧𝗂 a genuine smile and spread his arm in an attempt for a hug, which 𝗧𝗂 ignored and kept his guards up. The man has this powerful, strange aura in him that's quite intimidating and nerve-wracking. He looks strong with that 6.5-foot tall and muscular build even after he's aging. No welcome hugs. Handshakes maybe. The man asked, stretching out his arm. Who are you? Where am I? Why am I here? 𝗧𝗂 voiced out bluntly. The man chuckled. Introductions, huh? Well, you're 𝗧𝗂𝗵𝗲, born powerless but a great survivor of a brutal community. And me. You see, I've lived so long and things changed quick that my personal information are long lost with countless memories. It's nice to meet you, young man. The old man still have his arms stretched. 𝗧𝗂 raised an eyebrow at that. How does he know me? Not in detail, but still. 𝗧𝗂 thought and hesitantly reached for a handshake. When they clasped each other's hands, and for a second 𝗧𝗂 felt like the time stopping. Confused, he saw the old man has frown on his face, and before Midoriya could react, the space around them started to flicker with billions or trillions of images flashing. 𝗧𝗂's eyes widened at the sight. Images, so many images. Each image is that pictured 𝗧𝗂𝗵𝗲 life from the start to end, and now reliving those many faces he forgot, those who closest to him, lost friends, pain, happiness, and dreams that he left behind. Trillion images flashed in few seconds that felt like an eon as the man broke their handshake. 𝗧𝗂 could only do one thing, and that is to stand there unable to move. His thought to be lost, heart beat harder and lungs take in large amount of air and ears hearing things again and again, and to be honest, he prefer hell over his lost life if he said to live it again. What was that? 𝗧𝗂 croaked. Centuries of living. I heard people saying, when an individual takes his last few breaths, they relive their life till they dies. However, half of the claims are false. The man explained. Oh, that means I'm technically dead, huh? 𝗧𝗂 wondered. Still half false, the man said, smiling at 𝗧𝗂, who raised a brow again. What do you mean? Watching your memories. I sure to say your mortal body perished, but your soul is tough. The man said. Isn't that how it works? True. But a normal individual who perished either go to hell or heaven, and in billions of those, there are one always said to be refused to leave a mortal realm and wander around the fantasy realm. Fantasy realm? 𝗧𝗂 asked to himself, thinking back at the place he was few minutes ago. All those illusions and stuff. Ah, I see you already found your answer. And yeah, you're one of the souls who are tough and want to achieve something dearly, am I correct? That you want to be a hero? The man questioned. What it matters anymore? When I was alive, I couldn't do anything other than tell myself how pathetic and weak I am. That I can't be a hero even I dearly put effort into. Why it matters now? I'm dead now, 𝗧𝗂 aggressively replied. The emotions he held back now exploding, filling him with hate and anger. Negative thoughts, huh? The man muttered. If people hates your good side, then why be a happy little cinnamon roll? Now nobody is here either way. What if that dreams can become true? That snapped 𝗧𝗂 out of his thoughts. What? He cautiously asked. You can be hero. A very powerful hero. The man repeated, taking 𝗧𝗂 off guard. How? The thing is, I'm a deal maker. Fulfill an individual's seem to impossible wishes under various conditions, and in return they do me favors. The man started. Eternal life ain't pleasant, but I've done enough works to lessen the curse. I'm out of time. The man added, making 𝗧𝗂 wait. Is that even a thing? And what are you getting at? Is that you will be my one of the last interaction before I've welcomed back to heaven? The man answered. And it's possible to be achieve your dead dreams and become a hero. A writer. You 𝗧𝗂𝗵𝗲 can be a hero. The spirit of vengeance. The ghost rider. The collector of the soul of the sinners. The man said happily and looked back 𝗧𝗂, who are visibly shaken by the new. Whatever happening to him? Yo, what? You saying that fully well I'm dead, and how come you believe in such a thing? Midoriya questioned rather aggressively, thinking he's being pranked ever after he's a ghost. The man laughed as if he heard the most funniest thing in the world. Young man, as I mentioned, I'm a deal maker. I can fulfill your dreams so you can protect those in danger. The exception is, you're free and can save the soul of an innocent without trouble. A term I use is a vigilante. And you'll know if an innocent hurt, and all you have to do is collect the soul of those who inflict pain on the said innocents. The man explained. 𝗧𝗂 stared up at the tall man, trying to spot a joke. Well, apparently, there are none, but seriousness indicating he's truthful. But 𝗧𝗂 recalled the last two sentences. Wait, collect the souls. Like, as in kill the delinquents. 𝗧𝗂 shouted in disbelief, earning a nod from the man. But that make me no better than villainy. I want to be a hero, 𝗧𝗂 complained. The man nodded. Quite reasonable argument. The man started, wrapping his hand on his back, and turned to face somewhere. But that also false claim, young man, the man said, earning 𝗧𝗂's attention. Will you look at that? The heroes of your society. Watch how inspiring, kind, and lovable they are. And after that, we'll make a deal. the man said as the void of purple nothingness became dull and dark, and soon the place light up with a projection-like window overseeing the incidents happening at the earth. The doings of the so-called heroes the whole world trusts. Izumi prepared for the new and the most important day of her life, but still the second best. The first best day is Izuku's birthday. No forces in the world is capable of ruining that day for her, not even his death. Deep down, she still trusts he's with her, and like all birthdays of her twin little brother, she has planned what present she'll buy for him. As she packed her stuff, she adjusted her US school uniform, which rather uncomfortable with a tie. But truth to be told, neat appearance are compulsory when it comes to the greatest hero school of all of the Japan. A school where many legendary heroes graduated, and amongst them, All Might was the main one to gather attention. Everybody is willing to experience the training and hard work the #1 hero gone through. Izuku would have proud of me, right? Izumi thought. All Might was everyone inspiration, and Izuku wano. Izuku is the top the list of fanboys, and he dreamed of enrolling at U. That thought sank her heart further. After all, I've costed him his dream. The guilt killed her every day and night, but moved on with many good memories of the fallen angel and the best hero. All Might once said, the true heroes are those who fights back knowing they have no chance of winning. And Izuku proved that by risking his life to save Katsuki, and everyone scolded him, crushed his dreams gruesomely, when they should be praise him for his bravery. When he finally broke, now Izumi knows that he had nothing else to live for except a small part of his broken dream, which a car took away, along with his life. When he's gone, everything he did and said now feels right. What is so wrong of someone want to save another and be a hero? Selfishness blinded everyone. That's why. Now thinking of the situation, Izumi figure out that quirkless can be a hero if you support them. After all, there are thousands of heroes who save the day with a non-physical or offensive quirks. In the end, Izuku was right. Quirkless can be a hero. At times like these, any person lost the valuable would only dream of having a quirk that can control time. But the fate never makes easy to live on. Without a quirk, Izuku overcome all twists and turns. And people who have amazing quirks want another quirks. That only explains how is the quirkless emotionally tougher, stronger and durable than those who are greedy enough to fault their gifted powers and get jealous of those who have the most flashy powers. People with quirks are no better without one. Izuku proved that countless times. Picking up her bag, Izumi left the room. Mom, I'm going now, she shouted, and there was cutlery sounds and a thud followed by loud footsteps. The time Izumi reached downstairs, two chubby yet soft and firm arms envelopes her. My little baby, please be careful. Make sure everything is safe before you do anything. Promise me, you future hero. 𝐭 sobbed, and Izumi giggles, returning the hug. Ever since Izuku gone, 𝐭 went overprotective mode. Never left Izumi out of her sight and did whatever unnecessary things to keep Izumi happy and safe. At first it was annoying. Then again, she treated Izuku the same way, and most of all, 𝐭 is a loving mother, so it's less surprising to see the adult do all these things. I promise, Mom. I'll be back before you know it. Damn, she regrets saying that line. 𝐭 froze as she heard Izumi saying the catchphrase of Izuku whenever he goes to school. But 𝐭 regained her composure and smiled. You better be, 𝐭 said, letting her go. Bye, Mom. Bye, sweetie. If you need anything, just call Mama. Okay. 𝐭 instructed, giving a kiss on Izumi's forehead. Okay, love you, bye. Izumi waved and ran out of the apartment in a rush. She stood wide-eyed at the building towering over and smiled wide. You seeing this, Izu? She muttered with glint of hope in her eyes. She needs to pass the test at all cost. However, the luck ran out for someone that crossed path her. Katsuki Bakugo was walking, hands in his pant pocket with an unreadable expression. Well, when Izuku passed away, the angry Pomeranian started to keep his quiet, and he even looked uncomfortable facing her. At the funeral, Bakugo had a solemn face she never seen before. Must have guilt, sadness perhaps, and he was fully aware. Whoever was allowed to mourn, he is the only one that should not be allowed. Deku was a foe, a rival for the blonde, but when the challenge comes with such a foe dies out, he has nothing else to focus other than being a hero. Sadly, he didn't want a path that lacks challenges, and Deku determination and the fire of his dream. Katsuki Bakugo is somewhat lost and didn't have a single clue on what to do anymore. As he was walking forward, he felt a familiar presence behind him, halting his calm walk. Izumi, he said, turning around to face the brunette, and for a split second, he imagined her as someone important, who no more because of him. Izumi coldly smiled, sending shivers down to his spine. Hey, Kaken, she sneered, fully knowing what that can do to the blonde. Katsuki's eyes shot wide open and his entire posture started to tremble. Izuku was the one who gave him that name, and nobody, even Izumi, never had bothered calling such a silly nickname. What? Shocked? Oh, come, Kaken, look at me, wearing US school uniform and all. You said you'll kill anyone steals the spotlight. In the end, you're not the only one from that hellhole enrolling here. Will you still keep that word of yours? Izumi emphasized the kill part, displaying a hate-filled smirk that was oddly terrifying. She'll be a hero no matter what. but she'll make sure to add finishing touches as she ever have to face this asshole again. That'll every day then. Katsuki did not dare to speak. His mouth was dry and no sound is coming out but some hot air. Will you stand there or do it? I've heard the great Bakugo is a man of his words. What happened? You lost. She mocked and the rest of the students stopped to see what's going on. Oh, I know. Anger booster. Izumi said, grabbing him by the collar while the people gathered around has a puzzled looks and some whispered to one another. Katsuki could not tear his eyes away from her emerald eyes, which once held a kindness and love, now it was only has anger and hatred towards him. Kill me or not, she whispered, audible enough for Katsuki to hear. He tried to apologize, only for pushed back by an enraged Izumi. Apologize and I'll have you dead within 2 minutes. She spat and gave others a threatening look. All students got the warning and minded their own business. Pathetic, she said mainly to Katsuki and walked towards the school entrance. Out of nowhere, something smaller than her came crashing onto her, causing the small figure to recoil in embarrassment. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. The person was a short brown-haired girl who rapidly bowed again and again. Hey, calm down. Take breath, Izumi said, amused, and gave a small smile to assure the small girl. She's a few centimeters shorter than Izumi and wore the same uniform as everyone wearing. I was in a rush. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you, Uraraka said, smiling sweetly, which Izumi thinks cute. I'm Midoriya Izumi. Call me Ami if you like. Izumi introduced herself. That's a cute pet name, Ochako complimented. My little brother gave me that name. I'm glad you liked it. Izumi appreciated when they complimented her pet name. Wow, you have a sibling too. That's great, you know, Ochako said when both girls accompanied each other inside the building. You're lucky. I know, Izumi said, smiling sadly. We're heroes. Our past is our burden. When we save people, hide that burden with a smile. She remembered when Izuku said that when she demanded an answer to the few bruises she saw on his arm when they were 8 years old. But they are heroes. They should do this, Izuku shouted. Izuku witnessed possibly the disgusting deeds done by no villains, vigilantes, smugglers even. No, he saw heroes in action, but most unlikely way a true hero should act. He saw police and the local heroes involved in supporting villains and in their fight. A small homeless child stuck between and received most lethal wounds, and the heroes just left, arguing and betting about paychecks while that poor kid taking his last breath. Heroes transporting drugs illegally, possessing black money as reward by the criminals. Children tormented and few helpless souls stuck as test subjects, and the agencies that aware of it neutralizes those who are in their way and to cover up the scene. There stood well-paid heroes not even bothering to consider the innocent lives over some filthy money. And there are children doing errands unwillingly for some thugs. Innocent women, either adult or not, are victims of rape, abuse, and some even living under fear of their masters, and Izuku don't want to know what they do with those little girls. Not so out of ordinary, still bullying, suicide, baiting the helpless, quirkless people, and the heroes patrolling the area didn't pay attention to the pleas for help, and all they did was collect their paychecks half an hour earlier than they usually get to their agencies. There are thousands of pictures flashing in front of him. That made him question the humanity. He knows what the real pain is, and watching these scenes did only alight his fury. I believe a certain someone told you to consider dream realistically. This is reality, but the change is, it's no dream. Society can be gruesome, cruel, selfish, and I know you have a good taste of it, young Midoriya. But if you become the spirit of vengeance, innocent life can be saved, while the sinners perish. And I'm aware of you're against taking life, but remember, the man then turned to look at him. If you spare sinners, victims like yourself, the people you saw just now, will suffer forever. Become the rider and terminate the evil. That's a hero should do. Not give them 2 years of sentences, only to treat it like luxury and they eventually escape the weak prison. The soul you gather go to hell, where they belong and suffer their wrongdoings forever. The man finished. Izuku looked at the man and sighed. I wanted to be a hero, like them, he stated. But before the man could reply, he spoke up. But I won't tolerate such cruelty. And as your answer, Mr. Dealmaker, I'll be accepting to become a rider. But one more thing. Please, voice out your question. Why me? Why chose me? He asked, making the man chuckle. The man clapped his hands 2 times and in the distance appeared dozens of figures in orange fire, but as a non-living models. These are a clear picture of the riders so far. They are not chosen by me nor gods or demons. They chose themselves. Like, all these riders are some difficult pasts that led them to become the protectors of the innocent, and as for you Midoriya Izuku, your dream got you here. The man said proudly and let Izuku examine the figures. All of them are different in size and build, but every single one of them had one thing in common. That is, they are burning skeletons. Aha, that a rider's hell form and the benefits of it. You can switch your mortal body to the rider form with an act of will. The man said. Izuku has to say, they look so cool for a burning skeletons. What is the deal? I've explained the true goals of rider and I'll have your soul as a confirmation. Izuku blinked. So, don't worry, your soul will be in the place it deserves and you can do anything you want like when you were alive. And your duty matters too. The world needs a hero. Are you ready to make the deal? Izuku sighed. Well, what's worse could happen to me, I say. Deal. Both then shook each other's hands. I must warn you that your first transformation would be painful, but after that you'll become the strongest. The man said. It's easier said than done. Izuku wasn't ready for the pain that yet to come. Rise, young hero with power of hellfire. The man shouted. Then Izuku felt it. In his heart, a painful burning ignited, causing a blood-curdling screech, and he fell to his knees when they broke the handshake. Izuku was feeling the worst pain of his life, but the mentality of a broken child suppressed the pain to an extent when he felt his internal organs and flesh started to melt within few seconds in his eyes. Nose, better say his whole body let out black smoke. Eating out as by the hellfire, caused the teen to snap and clawed the air due to the burn on his skull drove him crazy. Screaming, cursing, soon the fire trapped inside of him came out, exposing his bones and slowly disintegrating burn veins. His skin slowly separated from the now burnt black skull and evaporates in the heat of the surprisingly emerald flames. Then the pain subsides as if it was never there, and the power Izuku felt was not only inhuman, but he had this feeling that this form is his own since the day he born. He miraculously now know everything what he can do with his hell form, like he trained it for an eternity. Well, such a beauty of those flames, the man said, helping the burning skeleton to his feet, who now had full black outfit consists of leather jacket with green metallic spikes on the shoulder and black gloves, and the jacket also have a leather hoodie, leather pants, and green metallic spiked boots with iron underside. Unlike the natural beauty of the hellfire, green flames you possess has a beauty of its own. The black skeleton with green flames didn't said anything as he revert back to his mortal form. Izuku then looked at the man happily that he now had a power that nobody can surpass, only to notice a few details. He's now wearing the Ghost Rider outfit, but what gained his attention was he was now taller than he was before. The man kindly showed a full mirror that appeared out of nowhere, and Izuku saw his appearance. His once grassy green hair now turned completely white. His emerald eyes have a fiery glow in it that screamed beauty. The eyes are now ready for to use penance stare even in his human form. He looked a bit more ripped and taller than his old self. His round features now sharpened, and his presence itself of a walking terror for those of weak-willed. Thank you, Izuku said now in bit deep voice. No, I should say thank you. Now I can go back to other dimensions before my last day, young man. Now when he became the rider, he's now aware of his powers, abilities, and intellect was one of them, and that's why he wasn't surprised to hear there are other dimensions exist. Having a better look of your flames, I remember the half of my name, thanks to you, the man said, opening a portal. You'll be in the mortal realm as I exit this portal, the man said, and Izuku nodded. What is your name, then? Izuku wondered, and the man smiled. Remember me as Blaze. With that everything went black. Class 1A. Izumi searched the whole first floor and the effort was futile. However, time passed by and she found herself looking at a massive door, 1A imprinted on it. Wonder why the door itself is the size of a tree. Yeah, that's not why she's here anyways. Put your legs down. It's wrong of us freshmen to disrespect the predecessors or the people who made this desk. She heard as she barged into the classroom and saw a blue-haired teen scolding none other than Katsuki Bakugo by chopping the air as if he's a programmed robot. TCH, whatever, Bakugo yelled, but he suppressed his voice the second his eyes landed on Izumi. Lita, confused by the change of behavior of the hot-headed blonde, and turned around to a green-haired girl staring coldly at Katsuki, and like a robot he marched up to her. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Tenya Lita, he shouted at and bowed so fast. Izumi was wondering if he still has his spine safe and sound. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izumi. Nice to meet you too, Lita, she greeted politely. Midoriya, as in the student scored the second place in the entrance exam. A pink-skinned girl appeared out of nowhere in a full excited and carefree behavior, and Izumi saw in her black eyes respect and awe. Thank God, I already start loving these people. Unlike those losers back in the middle school, Izumi thought, blushed at the attention she's having. That's me, thank you, I'm Mina Ashido. Call me Mina, the pink-haired and skinned girl introduced so happily. And you guys can call me Ami, Izumi said, and one by one everyone introduced themselves, which Izumi find great. At least they are in good terms. Hey Ami, do you know Bakugo? He started acting weird since you're here. Kirishima wondered. Izumi then notched Bakugo, looking at blankly but huffed and turned away when she looked at him. Don't worry about that loser. He's this way since childhood. Izumi shrugged off and others widened their eyes. I was expecting Bakugo go total berserk on you, calling him that, Kirishima said, exchanging looks between them. Yeah, that dude was all over the place the moment he stepped into the classroom, Minta said, also eyeing Izumi breast shamelessly. Hey, my eyes are up here, Izumi said, glaring daggers at the small boy. I wasn't looking at your eyes, Minta said in a much pervy way, having slapped across the face by a suey tongue. You're scumbag, you know. Sero chuckled at Mineta, who was dealing with his swollen cheek. Yeah, so unmanly, Kirishima commented. Don't worry about him, just let Isui know if he creep up on you, Mina said, and Izumi nodded, chuckling. Sure, boys watching her out ain't new, so she didn't mind. Ami, Izumi heard a familiar girly shriek and came Uraraka with blonde-haired boy from the back door. Ochako was happy. They both managed to have a seat on the hero course. Hey, been a while, Izumi said, hugging the brown-haired girl. You mean half a week? Ochako joked and both girls laughed. Hey, I've missed my friend, Izumi countered, and others surrounding them felt left out. You two childhood friends too? Hiro, Isui asked. We were together at entrance exam. Ami really is inspiring, and at some point, she even ended up saving me from being crushed by a giant robot. Ochako explained. If you're here to play Happy Go Friends, you should be leaving. Came a husky and raspy voice just behind Izumi, who was still on the entrance. Everyone stiffened, and they all saw a yellow caterpillar which was so big, and then they saw a homeless-looking man in it sipping up energy drink. He looked so sleepy that you'll wonder if the man even sleep at all. It took you all 3 seconds to acknowledge me and extra 5 to quiet down, the man said, wiggling out of his sleeping bag. Now stop wasting the precious time. So take your seats, and the offer still stands for those who want to talk outdoors. And neither of the newcomers dared to stand around and scattered around the room to have their seats. Now, you took 5 seconds to take your seats. Problem children, the man grumbled, taking a look at the students who sat still, slightly intimidated except for Izumi, Katsuki, and Shoto Todoroki, who didn't bother to talk to Izumi, and Momo didn't spoke to her either. Now, everything settled down. I'm Shouta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, he introduced, shocking most of the students. What? Some of them yelled but went silent when Aizawa glared at them. Now, wear these and I want all at the ground in 15 minutes, Aizawa said, holding up a sports uniform. As you guessed, we're starting our year with fitness test but using your quirk. Many of you may or may not lacking experience of it, so Katsuki Bakugo could demonstrate. Aizawa more like demanded and passed a metal ball at him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃. With pleasure, he arrogantly chirped, and with one powerful swift, he threw the heavy ball with an explosion enhancement that gone piercing through the air. Die, he yelled soon after. 705. 2 meters, Aizawa's foam-like device said, and others stood there stunned. Wow, Bika bro. Awesome, looks fun, Mina cheered, and Aizawa glared at her. We'll make it more fun, shall we? The one to score the last place punished by expulsion, Aizawa announced, and heard many complaints, and the fitness test began. Izumi didn't depend on her quirk much, but when she had to, she worked with psychic. She doesn't feel like left behind, so she needed to work hard on the psychic that drained her energy quick and gave her headaches. Improvement was evident nonetheless by the time the last test. Softball throw. Everyone did their part, which now ended up Izumi. She turned to look at Aizawa as she held the ball in her right arm. Sensei, by the looks of it, your psychic taking toll on you. If you wish, I consider you visit Recovery Girl before you take this part, Aizawa suggested, seeing how wore off she looked. Within the last 30 minutes, her body grew paler and exhausted, as well as people could feel the pain she's enduring by looking at her eyes. You okay, Ami? Uraraka showed her concern. We can take you to Recovery Girl if you want, Mina said, and Momo, being the wise one, agreed. Katsuki 𝗧𝗵𝗃 at their weak attempts to stop a strongest girl ever, and he hated admit it, but Izumi can be a real challenge if provoked. He even got his ass kicked countless times, even though most of the time he had upper hand. Cough. I'm fine, Izumi replied, sounding reassuring, but the way she said it was enough to figure out how much she was struggling at that point. Everyone looked at Aizawa, who gave a go sign to Izumi. Izumi stood in the middle of the circle while panting hard, and she was sweating. She's stubborn, an important thing she ever learned from her deceased little brother. He never would have gave up unless his loved ones betrayed him. Reflecting on the mistakes she made, one thing she'd sure do: be a hero that people can trust with their lives. Bakugo saw her and got annoyed at the others, who were all concerned about the girl. You damn extras underestimating that, bitch. She's tougher than you extras, he coldly stated, much to everyone's surprise. You just complimented someone? Kaminari asked, even though they only knew each other about 2 hours or so and they figured out his character pretty much. That's so manly, except for the name you called her, Kirishima said. Extras will always be extras, idiots. Bakugo huffed. Ami finished her thoughts and her surroundings started to fade, but she held on. She used her psychic at its best and made a barrel-like structure around the metal ball with purple aura, as making it look like a mini cannon. And now the hard part. Using her flames at the palm that psychic barrel, and with the psychic she closed the opening of the barrel and slowly built up pressure inside the small cannon as best as she could with her fire quirk. Everyone was confused as she was doing so, but Katsuki, Todoroki, and Momo knew what she's trying to do. They do have enough knowledge of 1,000 possible use of heat. But sadly Izumi went a bit overboard as her hands started to burn, but she held on again. With enough heat pressure build, the psychic lid on the entrance vanished. 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐵𝗃𝗏. With loud boom, the metal ball got launched at a speed that Ami got thrown backwards cause of the recoil. The ball ripped apart the wind as it disappeared into the blue sky. The class wasn't expecting the explosion that was as big as Bakugo's strongest one, the benefit of her super hot fire quirk known as burn. When the smoke cleared, Izumi was on her knees with a red burnt right hand. Her breathing was troubled and strained as she was looking paler and sweating. She was shaking like a leaf as Aizawa sighed. Just don't push too hard next time unless you have trained to withstand the drawbacks. All right, he said in his usual bored tone. Izumi simply nodded, unable to speak as Uraraka helped her up. What's her score, sensei? Ochako asked, and Izumi supported her weight on Ochako. Let's see, 2785 meters. He said, a bit surprised as well. Everyone was surprised, and even Izumi were surprised. Well, you did great. Ochako cheered, and others think the same. That went really far, huh? Bakugo, she beat you easily, Kirishima said, chuckling. Shut up, shitty hair, he yelled back. Go check the board. Your scores are updated already, Aizawa instructed. Izumi was at second, Momo first, Bakugo fourth, Todoroki third, and Ochako was at 8th pals. Hagakure and Aoyama got tie on the last place. Oh, the expulsion was a joke. Nobody is expelled, Aizawa announced with weird grin, and everybody stood there dumbfounded. But then, BBBOOOMMM. Unlike the previous blast of Izumi, this time the tremors and sound of it was extreme that you will end up die in a heart attack. The building shook slightly and the windows rattled and broken, and the U are not an exception. The H-like building being constructed with high expectations that only few widows was able to destroyed by the shockwave that happened high up, that all students and Aizawa didn't felt it almost, but they sure fell down. Whatever that was, like a mini earthquake or mini nuclear bomb blast. What's happening? Almost half of them cried in unison. Don't worry, stay low, everyone, Aizawa instructed, and within few minutes, all the teachers and students ran out of the building in order to stay safe. When earthquake struck, better is to stay outdoors, and there is a good chance of survival that way. Aizawa, you guys all right? Nimori asked, concerned. Aizawa nodded, and he saw a few students looking at something that was scaring them by the looks of their faces, and Aizawa turned to look at a far distance. The clouds were gathered like a vortex formation with green lighting, as well as a green light beam-like pillar in the middle of the vortex that reached all the way to the ground, which possibly the reason for the earthquake. Soon everyone was aware of the not-so-normal occurrence happening at the furthest part of the city, which was abandoned since a villain attack long ago. That was single thing to confirm the casualties may be low unless the earthquake itself is vicious enough to be fatal. As a pro-hero, Aizawa quickly cut off the negative thoughts. Students panicked, bickering random things, and Izumi slowly lost her consciousness due to exhaustion. Ami, are you all right? Ochako cried, attracting everyone's attention, and Aizawa was at their side in a second. He checked her and sighed. Exhaustion. I'll take her to recovery girl, Aizawa said, taking her to RG, who was with some students. Name, Hanseikai Quirk, Transform. A former spy at the hero base and worked under the command of a low-class businessman. Currently, a mercenary. A man wearing gray and black read the information on their target. You lied, assholes, Hanseikai himself screamed, but his current situation wasn't pleasant. He was on the ground paralyzed thanks to one of their quirk. He was lured in by the lie of a contract and got ambushed. SHHH. Calm down, Mr. Wildlander. We do have a business with you. You see, you can be a great asset to a certain people and possibly a benefit, you ask me. Either way, a birdie peeped your life plans. Sad though you chose to retire. One of the group members said, possibly the person who leads others. You do have some work with them, whether you live or die. I knew that bitch ain't trustworthy. I did ended her thanks to her stupid acting. If you release me, I will go easy on you. Han spat threateningly. The group of thugs laughed and looked at a small boy with fluffy black hair and bruised body. The small boy was only wearing a worn-out short and a leather collar on his neck, which pretty much looks tight. The boy was curled up next to big muscular man and started to cry. Han was confused as to why they laughing at that kid, and the boy himself was crying. Being a mercenary, he got the clue and sneer at the group. You shitheads used his mother. He screamed violently but was still unable to move, and others laughed again. Listening to this, man, little guy, your mama is gone. The man mocked the poor 5-year-old. The boy started to sob but looked scared and sad at the same time. Han was disgusted by the creeps. Even though he's a killer, he never harmed children, and seeing the muscular man kicking the little kid made him so angry. But before he yelled at them, something hard connected with his head, enough to kill him. Deliver the body, and stay out of the highway. Have eliminated those to find out. The man ordered his goons, who nodded and stored the body in a black van and drove off. With the man, he heard the soft whimpers and chuckled, looking at the small boy, who was mourning but also crying due to the pain of that kick. The child cried helplessly and knew he can do nothing except to take in the reality. Why? He subconsciously cried out but immediately covered his mouth. He broke another rule that day, not to speak unless he was told or do not question his master. Being so weak, the child over time learned how not to break any of the rules he mentally prepared and was aware of the punishment follows. 5-time whipped or live 2 days without food. Considering how poorly he treated, 2 days of starvation might affect him more than an average citizen or the kids around his age. With daily abuse may exhaust him and the starvation almost leave him verge of death until some goons use their weird quirk to revive him. The man crouched down yet towering over the small child. A wicked smirk appeared on his face and picked up the sobbing bundle who flinched at the touch. My, that little voice of yours, little guy. I should have do something by now but you're lucky today. The man said, reaching for something in his pocket and pulled out a white small bottle. You know what to do. You know, we have one more body to collect. Touch it and give me directions. Then I'll let you rest for now, the man said, still wearing a creepy grin. The child's eyes widened and truth to be told, he's traumatized by all the kills and tortures happen whenever the man asked for directions. Eventually he figured out the people he saw die the same ones he was told to find. The boy shook his head no and the man frowned. You prefer this silly drawbacks of your quirk or the punishment? I say the first option. Now what you choose? The man threateningly asked, scaring the boy who looks away, nodding defeated. Good boy. That quirk of yours is magnificent, you know. Finding my targets are easy thanks to you. The man purred, burying his face on the kid's neck and breathed in the smell of sweat, dried blood and filth. The boy did hate this part the most. A grown-up shouldn't be doing this. Any of this. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗵𝗏. A loud and powerful explosion happened few blocks away, sending tremors along with the shockwave that turned everything near it in nothing but black crumbles, and half of the warehouse and the few abandoned buildings surrounded the blast was now just debris, and that's it. The group was also knocked down except for the boy and the muscular man. What the fuck was that? The man yelled due to the whole ruckus, and the kid was frozen on the ground since the man let go off of him. Boss, look. The muscular man pointed at the green fire pillar coming from the skies, or the opposite. They were not that far and could see the fire pillar perfectly due to the houses blocked the path now as non-existence. They looked at it before deciding on a closer inspection. The muscular man picked up the child who was trembling in terror, and with the whole muscles and height, the boy looked like a bunny in his hands. The child didn't want to move closer to the scene, but he had no choice. When they recovered, goons got near the fire beam, which was as wide as a modern house and was reaching up at the weird-looking clouds. The crater was wide and 10 feet deep, and they stood there confused and dumbstruck. What kind of weather is happening? Most of them wondered. As they were examining the scene, the faint tremors left behind completely stopped and the weird clouds started to shrink slowly. But then they heard something as if a metal clashing the pavement, and the sound repeated to reveal it was footsteps. You heard that, boss? One of the 10 goons asked stupidly, earning a glare from the man. I'm no deaf, you moron, and stand your guard. I got strange feeling about this. They then saw in the pillar a silhouette of the figure approaching slowly, and they felt fear creeping down their spine. The heat was so high, but how there's someone in there. Or something. Then the fire pillar died down, revealing a figure that caused them to go pale from pure shock and fear. The figure approaching was wearing all black leather outfit, a normal stuff, but that wasn't it. Instead of a human head, they only saw a black skull alight with the green flames. The skeleton boots had metal underside that melting the debris as it moved towards them. Fuck, the man muttered, unsure on what to do. With how dangerously was it getting closer? A goon with offensive quirk charged at the skeleton. The skeleton then sent a chain out of its hand and swinged at the goon, and when the chain just went through the man like a hot knife slicing butter, and the goon instantly turned into ashes. Within a mere second, that is. Everyone stood there frozen to see one of the powerful goon taken down easily, and the skeleton did not bothered by it and swung the fiery chain in one swift motion and killed 6 of the heavy hitters on the group, and was left was 2 goons. The muscular man, the kid, and the boss. The skeleton motioned his other arm towards the muscular man, and they saw many chains breaking out of the ground, wrapping him up tightly, and one chain had the child safely on the ground. The big man thrashed and toughened up his muscles in attempt to break the chains, but no avail, and was screaming in agony as the chains melting his flesh. This left the others shocked. The dude breaking through thick walls, smashed rubble, and picked up heavy objects, now can't even break some chain. How? One of the 2 goons picked up a rock and activated his quirk that can control small objects he touches like an RC plane. The rock had sharp edges with some rusty nails, and threw it at the skeleton and controlled its movement. The rock speeding up to Ghost Rider in zigzag pattern, mainly to confuse the foe, but it wasn't working. The goon was scared and sent the spinning rock straight at a human's weak spot, the head, and it did make contact, shattering something. And that something wasn't definitely the skull. The rock shattered and was melted away in an instant. The Ghost Rider wasn't even bothered by such a weak attempt. The other goon with shock-absorbing barrier created one around all of them except for Ghost Rider, and they breathed a sigh of relief, but not the muscular man, who was halfway got his flesh melted. We're safe. The goon breathed and knew the barrier could withstand a powerful blow instantly hurt the attacker with their own strength, and the boss and the other goon had a relief in this past hellish minutes. The boy was trembling and was crying and wasn't looking at the burning skeleton this whole time but the ground. But he knew the attacker was strong and somewhat good, because how the chains of the savior gently pry him out of the muscle man grip. The adults then looked at Ghost Rider, who was just outside of the barrier, and creepily tilted its head sideways and looked straight at the goon with barrier. And before they knew it, another set of fiery chain erupted out of the ground and wrapped him, and turning him it no nothing but ashes. The barrier dropped and exposed them to Ghost Rider, who was now looking at the boy, who was trembling. The boy had finally his eyes on the skeleton and didn't know what to do. Ghost Rider looked at the child into the streets. All of them was confused of what the skeleton was doing except for the child, who got the hint. The child was experiencing enough trauma and fear, then he figured out his mother is gone. Compared to that, seeing a burning skeleton was less shocking for the poor boy, who quickly darted away, forgetting his pain. Now he's free and his gut saying that, "Hey, you come back here." The man intent to shout, but his voice never met the expectations. In an instant, Ghost Rider got a hold the remaining goon throat and opened its mouth, shooting molten hellfire lava onto the goon, incinerating him. The muscular man then screamed one last time before the chains increased the temperature and melting the body completely, leaving just charred flesh, blood, and crushed skeleton before the chains vanished. Now the only remaining one was the boss with Monster of the Hell. The man was sweating and shaking. Is this the end? The man wants to live again, but how? Slowly activating his shockwave quirk and blasted at Ghost Rider with all the might he can muster, and thankfully the shockwave hit the target with an explosion and kicking up the dust. The man felt like living again when the dust rested down, revealing a fully fine Ghost Rider who did the creepy tilt of head and was looking at him even though the thing has no eyes. Then in an instant, Ghost Rider was in front of him after coming up full speed, twisting and turning its body with inhuman reflexes. The gloved bony hand grabbed the man's throat in a vice and then looked at him up and down as if looking down on him. What the man was cut of as Ghost Rider covered his mouth and then looked in his eye, into his soul. The dawn was chilly, beautiful, and refreshing, unless you are sleep lover but can't sleep at all. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, also known as the underground hero Eraserhead, was one of those who forced to stay awake and had to depend on coffee all the time and sleep once in a week. The lack of interest in public interaction and media. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 prefers night over day for his hero work, but in the night, somehow criminals are cunning and sloppy, hard to trap or capture unless a stupid convenience store robber decides to be a little show-off by coffee. 𝗧𝗲𝗲 grumbles, hiding on top of a building out of sight of any villainy. And so far he already sent 3 drug addicts to police within past 8 hours. And he knew his run will cut short in an hour or so. Until then, no coffee. Well, at least an hour. Glad he didn't sleep already. His energy drinks already ran out thanks to the parker he did on the way. He suggested himself Yamada cooking. Mainly coffee when all the hell break loose once the terror known as slumber at times away patrolling, and lack of catch working up his mind, almost turning his thoughts that's of a psychopath, but simple mug of coffee never ceased to do its job, which is to keep him eyes cracked all the night. I should keep in mind to carry an extra energy drink or a jar of coffee. He nodded at his own thought, leaning forward to have a look at the narrow alleyways down below. Nothing, no robbers running around, serial killers or whatever negativity of society. Not even cats around the dumpsters except some flies here and there. Man, he wished to adopt another cat after last one really messed up the house. Ran away beforehand. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 got back in one fateful day. His weakness and like was cats. Nothing else comes close. However, there was a thought was disturbing his duty all night. The explosion, which caused all of that havoc, died down within few minutes. He was curious, but his expression was the stoic one like always. Sure, an inevitable meeting will be conducted and he was already prepared. The media wasn't allowed to enter the area where, according to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the mysterious phenomenon happened yesterday. And 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was always welcome at the area as well as the media, since police knew what media can do if provoked or get in their way. They conversed yesterday about it, and many of the investigators reported of witnessing strange things, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wanted to go but circumstances prevented him, which was his students. One in particular, Izumi Midoriya. His class are full of problem children. In short amount of a day, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was sure this batch is both gonna be pain in the ass as well as a hero materials, unlike the previous batch who were neutral. They were hopeless, and having the unusual batch this year somehow made him unsure of what to do with them. Not in a bad way, as millions of questions was keeping him awake and hurting his dry eyes. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 heard rusty door to the rooftop open slowly. Out of instinct, his guards was up, ready to pounce if there any threat looming. He at least expected a villain to burst out and hide or attack. He wasn't ready to see something he never saw before. A skeletal figure with messy blonde hair and baggy tracksuit was none other than All Might himself, indicating he was jogging. All Might, however, was in trance. He wasn't paying attention to anything but his thoughts, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stood up hoping that would work on having the #1 hero attention, but was in vain. Aizawa was literally 10 feet away from the blonde, and Aizawa can only imagine different circumstances. Like what if All Might was in his buff form and Aizawa was a villain? It's like having your ass handed to the enemy. As a number one, I was expecting little more awareness of what happening around you, Aizawa groggily said, startling the skeletal man. Oh, it's you, Eraser. All Might sighed. Was you planning the same if a villain was in my place and you are in your buff form? The streets aren't this kind like me, Aizawa said bluntly, not taking any greeting shit. Hehe, that wouldn't have been great, All Might Akatashinori Yagi said, leaning on the railing of the roof. I was just lost in thought. Isn't that obvious? I got the familiarities, Aizawa responded. Nothing escapes your trained eyes. Huh, you should consider it for yourself. I heard these part of the city are unforgiving, Aizawa said, crossing his arms, and Yagi nodded in understanding. So, were you here all the time or? Since last night. I've already captured few thugs, Aizawa said. By the way, isn't this place little odd for a nice walk? I'd prefer city or something, Aizawa said. Yeah, 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻 informed me of yesterday. I was at his office few hours ago, All Might explained and looked away. The cheerfulness of his faltered, but Aizawa did notice it, even if it's hard to read All Might face. The explosion. Aizawa knew the answer but asked anyways. Yes, pretty much outworldly. No evidence of origin of it, just happened, that's all. Even the higher-ups give up contemplating what was that explosion. All Might words could be only make more mysterious than it already is. If I wonder a bomb can do it, Aizawa asked. You should see the sight. No bomb in my knowledge can do something like this. It's almost unsolvable except for the few, All Might said. Voice and expression changed to horror and disgust, making Aizawa a bit worried. After all that blast or whatever that was, he's the one of the many experience of the aftermath. That look of yours, is there more to it than I was told? Aizawa asked, and All Might turned to look at him. Yes, traumatizing ones, All Might answered, making Aizawa more eager to know everything and see it with his own eyes. So, that's what up with yours moodiness? Aizawa wondered, remembering All Might was deep in thought. Not that he cared anyway. All Might stared at Aizawa and sighed deeply. You know, my work never bothered me as much, something personal incident, and there is one of those I regret happening. I mean my decision I made in that incident, All Might said. There was this kid I met on this same roof one day. All Might started, but Aizawa saw his sunken eyes squinting while looking at something on the alleyway, and his eyes widened, and Aizawa looked just in time to see at the darkest part of the alleyway a beat-up child stumbling and falling and keep trying to move forward, but Aizawa and All Might could sense the boy is not looking healthy at all. The boy was so small, and Aizawa finally let his face show concern as the boy fell, and it looked painful. Crap. They both grunted, and All Might turned into his buff form and took off with holding Aizawa's hand. When they landed near the boy, the child flinched visibly before his teary eyes looked at the two men and tried to crawl away, afraid of the newcomers. Aizawa noticed this. Knowing the boy is panicking, he mouthed All Might to revert back to his skinny form. Having a giant-ass man towering over building isn't a pleasant sight for a kid like this one. P.O. Ace, let me go. The boy whimpered, huffing and puffing rapidly, and he was shaking like a leaf in the storm. And he had a leather collar on his neck. Leather collar, the one that used to tame dogs. Aizawa's heart ached at the sight. Never seen something heartbreaking like this except for the childhood loss. He do miss someone that was a loud cloud. Aizawa was cautious, keeping mind of both the kid comfort and his unknown quirk. Can't risk triggering the poor child to unintentionally cause damage either of the party. And Aizawa knew that. So he crouched down the level of boy calmly while holding both his arms out so the boy can see it and don't mistook it for a threat. Hey, kid, it's okay. We're here to help. You'll be all right, Aizawa cooed, holding out his hands like a welcoming manner. But it took few more attempts to finally gain the child's attention, who was around 5 or 6 years old, and both adults felt anger and pity as they saw how damaged his body is, and was clear someone abusing this innocent child. Why, you hurt me, the boy stuttered, and he was so afraid, but alas when he realized they are heroes. Meanwhile, All Might was calling Nezu to ready recovery girl since they both live in the school compound. No, you're safe now, Aizawa said reassuringly, and picked up the little child and was surprised. The boy barely even weighed much, and Aizawa had a clear image on how many levels of cruelty this boy gone through. Don't worry, you'll be all right now, Aizawa comforted, and the boy trusted him and passed out. Eraser, I called a cab. Recovery girl is already on her way to you, All Might informed, much to Aizawa's satisfaction. At least the number one hero is not for show. He do understand how to deal with stuff pretty well. The sky was orange, and meanwhile the trouble was present somewhere else too. A woman in her late 40s was running through the narrow pathway of the garbage-piled streets. She has blonde-brown short hair and teary blue eyes and wore a red office-related outfit on her short figure as she ran. She was sweating, bleeding on her shoulders, and she kept her quirk small wind so she could hold back a psychotic duo of a man and woman wearing all punk outfit. They were chasing after her with a baseball bat on the man hand and a dagger on the female. Love, she's getting away. the pink-haired girl shouted at the black-haired man. Not for long with. The duo of darlings are elegantly better than that trash. The man replied in an English accent. They were not even acts with their gear. When the girl totally imitating some kind of fairy while the man impersonating a British noble instead of acting rampage and curse. Well, psycho comes with different types. Maybe mischaracterized duo possibly included in the unexplainable category. The woman was sure her legs won't keep her going anymore and tripped on some disgusting slimy rotten waste. She shut her eyes tight preparing for the pain. Aside from her already punctured shoulder, the baseball bat gladly missed her head the minute they crossed paths and she and her age ran a mile. But now it's end of the road, she thought. But fate wasn't a dick no more. The pain never comes. Instead she felt something strong and rough thing catching her before she impaled herself to the pavement. Whatever was holding her was warm yet comforting and she felt the figure straighten her to stand up. "You okay, miss?" A calming and strong voice asked, causing her to open her eyes to see a hooded figure looking at her. He was taller compared to her short form and she could only see 2 green glowing eyes in his hood. The man was covered by all-leather outfit and green metal spikes. "Yes, thank you." She genuinely was thankful and the figure nodded letting her go and looked at the duo standing there. "Hey, no fun. Give her back." The _𝗵𝗃𝗃 pouted making the man gasp dramatically. "I swear, my love, your enjoyment is my priority and I will bring back your plaything," the man said hugging his darling who smiled at that. "You." The man pointed his finger at Izuku who tilted his head slightly, really amused by all this shit. Being the writer really made him think differently. No fear on the world as everything else are just joke to him. But when a blood of an innocent falls, Izuku will make sure they suffered the same pain their victims felt. "Don't you heard Malady? Hand over that thing, or I'll take violence as an approach," the man threatened with a smoldering stance, which was stupidly hilarious. Izuku chuckled darkly, sending shivers down everyone's back, including the woman he saved. "Why don't you try?" Izuku said, summoning the green hellflame chains out of his hands. He doesn't need his rider form to summon his weapons. They flinched when the chains were summoned. Nobody was expecting to see this kind of quirk. "My curiosity, mister, what quirk is that?" the man asked fearfully yet keeping his royal attitude, and Izuku could see the fear on their eyes and wondered if what happens when he turned into the rider. Izuku laughed amused. "Quirk? Huh, that's not a term I would have choose," he chirped, confusing others. Then he turned to look at the woman who was still bleeding. "Oh, miss, the main road is to the left. I'm sure you'll see police officers patrolling. The sight here is gonna get messy," Izuku instructed, and the woman nodded her head, running away saying a final thank you. "Oops, she's gone. What you gonna do now?" Izuku mocked and removed his hood, revealing his cold expression and white fluffy hair and green glowing eyes. The appearance of his was enough to make them more scared as he walked closer, retracting his chains. He doesn't need them to deal with these clowns, because their sins was enough to power him up. The duo sighed a bit when Izuku retracted his weapon, but safety comes first as the man stood before his darling in protective manner, more like a human shield. "LOVE." The woman screeched annoyingly, and Izuku was sure his eardrums gonna explode at any moment. The sound was high and piercing as if it were a weapon itself. Her quirk. Izuku wasn't slightly affected due to how useless her power compared to the strength of a whole hell or sun. Her quirk is a dust while the spirit of vengeance is a universe. The voice was enough to annoy him and nothing more. The man wasn't as affected due to he wearing a barely noticeable earpiece that prevents any high-pitched sound to be less loud. Eventually, the drawback came and she felt her throat aching and stopped her scream only to see Izuku standing shaking his head to stop the ringing on his ears. "Stay back, darling. I got this," the man proudly stated as if he won a war or something, and ran at Izuku, swinging the baseball bat rapidly. Izuku enhanced sense let him know when he saw the bat coming and was about to connect with his head, and he ducked and punched the dude's gut. Izuku punched again on his gut, making him throw up and fall to his knees. "The girl tried to activate her quirk but couldn't due to how sore it was. "My darling," the man started standing up with his bat, shakily. You all capture the moon, if you wish," the man said, and his bat soon splintered, changing its shape to a big spike. His quirk, metal sharp, makes inanimate objects sharp upon physical contact. However, Izuku chuckled. "How ironic. Insults are forgiven if directed at me, not my darling," the man spat. "How ironic. A nice quirk gone waste. You do not have potential to wield the power, seeing how much inexperienced you are. Your stance, defense, or the position you're using, all are just lowered or open to your foes. I can literally see an opening if you ask me," Izuku pointed out, and the man didn't have patience as he charged at him, and Izuku dodged and got behind the man and touched his head. Izuku used hellflame on his palm, incinerating the body into ashes. Izuku stood there watching the pile of ashes, and then he heard an high-pitched scream of the woman who charged at Izuku, aimlessly throwing punches with knife still in hand. She was trying to say something that was unclear with her quirk active and all. However, her pathetic attempts are useless. Each punches of her aren't that accurate and effective. At some point, her knife flew away from her hands. Izuku stood there taking her punches, and her blows were weaker than he thought. He should at least feel pain, and at this rate, one of many punches are doing anything. After all, he's not invincible in his mortal form. Slightly stronger than an average person. What? Does it hurt watching loved ones die? Izuku asks, catching both her arms. She was sobbing and crying. That's what those who you killed felt. The pain of losing love forever, he said harshly as her teary wide eyes looks at his green ones. Now, feel their pain, he said in bit more heavy voice. The woman suddenly froze on his grasp, looking into his eyes, and she saw murder, grief, suffering, many hidden emotions, with one stand out the most. Pain. She watched all those who she killed and injured, tortured. She screamed the same way they did, cried, thrashed, begged, and finally her soul burned away, leaving her comatose shell of a body behind, and her eyes are charred as he let go of her. Stop right there, a man voice commands from a bit far behind him. Cannot see Izuku face. Izuku sighed and knew her cries could draw attention, and he pulled up his hoodie hiding his face and looked at the hero, commanded that. He was local hero wearing all shark-like outfit. Izuku doesn't recognize the man. Then Izuku felt it. The sin committed by the man. He's one of those fake ones. However, unlike those who support big crimes, this one is not that of troublemaker. He only do cheap tricks, that's it. The man was so self-confident that he has big grin on his face and not even calling for backup. That's what a true hero should do before run into action. Izuku sighed and whistles. The man was confused at first, but before he even knew it, a black chopper-like bike hit him on the back, injuring and knocking him out. The bike was full black, and a bike lover will say, it looks like a chopper, but it's from the hell. Nobody other than Izuku could own or ride it, because it's alive. Izuku straddles the bike and drove off. The engine sound was weird and loud. All Might and Aizawa was in Nezu's office, discussing about the child on the infirmary, with Recovery Girl aiding the poor kid while 𝗧𝗏 on his way to UA. I'm thankful you two came across the child. I must say he may not have survived if not. Nezu said. He was mad. Police should be checking out the area and should have suspected any of what's happening to whatever crime's happening, and child abuse is unacceptable and unforgivable act of cruelty. One should definitely get life sentences or hunched. That's what we were thinking too. All Might said, sitting on a couch. He's right. That kid was barely even noticeable when we saw him. Almost passed out, and I came to a conclusion that the kid may have kidnapped. Aizawa said. How can you tell? All Might asked. You didn't see that collar on his neck. Bruises. Either my theory matches the situation or it's domestic abuse. Aizawa said, disgust evident on his face, and the others shuddered, and All Might hung his head in shame. As a number one, this is so much for me to take. I should have been more cautious, he said. Do not blame yourself, All Might. You could do so much. Nobody knew. Nezu said warmly. From now on, we should expand our patrolling limit around the city. There may be things happening as we speak. The door opened and a tired 𝗧𝗏 entered with bunch of files. Sorry I'm late. Things aren't in my favor recently, he said, taking a seat and signed. No worries. We're having a conversation, so didn't feel time passing by. Nezu chirped. Hey, what about the explosion yesterday? All Might was worried this morning and said of some unpleasant sight. Aizawa asked. 𝗧𝗏 nodded. Unpleasant and unexplainable, he corrected and continued. The researchers at the site first concluded or almost thought it was an underground volcano eruption, but that theory scrapped when there was no core or the hole visible. The debris were mostly melted like wax, and nobody knows what caused it, but there's more to it than we thought, 𝗧𝗏 said, and Aizawa nodded. Well, in my knowledge, volcanic eruption don't reach up the sky and the fire is green, Aizawa said, startling 𝗧𝗏. What do you mean green fire or reaching sky? He questioned, puzzled. Aizawa had his jaw dropped. Well, that's what happened. The fire pillar was reaching at a weird form of dark clouds and was green lighting around it, Aizawa said, and 𝗧𝗏 recorded that report. Thanks for the info. And do you know anything else? Aizawa shook his head and no. Now, say what else you found, Nezu asked, and 𝗧𝗏 handed them few photos out his fly, and the three men gathered around Nezu to observe the photos. First one showed was of footprints that melted into the pavements, and the second one was of a black ash. And the third was a man in suits laying on the floor looking dead and all, and the fourth was the most disturbing. Something that looks like fleshy melting pile. Nezu, All Might and Aizawa was confused as to why they are seeing these pictures. Wasn't it about the explosion? Are they missing something more than they thought? What's all this? Aizawa groaned, thinking the man got the wrong file. Aren't the explosion we were talking about? Nezu questioned, yet deeply analyzing the photos. See, I told you there's more to it, 𝗧𝗏 said, having the other men's attention, and continued. This incident is related to the explosion, because of the looks of it. Both incidents happened within few-minute gap, means it's related, 𝗧𝗏 said, and the others looked at the photos again. Like what are we even looking at? Aizawa asked, holding up 2 photos of the black ashes and the footprints. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 sighed, looking disturbed and worried. That footprints, he started, and the others looked at it again. With some research we concluded it came out of the explosion, he added, and the others were surprised to hear that. By the looks of this photos and your claim, 𝗧𝗏𝗁, are you saying someone or something triggered it all? 𝗧𝗏 almost 99% confirmed the answer but needed the remaining 1% of confirmation as well. Aside from that, we could no guess any other possibilities. We thought the same way like you did, 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 said, but his face was grim again. But the disturbing part is the rest of the pictures. All 3 horrendous and bizarre on their own way. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 said. What? All Might asked, feeling uneasy seeing his friend look grim. That man on the picture is alive, eyes charred and in comatose stage. As well, about that pile of flesh there. His body melted like a wax, he added, almost throwing up even thinking of it. The 3 who heard this new information froze in shock and disgust. Upon closer look they could see some fingers and some other recognizable limbs that barely is there on the melt body. Slow, painful death. I should have been more active. All Might blamed himself again, and others looked at the man. And 𝗧𝗏𝗁 sighed again. Look, All Might, even you could not save them. You can't let yourself help villains, right? That was the 100th time they were shocked. Drug dealers or those who sell dead bodies on black market for unknown reasons. And that man in the suit are the leader, Uehasu, a former military sergeant, suspended because of drug abuse, and due to his relationship with some big lawyers. He's proven innocent and the evidences and witnesses are mysteriously vanished, and now he's living dead. Almost everyone in his group dead, and that black crumbles are ashes. Burnt corpse. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 explains all at once to end the conversation, but sadly it didn't. You said almost everyone, right? What that's supposed to mean? Aizawa asked curiously, but kept his emotions to himself. Yes, we saw a pair of small footprints of a barefooted child, and the child must have fled the scene. No report on a dead child found. And realization hit Aizawa and All Might. Beat up child, injuries, collar, nervousness, exhaustion, and footprints of a barefooted child, and the child they found clearly fit the description. I think we found the kid, both Aizawa and All Might said in unison. 𝗧𝗏's office was dead silent since midnight, informed the child is awake and walking. They needed further information that may add up to the puzzle. The incident yesterday is now being reported on the television, which the 3 men watching, and was found many similar incidents around the city in such short time. Black ashes left behind by an entity or something nobody knows what, in the news already spreading like wildfire, of many witnesses claiming to see or presumably making up stories of the non-existent. However, with all the lack of information of whatever came out or caused the fire pillar to the sky, even detectives considering each of tales of a giant monster to a scythe-wielding reaper, and with some deeper inspection, few reports are similar. The common part of these reports are bright moving lights and a heavy sound of a motorcycle. And it took about 12 or so hours, and the reports including the crime sites are more than 7 to 11. And almost 64 confirmed deaths, and as well found 4 comatose bodies and an heavily injured local hero. Overall, the news was bone-chilling enough. Police and pro-heroes now had to extend their reach to every part of the city, as well as find any suspicious individuals or a same pattern crime scene. People started the gossip. And that going and trending for a while, it seems. At least we have a possible pattern, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 said, gaining others' attention. What? Aizawa asked. Well, as far as these incidents progressing, the victims are either villains or the people has dirt on them. Many of those died. I was investigating on them at some point, but they never had a permanent hideouts, and eventually many outsmarted our departments or slaughtered those who has information on them. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 explains. But what about that injured hero? Yagi wondered, just as brainstorming as others. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 shrugged. All we could do is rely on the kid, unless we can find any footages or legit witnesses. Other than that, it's hopeless to think of anything on our own. If the case is leading and proven cold-blooded murder with no reason to, we have to think of secure the students and help them at all cost. Just, coincidences can happen at the worst way possible. We can't tell who's next. 𝗧𝗏 said. We'll try, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 said, but 𝗧𝗏 was thinking of different. To secure, we should do the dormitory project and have our precious students settle in the Onua compound. After all, present and past affects the future, right? The plan was great. At least they could not fail the next generation at any means and must protect them so they could live up to their dreams. Inform parents and students. We need them moved here in a week. 𝗧𝗏 instructed and nobody objected. 𝗧𝗏 plans has the charm, so they trust his decisions. With all these happening, one of them got a serious effect yesterday at physical test. Aizawa grumbled and others nodded. Izumi Midoriya, right. Recovery girl informed she was panicking when out cold. Her mother said her little brother's death affected her, and the boy wanted to become a hero. 𝗧𝗏 said. Others felt a pinch of hurt knowing that a hero fallen before his dreams come true. No wonder why she was trying her hardest even after scoring the best on all the tests. Aizawa voiced out his thoughts. He was a quirkless child if I recall it correctly. Poor kid died because of villain trying to outrun Hawks on a car. The criminal later proven that he was driving under a heavy dosage of drugs. Tsukachi, the leading officer of the incident, said. Yagi, though, he heard that name before. Izuku Midoriya. But the hero works in heavy stress with his health condition. The memory of that name was cloudy, but his gut told him how much he's aware of the fallen child. He only recalled a small child he met on the rooftop, but hazily. He only remembers that kid was a boy, and due to how All Might was in such a hurry, he doesn't remember much except for a broccoli hair. The news was saddening. Someone died wanting to be a hero knowing they are quirkless, and the dream left behind after they're gone because of someone else's fault. The kid must have tough due to how society treats them. If nobody, Aizawa is one to relate him in the deceased child, and truly he got an image of how much the kid have struggled. Until the end, Izumi Midori, a little brother, refused to give up but had no choice in the end. Life is a bitch to those who really deserves happiness. They exchange small talks, and Aizawa is just there because the child and the incident yesterday. He's not the type to get involved into anything until he sees something interesting or reasonable enough. Time passed and Midnight came back with an awake but a wary-looking 5-year-old in her hands. The child so small compared to those at his age and barely weigh enough to say he'll live. But he's far from healthy, both physically and mentally. And if this child is the one at the crime scene, then it's safe to say, a child this age with all the wounds and the fear in his brown empty eyes, that he's gone through a lot. Traumatizing, unusual things a normal child shouldn't. He's shaking on the R-rated pro hands, still afraid of them, and the only thing keeping the child from snapping is Midnight quirk. It was calming and refreshing, so Aizawa asked her to be around the child, and she willingly accepted. Who wouldn't? After a while, the atmosphere cooled down and the little kid is so sure he's now safe but not yet was comfortable around them. Hello there, I'm a police officer and these people here are pro-heroes. Nobody can't hurt you here, don't worry, Tsukachi said in his calmest and the most cheerful voice that may finally let the boy calm down fully. Midnight was sitting on a chair with the boy on her lap, her palm gently stroking his fluffy but a bit dirty hair. The boy nodded slowly and looked at them, trying his hardest to not panic, and he saw no lies, amusement on their faces, and sighed a shakily breath few times and nodded at the man. Can I ask few questions? Can we do that? Tsukachi asked, careful not startle the kid, who nodded again. Okay, here it goes. Is your name T-Honkawa? Yeah. St stuttered. Truth. Where is your parents? Are they still with you, T? Tsukachi asked the personal question, knowing that may make the boy go into a breakdown, but he added his softest voice to ask that. They went missing together 2 years ago. T was silent, and Midnight cooed some comforting lines, and the boy just shook his head and no. Why killed? Mommy, he said, tears falling and crying. The heroes felt that familiar feeling crept deep up in their heart. The one when you know you couldn't help a small, now orphaned child. The guilt was severe. Do you know this person? Tsukachi hesitantly reached for a photo from his file after the boy calmed down again. When he showed the photo, they see a mixture of fear, anger, and disgust on the child's face. What happened? Midnight soothing asked the boy, who was staring at the photo, shaking slightly. Yes, the boy said, and Tsukachi nodded. But before any of them asked something, the boy mumbled something. Last night's incident. He saw it all from behind building and saw how the man suffered. The same way he, his mother, and countless others suffered. He heard his tormentor and the cause of a man to steal his parents, life, and everything. Screaming, begging for forgiveness from his savior. The terrifying figure he first didn't dare to look in the eye, but when the figure motioned him to go, T started to believe that the figure he saw is beyond anything he saw before. Gods do exist. You have to look for one. He remembered his mother saying those words, and now he thinks he found the real God. What was that? Midnight asked as she and others heard the boy mumble, and then the unexpected happened. T gave a small smile as he looked up at the adults. He screamed just like me and Mama did when my savior killed him. T said nervously, but wearing a happy smile on his face. Now his mama is happy. The man who tortured them finally learned his lesson. The adults was stunned and looked at each other and realized, T talking of the same entity the police are looking for. Can I ask you, who was your savior and how do they look like? Aizawa asked curiously, and they all leaned closer to hear what the boy has to say. By the look of photos and the explosion, they had idea what level threat the savior would be. Like, what was their name? If you know, Tsukachi added, and the boy looked at them and thought about the flaming man. I don't know who or what that person was. They were silent, creepy, and scary with green fire on their skeleton. The same day evening, I was feeling horrible since the fitness test because of the headaches and the small burn my right hand. Even after a good sleep, I feel dizzy, but I somehow still kicking. Mom wasn't willing for let me come to school and wasn't even interested about the dormitory setup which all students has to move into at weekend after a special class said gonna happen. But somehow I convince her it's necessary if a person wanna be a hero. No regrets, no hesitation. I had to monologue almost 100 All Might dialogues for her to give up on the matter. Eventually, I was allowed to stay at the dorms that opening in almost 5 days or less. And here am I, in an observation room with rest of one and the #1 hero, watching the hero versus villain test. All Might said that all the students divided in 2 individual group of both hero and villain. And in the end I'm paired with 𝐒𝐴𝐺 and gonna face a villain team that All Might chooses. But until now almost every match were finished with villains having scored better than heroes. Now only 2 rounds left, and in either of those our time comes randomly, so I was preparing while 𝐒𝐴𝐺 and others talking about the mysterious vigilante that came out of a green fire pillar. At least that's what authorities claiming they found out, and I watched news last night, but I don't believe something they claim to be exist. May or may not some villain doing it in order to spread fear by doing something with a machine or bomb or whatever. At least we have All Might if things go south, or so many pro-heroes. I believe in them, and I hope eventually others trust us, the future hero, the same way. Then All Might called out me and 𝗒𝐴𝐺 as hero facing Bakugo and 𝗧𝗏. It's our turn now and we are playing the hero role. As me and my partner walked to the building, I was sure as heck 𝗧𝗏 is more reasonable and Bakugo is overconfident. But since Izuku death, he's afraid of me. After all, I became more unforgivable and stubborn and mad that I fight without any second thought or realization if my attacks hurt my foes or even worse. But I refuse to hurt someone that's not Bakugo. I don't give a damn, I kill him in the end. Begin. All Might voice boomed the battlegrounds, and our enemies are already inside the building, as well as 𝗒𝐴𝐺, who didn't even realize I was slacking off. Sighing, I made mental image of not completely go influenced by the emotions as well as our victory that now need to be inevitable, and rest is to All Might to decide who to choose as winners. 𝗲𝗵𝗲 have plan. We cannot risk even a small portion. 𝗒𝐴𝐺 reminded, and I nodded. I'll let myself as a bait. You secure the weapon. Katsuki will go after me, I said, and she looked at me unsure. I can't blame her though. It's no solid plan, but seeing how Katsuki has his stubbornness in him, he will come after me so he can show me his power even though he's uneasy around me. He'll be more violent and aggressive to mask his doubtful face I saw in him in these 10 months. He won't waste no time, and I'm sure of it. Besides, 𝗒𝐴𝐺 has an advantage of her quirk. She can either float herself up or catch 𝗧𝗏 off guard. She's perfect, but 𝗧𝗏 is smart too, though. You sure? No backups. Is offensive approach a good idea? 𝗒𝐴𝐺 voiced out her concern. Depends on the situations. Now is a great time, and also use your quirk either on you or 𝗧𝗏 if your sneak approach fails. You know better than me how good is your quirk is, I assured her, and the wall exploded. Bakugo landed between me and 𝗒𝐴𝐺 as I thought he'll do. 𝗒𝐴𝐺 sneaked away, leaving both of us. I snickered coldly at the blonde who stood there with an intense expression, with a ready stance that looked more of a rushed. The way he was opposing me, I sure as heck can see he's actually trouble. More like an adrenaline. I have to say, he won't be fighting for a while. He's now in between the 2 stages of forced confidence and unsure of anything else, including his current position. Predictable, as always, Kaken. I teased, seeing his left eye twitch. That nickname sure do an impact on his pride, and knowing him, he'll use rage to cover his true feelings. Stop fucking calling me that, he shouted, going for a explosive powered right hook that I knew he'll do. Typical Katsuki. Kaken will use his right hook. 𝗲𝗵𝗲, I do remember when Izuku instructed me when me and Katsuki fought the second time on middle school. Now his analysis on Katsuki is as readable to me, and I'm sure that the information won't erased from my mind. Instead of dodging the blow, I raised a psychic shield just to block and dropped it immediately with my own knee to his chest and a spinning heel kick. He was about to fall when he exploded the ground, lifting himself up in the air to propel towards me. Same trick over and over again, huh, Katsuki? So I laughed, surrounding him with a purple aura, and ducked so he flew over my head and hit the opposite wall, still surrounded in the purple aura I uses to make him not to use his explosion, and I lifted him up so fast he slammed onto the ceiling and going through it, distracting 𝗧𝗏, who was head-on fighting 𝗒𝐴𝐺. With enough time, 𝗒𝐴𝐺 floated herself and hugged the weapon. Hero team wins, All Might announced. And I finished the game before it even started, and just as before, Bakugo still lacking confidence. And he's lost. Child abuse, a sin with no excuses. The inflictor of the suffering must be perished at any cost. If denied the accusation, it's gonna make things worse. Acknowledge your mistakes, and they're a way to afterlife, unless the tormentor is fine with eternal suffering of hell, where billions of sinners paying for what they did wrong. To a pickpocket, to murder, child abuse, neglect, rape, every sin has a punishment at the pits of hell, and no mercy guaranteed. No matter what happens you at hell, you won't die. There are no escapees, just suffering. Izuku felt that pain. None of the ones at hell. No, he felt the blood of innocence everywhere, and one stood out the most. Dozens children and adults of various ages with nothing except their fate in common. Either they are shipped to those who needs a test subject, or those who need pets or playthings, and Izuku was in rage. After he free them, no sinner will live up to live another tomorrow, and that's his final decision. Sinners must be eliminated. He'll make sure of that. Sinners will feel the suffering in the mortal realm before the eternal suffering of hell. The highway wasn't as crowded, and he rode the black chopper look-alike bike, attracting attention of many with its heavy and loud sound as he zoomed past them in his mortal form. Izuku knew better than to deal with the wannabe heroes if they see his hell formation. But his appearance is a dead giveaway that he ain't cared the slightest. If a fake hero happens to cross his way, he'll make sure they receive an extra VIP section of the pits of hell. Izuku had his hood covered his identity while on public and killed the sinners without much distraction, and people still have no idea who or what the vigilante they were talking about. They don't know how he looks like, and all they saw was a man riding an expensive bike, and that's it. However, he knew he cannot sneak around forever, but that won't falter him from doing his duty as the spirit of vengeance. Help with a smile on your face, and that line has to be modified. Save the innocent, wiping away the smile of villainy. That's more like it. With barely some times later, Izuku pinpointed the location of the captives, and there's gonna be the sinners who will suffer before he let them die. No instant deaths to those who laugh at the pain of others. Instant killing is an escape, until they fall in the pits of hell, where Punisher waiting for the new souls. The suffering is gonna haunt their reincarnation for the countless generations, only if they make it to the afterlife. The building was less suspicious, with that abandoned, lifeless look and destroyed exteriors. Was located farthest right of the city, near the docks. There are no civilization around that part of the beach, and the researchers who build the base claimed of the area being unmatched for their purpose and was left long time ago. At least the story was believable. No hero or villains can find the place unless they do have business with the current occupants of the building. There are no rumors, witnesses, proof of anything suspicious happening there. Either the said witnesses do not exist or they gone silent. And that's why black marketing, auction, drug transportation, black money, and all going smoothly for the Black Lotus, a highly secretive black spot of the criminal world that oversees the many continents and many bases around the world. No one but those who are as important knew of the existence of the said crew. Many women, children, money, and all disappeared without a trace. In different parts of Tokyo, no noticeable suspects, no common similarities, no patterns, no evidence. They vanished one day and never came back, including a reporter who seek high scoop for their newspaper, and people only knows he was just as unfortunate as the vanishing individuals. No information of the whereabouts of any of them, let alone evidences of the crime scene. Police gave up long ago, and Black Lotus are thankful. They won't tie up loose ends, just straight up cut them out of picture, including those who work for Black Lotus. Slit throats of nosy people and don't hold back even if it's your bloodline, a common rule. Raging Kurikami, the third executive of the vast organization. He's the boss here, at Tokyo, while there are many of them scattered around the globe doing dirty work for their long-lost founder. Boss, we have a new deal. A grunt announced, coming in an old-looking office with rusty iron walls. Sadly though, the maintenance are limited due to the unstable structure of the building. Even if an excavator hit the wrong wall, the building is done for. But to mask in with false impression on a non-suspicious building, they cannot rebuild the base and expose the life in the building. Police will come a headache and heroes pain in the ass, and then All Might. He is an unavoidable meteor if he accidentally blow a punch. So, having an old base has its own perks. The room had so many stuffs, contains drugs, experimental items and all. Raijin, the man himself, wearing all black suit, sat on the cushioned chair, had black trimmed hair and goatee, sunken brown eyes with glasses. He was smoking a cigar while playing games on his phone. He was in his middle ages, and his body is not muscular either. He looked up at his goon, who was as bored as the other occupants. He's an action-starved bastard just like the majority of others excluding Raijin. The boss only like having fun with their captives. He's a sicko. Spit it. Raijin spat, still playing games. 2 crates for a quirk. The goon said. Quirk means they also have to give away their slaves in process. Well, that's what they are for. The man sighed. They wants that drug a fellow gang produced, so they are getting 2 crates of it for powerful quirk, as well as wielder of the quirk, who's the messenger they sent. A bystander, no official member. The goon replied, knowing his boss' answer. Kill him. I'll contact them later. After all, the boss said, getting up, throwing his phone on the table with a smirk. We have to do a proper farewell for someone, right? Yes, boss. And can I fight and then kill the messenger? My muscles are stiff by playing around. The goon complained. I want him dead, that's all. Raijin said, walking out of the room to a hallway full of doors to each sides, that either the rooms of the gang members or some empty storage. He drew a beeline straight at a room that's left to the hallway and had narrow pathway leading to a metal door. An amused, mischievous smirk appeared on his face when he felt the intense air behind that door. He can already see them crying and in pain. Their screams are music in his ears, and he enjoys it. Opening the door, there was a big room that connects to many cells with iron bars. The cells are attached to the wall, and the cells are actually connected to one another with no barriers on the middle. and inside Big Wide Cell was almost 70 or so people of different ages and powers. There are men to little boys and women to little girls, all of them wearing quirk-nullifying cuffs on their legs, and their bodies are all bruised, beat up, and war-torn, bloodied clothes. By the appearance of them, one can say they are living because of miracle. They look exhausted, starved, and in pain, and some of them has tight shock collars around their neck enough choke them to a state that a tiny bit of air their lungs get. Such a cruelty. These are the people who mysteriously vanished within last few months, maybe over a year, and they lost all their hopes of survival, but will be happy if one day they could escape. Raijin laughed at the people gathered around close to one another due to support those who have weak heart. "Hello there," Raijin greeted, smirking at them, and then at a teenage girl who was he going to sell for the drugs. The girl heart skipped a beat, and she knew what's going to happen, and tears poured out her already puffy red eyes. She's a teen around 13 or so and had long blonde hair, which is now covered in grime and blood. Her black eyes look dead and her lips are busted slightly. Her fate is written. She thought that way. Her cellmate had the same fate waiting for them. That monster sold her friends way back the first month of their capture, and now it's her turn to go. Nobody knew where they taken to, but knew that there's no escape from it. It's more like fear of the unknown. Today want you as my key to achieve something I strongly craved for. And as you know how well we should say farewell to that certain someone," the man declared, earning many shocked gasps from the crowd behind the bars. "I know that someone knows who am I referring to," the man said. The slaves started to worry about that. Even if they don't know each other for their life, here in this cell they got familiar with one another over time. Having that ripped away from them do hurt, to say the least. So Raijin heard many cries, complaints, curse, and was desperately trying their best to defend all the occupants as well as themselves. "As my pets, I expect no denial. Like it or not, you are going." The man smirked at the girl, and others looked at her worried. "If you want them safe, come on out without all the ruckus. I do have some pretty good things so you won't forget any of us," the man ordered to the cowering girl, who complied eventually. She cared about them dearly to refuse to oblige. The teenager stood up weakly and pried away the comforting and desperate hands that was begging her to don't go. She pushed past the human barrier blocking her from the man. "It's better this way. A good girl you are. I must treat you with an extra care and choose some best toys to make you never forget this day," Raijin said. "Now come closer," he said, about to unlock the cell. "She's going to somewhere away from them. Somewhere more hellish, more merciless, more unforgiving, more psychotropic. Is this her fate? Is God that much enjoy toying with the good and lovable people? Is there even a God? If there is, why not helping them? Come on, let's go. We have a long way," the man said in a sadistic voice, scaring her, and he was searching for the keys in his pocket, giving some time to cherish her moments with these kind, innocent people. And she one last time called for God, with a small hope that will die down the second she gonna step out of the cell. "Help us, God." And the call for help was replied with the building shaking slightly with a faint sound of an explosion. The man growled at that, and a goon burst through the door saying intruder or emergency. He looked afraid and in urgency as Raijin gave one final look at the slaves and left the room with the goon. Did her prayer reach to God? Black Lotus, the vast organization of the reputation of cheap shot bastards rampaging the criminal world, and took over some notable gangs as well as destroyed many of those who go against them. Those who has a major dirt on them. Never gonna see outside world, and many know it. The drug deal between some lower classes to both have a better usage of it as well as pinpoint how to produce it and then eliminate the true founders, bury the knowledge of their existence with them. Black Lotus is no Black Lotus if they don't do such traitorous attempts, and that dearly influenced the goons as well. Killing to have fun, surely the main traits of the name Black Lotus. Some brainless fools going rouge and create a gap between villains and heroes by indirectly approaching with tempting offers. One that nobody in their right mind could refuse, and denial is a fuel to the goons who wants blood splatter around them. As the knowledge never seen outside world thanks to dead men who knew their secrets, and that's why their business going as smooth as butter unless Raijin got so lazy and refused some contracts once a while. He just want money. Many of greedy individuals join Black Lotus because of their paycheck. Loyals gets meat, a policy, and you are safe inside that zone. And now at the entrance of the building, which is closed with big rusty wide gates, and many goons of both gender chatted or playing games with their friends to keep their existence a secret. They were inside the room that leads to the gate, so nobody can see them outside of their base guarding it. That's gonna be a dead giveaway. All of them wore black outfits, cat suit for ladies and normal suits for guys. They do have guns and some familiar weapons of their choosing, but they are mainly using guns. They aren't as trained with close-range weapons. Only their boss right-hand man is the master of various fighting skills and weaponry, and he was present with them too. Sure, they have quirks, but they don't like the shitty drawbacks, so they depending on the weapons and support items. Mainly weapons. And those who comes has to knock on the metal gate and then say a password. They will know if some frauds decides to enter. They have a unique way of knocking on the door with some rhythm or stoppage, and then comes the verbal password. Until whoever that outside proves they are no threat, the goons had to make no sound. Can't risk some wannabe know someone in there. Raijin wasn't as smart, but the freak is strong and sometimes come up with plans to stay safe. Until now they tricked many fools, were heroes and villains included, and knew better than to give away some information to some random nobody. They still craved to get paid after all. The room filled with hushed sounds of the goons, many laughing, chatting, and also the noises of their phones. Most of them are game addicts. Just it was natural for them to addicted on something that can help them pass time. Withstanding and guarding the place 24 hours is not as great as it sounds. Many of them got sick of waiting, and they are allowed to use whatever they want. And then they got silenced by the familiar sound of the knock on the gate as the goons silenced themselves to concentrate on the knocking. 2 knocks, stop, 1 knock, stop, and 5 knocks. Hurry, came a gruff voice, and sure did, that's the confirmation passcode. Simple, yet the way you say, the way you knock matters too, and they looked at each other for their approval, and each of them nodded. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, the right-hand man, nodded at one of the goons, and the goon pushed open the gates. And they all picked up their guns and rifles pointed at the entrance. Some with barrier, shield, hardening quirks readied they quirks. One wrong step, the man outside will sure have his ass in the grave. When the gates opened, they saw a skinny bald man who wore oversized, dirty, smelly clothes. A blue jeans and a prison uniform white shirt. Sure, this dude here is simply a messenger. No official member of the gang who sent him. Yo, no threat. Stop pointing guns at me, the man said with a sound that belongs to some lazy, sleepy man. But the man was wide awake and felt threatened by these goons. The 7 women in the group ginned, and remaining 12 dudes laughed at the man, who was intimidated. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 just snorted and said, "Do you see yourself in a mirror? Should we feel threatened by some random like you?" He chuckled dangerously as he moved closer to the skinny, shaking man. The man shook his head no. These freaks can squash him and nobody won't hear him scream. No, the man stuttered, annoying 𝐻𝐸𝐽 even more. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 sighed and held back. They want something important, so they have to hear this roach out. So, what you got? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 asked. The man blinked and then thought about why and what for is he here. All the information gone through the window when the goons antagonized him. The man said the offer is to give them a quirk. In return they'll get 2 crates of the yet-to-be-marketed drugs. 2 full crates. That's the golden fish. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 gone back through an open wide hallway to Raijin, probably to inform the new deal. While he's gone, the skinny man received some glares that offered nothing but pain. Black Lotus, after all, have red blood on their hands after every deal, knowing that many gang leaders send some local criminals or the ones escaped prison. The skinny man belonged in the second category. Black Lotus members were talking around him, intentionally adding some threatening messages that the skinny man picked up the most. He was sweating and his heart pounded when they got a call. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 informed them what boss' decision is, to kill the man. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 was on the way, and the goons had this sick smirk on their faces. Many started rub or crack their knuckles for the fun about to start. The goons rounded the man, cornering him because the entrance gate is close shut the moment got in there. They were getting closer and closer, still grinning wide, seeing a terrified man. Until, "Hey, you had that?" one of them asked, and others silenced themselves. Faint quake could be felt under their feet, and they heard something loud outside gate, getting louder with faint tremors by each second, as if something huge is coming. That something was big and powerful, with the sound of some modified engine, as well as the small tremors gotten bigger and clear. It was fast, to say the least, because of how quickly sound and the vibrations increasing. Something massive is approaching, and everyone, including the skinny man, backed away from the gate, and the goons both activated their quirk and pointed their guns at the entrance. They could feel their eardrum beating just like their quickening heart. The shaking of the ground increased, and they could feel their bodies shaking with the vibration. Is it friendly? Is some gang coming for a deal? The possibilities are high. But one important detail: nobody except few people know of the location. And that few people is 6 feet under the ground now. Then what is coming? Who give their address? Are they even know whose base it belongs to? Hundreds of unanswerable questions evaded their mind as the uneasy feeling of something getting high and high. "Stay back," one of the males said, and everyone backed away, but they kicked the skinny man towards the entrance. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 won't mind who dies. He only mind 2 things: action and money. And they have this feeling that whatever is beyond that gate is worth some big action. And they are not prepared even the lightest. Right now the threat is outside, coming closer, and they could feel their hair on the neck standing as the engine sound got louder. It was unlike any sound they are familiar with. It has this echo and heavy and loud sound that is impossible to mimic. It was oddly creeping them out, like monster that's only can spotted in horror novels and movies. The sound itself is threatening. "What's happening?" one of the women shouted, and others are just as startled and uneasy. And little did they know that's gonna be their last interactions. The sound and the heavy something got closer, and then 𝐵𝐵𝑜�OMMM. The iron gate melted and destroyed as that something extremely burning green and big hit and came right through it, sending shockwaves and iron pieces flying around with bomb-like blast as the goons got sent flying with the shockwave, and the skinny man was unlucky as the green fire something ran over him and stopped on the middle of the room, skidding and damaging the floor, melting the floor as if it's nothing. Everyone except the skinny man was in daze but alive. The current occupants guarding the gate was heavily damaged but breathing luckily. For now, that is. Deku stood tall on a hill that connects to an old parking lot and the road between Main Road and the coast facility. His hood was down, and with his enhanced senses his emerald glowing eyes picked up what's happening at his destination. He could barely see the building but enough to make up what's going on there. Some tall iron gate guarding an already old and weak building. He felt the rage bubbling in his veins. He could feel the arrogance, amusement, joy of the tormentors in that rundown building. His jaw visibly clenched, eyes narrowed with the hellfire glowing in his eyes. Some black smoke barely rising up from his shoulders, indicating the anger he's feeling towards the inflictors of pain. Tormentors doesn't know what pain is. The pain of what the weak one feels, and the captives in that building is an example. The grief, sorrow, pain, helplessness, emptiness, and the lost hope. Lost hope is something identical to suicide, because feeling that comes with the lost hope is unbearable mental pain. Many foreign emotions, self-hurtful demons, self-loath and hate, and the thoughts of non-existent. The emotions is the unbearable that your mind cannot keep up, and you'll turn into a shell of human that's walking with no purpose other than dealing with your inner battles where your winning rate is 0. Deku knew that. He was one of them when he was alive. Bullied, abused, belittled, and hurted by the tormentors to the extent of self-hate and emptying the life out of your body. He suffered and knew nobody should be treated like that. Nobody should feel that pain, the burden to the world. Everyone should be free, happy, and unharmed, both physically and mentally, but not those who seek satisfaction and entertainment of hurting innocent. They are the sinners. Sinners inflict pain but cannot tolerate. Sinners are cowards, and they hurt the weak because of they can't beat the one that's equal to them. Sinners do have dark past, but forcing that burden and pain on someone that's not the one harmed you. Sinners consume negativity and blame the faults on the innocents. Sinners must be perished. Really, painfully. Pain of their comfort scene in the world they built crumbling down with their pride. Pain of a razor inch by inch cutting and slicing each muscles, veins, limbs, heart, brain, without killing them and let them rot like that under the scorching sun. Deku will hurt them, let them suffer, scream for forgiveness and mercy. But, in the end, the walking hell he is won't give them relief. There are no mercy in the pit of hell, only the punishments that can make you cry and scream. That many universes to hear and fear for their lives and choose the path of good. Now, here, Deku is the executioner, the law, the punisher, the god to decide. He'll decide how gruesome and sickening a sinner's death would be. And he chooses for them his slow, painful death. The one that make to see their faults. The one that will show them the hell before they go to hell. The one their many incarnations remember. And Deku saw a minute ago a man going inside the building. It was barely noticeable, but nothing escapes the death. And Izuku smirked. With that smirk he'll ruin them. He'll wipe away the black spot of the world. And he saw how the building is, and he looked towards a parking lot where he saw something big, old, and rusty, and he knew what to do. And he'll do it. To kill them painfully, slowly. He summoned something that could cut in his right arm, and that something was terrifyingly beautiful. Deku gave the facility one last look and then opened green fire circle under his hell cycle. And the black ride slowly sank inside the portal and disappeared as well as portal. Deku then with his new weapon in hand walked towards the parking lot, and his body started to heat up and black smoke emitted and merged with the air as he walked to his new ride. They won't know the hell is coming to get them. The entrance totally is small crumbles, and where the big ride is stopped started to melt with such a heat that the goons started sweat heavily. And the frond part of the base that connects to the entrance crumbled down and is now just black tiny pieces on the group. They groggily stood up and saw something that's outworldly. They saw the big ride. An old truck that looks charred in its wheels, headlight and engine are enveloped with emerald breathtaking and extremely hot fire, giving it a hellish appearance, something out of a nightmare that everyone's scared of. The presence of the big ride alone is promising nothing but agony. Black Lotus goons felt that fear creeping in their spine, and some backed away, not daring to move closer to it. It's no regular, it's something that of an unexplainable. And they shakily got a hold of their guns, and they had to say they started to shoot at the vehicle and the darkening windshield were the driver's seats. But they couldn't see the driver in it, except for a green glow. It was instincts telling them to fire and their gut telling them to run. And all of them, both women and men, shot at the truck, which was motionless except for the terrifying loud sounds of its engine. With their experience, to destroy vehicle pursuers, they knew to aim for the fuel tank. But here, the problem is, the old truck is already on fire. No matter where they aim, no single scratch can be seen on the truck aside from its already burnt look. Not even the windshield breaking. Heat supposed to weaken the glass, right? But no, it's unbreakable. Some heavy guns aren't enough. That's not possible, right? As they fired their guns on them with sand, 𝗏𝗏 launched some at the fiery part of the truck, but no avail. And it's safe to say, it's not an ordinary truck someone put on fire. They're seeing something else. Eventually stopped firing as one of them ran inside to alert other goons on the different part of the building. And then the door of the truck opened in an instant, making them point their gun at it. When the driver gets out of that truck that is made of some bullshit they cannot figure, they then slowly got in their positions, some behind the rubble of the destroyed entrance and others positions themselves blocking the hallway to the inside and waited for whoever to come out of that truck. And then the roof of the truck crumbled away in green and black crumbles, and a hand emerged from the top holding on the frame of the windshield, and a Ghost Rider jumped out to stand on the hood of the truck with a weapon that's as nightmarish as truck. And then they saw the figure himself. His metal boot underside made a loud sound as he landed. The Ghost Rider calmly stood on the hood with zero motion and eyed them. The goons felt a surge of fear creeping and hiding their souls behind the deepest part of their minds, and their body paled and froze on the spot. The fear they felt, or whatever emotions they felt seeing the spirit of the vengeance, is unexplainable. Their breathing hitched and their face was void of any expression except for the visible fear plastered, and cold sweat formed each and every one of their body. And the women started back away along with some men. They never expected this. A burning skeleton, a walking and alive one. Ghost Rider tilted his head sideways slowly and spun his weapon in his hand. The nightmarish weapon Ghost Rider now has is a scythe, with black charred long handle and emerald green lava blade that dripping lava around as he spun it. A weapon for a perfect cut indeed. The goons shakily pointed their gun and started to shoot at the skeleton, who in return jumped off the truck and with a speed that can fool your eyes attacked them by swinging the scythe, not even giving them any opportunities, and cut clean off their legs and hand of whoever is in attacking range. The goons helplessly fired their gun, but the Ghost Rider isn't affected by it. The bullet gone right through the rider, and they even tried to fire his skull, but no avail. Ghost Rider cut their hands and legs, and the goons who lost their limbs screamed in agony, and with the power of the hell flame, the blood started to stop flowing out of their limbless body with power of heat, so they won't die, and with pain they won't pass out anytime soon. Hellfire keeps the one who being punished alive and awake when the eternal suffering starts. With act of will, Rider did the same. They won't until he wants them to. Ghost Rider attacked all of them one by one with the same method, to keep them alive. He did the same with both women and men. A goon who had quirk cancellation ability and fired his gun as well as activated his quirks as Ghost Rider crippled his friend. Wasn't working. The Ghost Rider is still in the hell form. The fire scythe cutting clean their limbs, and the Ghost Rider motioned its hand the goon way. As the chain covered by sharp blades shoot out and wrapped around his legs, and with a strong tug the goon leg crumbled into ashes, causing a pain scream out of his mouth, and Ghost Rider came to his and stomped his right hand, which crumbled into ashes, as well as his other hand soon followed. Ghost Rider did this to the remaining couple of goons by whipping their legs with the spiky chains, destroying their legs, and cut off their arms as well. Ignoring all the cries, Ghost Rider headed to the hallway, but then something touched his boots. Looking down, he saw a rifle. The matte black firearm belonged to one of the goons, but not anymore. Retracting the chains, Ghost Rider picked it up, and the weapon instantly caught on fire, burning it and gave it an appearance as same like any other weapon Ghost Rider possessed. The hallways echoed as his metal boot footsteps moved further inside the building slowly, and not bothered by the creepy scene of this dark hallways that alight with some small bulbs here and there. Ghost Rider doesn't give damn how the hallway looks. He's even creepier than it. The Ghost Rider moved forward, holding scythe on his right and the rifle on the left. Soon enough something came and sticked around his leg, which made him stop. Slowly looking down, he saw something toxic green sticking his legs on the floor, and then a boomerang came connecting with his chest and flew back to a woman. 𝗏𝗏 came out of one of many doors on the sides along with bunch of others. All of them looked scared, but they really are trying to hide it. Finish it, she said, pointing her gun, as well as others did the same. They fired again, and Ghost Rider pointed his gun and fired only once. Instead of a small bullet, a green fireball came out of the gun, and when it hit the target, 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵, the fireball hit the ground below a few feet away from them, sending all 5 of them on the floor, enough to cause them to fall. They did fell. Not before they flew few feet away, and Ghost Rider turned the heat of his body, and the sticky thing solidified first and then crumbled away. 2 goons already lost their legs due to being close, and they were as wide awake, crying in intense pain that they never felt before. And the 3 other goons got scared and about to get up and run. Few hellfire spike chains erupted from the ground and wrapped around their limbs. Unlike before, this time the chains ripped apart their limbs after burning with hellfire. They will die, but not now. The suffering is about to begin. The second Ghost Rider free the innocent. Tormentors feel the pain of eternity. From now on, this is rule. The scream left their mouth, echoed the dim hallways, and Ghost Rider moved forward, giving away his location by the metal click of his boots, and he could sense no sinners are inside the rooms on either side. But he could sense them gathered in front in the big hall, and by the looks of it, there are so many of them, and he'll destroy each and every one of them. There's no escape. Ghost Rider slowly reached the big hall, and as predicted, many quirks and bullets shot at him, and he started his attack too, moving fast before they know it, swinging the Hellfire Scythe in circular motion, aiming for the limbs, and then repeatedly shot fire bullet from the rifle aiming for the ground below that took out multiple goons at once. With each swing, the scythe let out molten green lava as well as cutting legs and hands. But then, there are 2 goons with quirk that they think is effective against the Ghost Rider. When Ghost Rider immobilized many goons fast without letting them respond and was going for the rest, they shot heavy shot off water and mud water, much others' relief. Water is powerful compared to fire. At least they thought. When they ceased their attacks, there was no fire, just a burnt skeleton without a sign of movements. Both Ghost Rider's weapons lost the glow. And the goons stared at Ghost Rider for a second and their eyes widened. It's an actual skeleton. No transformation quirk. No illusion. Just an actual skeleton. They stared at the Ghost Rider and then erupt into cheers. They finally defeated this. Whatever is it, and boy, how wrong were they. They didn't know Ghost Rider actually staring at them. And then a powerful shockwave along with intense heat halted them from further celebration, and the green light got brighter than before, and before they could understand what happened, the floor began to turn green as the hellfire lava spread around the room where unfortunately each and every goons were standing, and that. Next they could hear their own agonized scream when their legs started sinking slowly. The temperature is high, but Ghost Rider made sure not turn their body into crisps. They thrashed, tried to push themselves out of it using their hands, only to lose them in process. The entire base could hear their cries, including the innocents. The cry was loud and pained, and if you hear it, you can hear the pain they're going through. When their legs are all the way sank and destroyed, Ghost Rider made the lava solidify and cool down in an instant, but the cry of the occupants in the room never ceased. To make it quick, spiked fire chains came out of the ground, incinerating their hands, and vanished, leaving awake and alive bodies of the limbless to cry out their misery. Like before, Ghost Rider moved forward to the last and final stop. With all the goon immobilized so quickly, there's only Boss and, well, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 stood on the way towards the office of their leader. I was getting rusty sitting around. About time I got some challenge, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 arrogantly stated, but failed to hide his fear seeing the Ghost Rider. Never in their life they see something came out of hell. Something strong and dangerous like Ghost Rider. And his appearance is enough to wet their pants, and seeing the Ghost Rider in front of you everything but pleasant. Ghost Rider stopped and watched creepily, doing the head tilt as 𝐻𝐸𝐽 prepare himself for his quirk. Heavy air, a quirk to add pressure on the air that surround his foes or object, and he tried that here. Immediately adding the pressure around Ghost Rider to squeeze him between it. It works like water pressure but with air. Ghost Rider did only one thing. With some more of his endless strength, swinged the scythe so hard that the air around the started to get hot, and the force behind the swing created force that both melted and pushed away everything with the shockwave it produced, and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 lost all momentum and balance, and before he could fell down, a powerful glove hand grabbed his face and lifted 𝐻𝐸𝐽 in the air. Ghost Rider left hand that held the gun now strongly clawed onto 𝐻𝐸𝐽's face, slightly melting his face in the process. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 tried to kick and scratch Ghost Rider, ending up accidentally touching Rider fiery skull, and his hand crumbled into black ashes, earning a muffled scream due to Rider hand basically covering his face. Tilting his head slowly side to side, Ghost Rider grabbed 𝐻𝐸𝐽's other arm into a vice and ripped it off of his body with so much blood splattering. Then Rider done the same to his legs before tossing 𝐻𝐸𝐽 aside like he's potato sack and headed to Ragin. On the way, Ghost Rider looked to a narrow pathway that leads to the captives but moved straight towards Ragin office. Not far, and Ghost Rider already in front of the door burst it open with a simple, and there he saw the man himself, the leader of all crimes, the cause for the pain that hurt and sold those helpless people for his own little profit, to swim in the pool of money, for some filthy money. Ragin saw this and started panic as he activated his quirk that helps him to solidify air, and solidified the air on top of Ghost Rider and crashing it on top of the fire skeleton, only to see the solidified air shatter into tiny pieces before turn back to its normal form. Back away. The man shouted, using his quirk again and again, but it has the same effect. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The man practically begged, and Ghost Rider made fire chains to grab his legs and drag him closer. And when Ragin got closer, Ghost Rider stomps both his leg, crushing his legs and then making them crumble away with incinerating them, earning the same reaction he got from others. Ragin cried, screamed, cursed with all the pain, and Ghost Rider picked up Ragin by holding both the man's hands high and then kicked on his chest with some force so his body flew away, his severed hands on Ghost Rider. Deku reverted back into his mortal form and chuckled at the sight. Behold him. The grown-up man was crying, cause his both hand and legs are now gone, and whose fault is that? Not Deku, not the poor people in the cell. Not heroes or villains, not even his goon. It's Ragin's fault he's in pain, because he tormented, killed, took away the lives of the innocents while they could only helplessly watch and cry. It's his fault that he's suffering because he made others suffer. His own fault. Deku moved closer and crouched next to the man and laughed at his face. How does it feels like now? Are you enjoying it? Like when you did before. The man continues to cry and Deku continues. When you hurt those people in the cell, they did beg to stop, right? When you sold their loved ones to get money, they cried the same way, right? Now how is it feels like? Being in pain, helpless? Deku asked, slowly sending shivers down the spine of the crying man. The man got cut off when Izuku clawed his mouth and forced it open. You don't deserve mercy. Don't deserve to beg for mercy. So you won't talk. Izuku spat, opening the man's mouth wide and got a hold of his tongue. Ever again. Izuku finished his sentence, and with hellfire he turned the man's tongue nothing but some black ashes. The man was crying, but no sounds came out because of the worst pain a person that ever felt. He already saw the hell and writhed on the ground. Ring ring. Izuku saw Raijin phone ringing on the ground and smirked at the limbless man and picked it up. So, what's your say on the offer, Mr. Raijin? Is it a deal or you aren't interested? Came feminine voice, and Izuku looked at the sobbing man and chuckled. I don't think he's in the mood now, Izuku playfully said, and at other end was a silence and then a shout. Who are you? Where's Raijin? The female almost yelled. Who am I is not important, but I can say, you'll meet Mr. Raijin very, very soon. With that, Izuku crouched next to the man and placed the phone on the ground close to the man and sneered. Ask for help if you can. Leaving the man behind, Izuku left the room with his scythe in hand and stopped walking. There are bodies of the Black Lotus goons everywhere, and knew he had to hide the due to the children he's about could not watching without trauma and go crazy. And he summoned many chains and then walked towards the room where the people are held. People in the cell was sad because this teenager is about to send away for money or whatever, and they knew the action outside will end and they'll take her away. But we're hoping the heroes found them and could beat these cruel psychopaths and save them from this hellhole. But they kept their hopes low. When it can't be fulfilled, there will be a weight in their hearts that's sickeningly painful. Their sanity losing either way, and now only thing they could feel is hope. The sounds outside is like someone fighting, and they told each other that heroes are here or they are fighting villains. That happened once. They were excited to leave the place, but later found out it was nothing but some misunderstanding between two gangs. They all held little children close. If it's fight like they suspected, they are not safe even in the cell. They sat there with some hope, but now there's no sound of fighting anymore. If heroes are here, they would be here right now. They don't want to think the heroes dying at the mission to save them. But do they even know they are here? That they are held against their will? And then they heard the metal clashing the concrete as if it's footsteps, and the door got kicked open out of its hinges, making them visibly flinch, and they all trembled in fear. Being tortured does that to you. And when they looked at the dim, narrow pathway connect to the door, they saw a shadowy figure and two glowing green, beautiful and intimidating eyes, and the green hellfire scythe the figure holding, and they felt somewhat relief. Why? That man looks scary, yet they felt a bit relieved. When the figure came through the doorframe inside the lit room, exposing his appearance. Black outfit, white hair, green fiery eyes, and a great build, and the scary-looking weapon. The boy came closer to the cell wearing a reassuring smile that seemed so foreign to them. But they saw sadness in the boy's eye, and they simply touched the cell bar, and their eyes widened as they saw the metal bars melting into liquid with some seconds and solidified as they touched the floor, and the boy looked at them and smiled again. Ready to go home? The boy asked, and they felt their heart stop. They can't believe it. They followed the stranger who carried one of the little kids, and they saw black ashes and weird creepy noises when they were going through the hallways. They don't know. All the goons was in all the rooms on each the sides, and they don't even know who's their savior is. They never seen a hero like him. The boy keep them smiling time to time, and yet they don't know his name. What's that spooky sounds, big brother? The small kid in Izuku's arm, whose mother is a bit weak to carry, so he gladly did it, as then they saw his weapon that provided light vanished from his hands as they see the exit. Izuku chuckled. How to say this? You see, it's not that important. It's probably the vend or something. Thinking about spooky. When I gone for camping back in the day, and me and my sister told stories that's spooky but fun. You should try sometimes. That was his answer. Can't just blurt out there are people in there crying because they lost their hands and legs to a child. But the adults knew what that was, but didn't know what kind of state the goons are in. Are you a hero? Who are you? I never saw you before. The teen girl asked, and Izuku looks at them over his shoulders, showing his glowing eyes, and smiled. What do you guys think about me? Am I a hero? What's your opinion? He asked, making others speechless, but the girl shrugged. Call me whatever you like. It's not that important, Izuku said, leading them out through the hole his truck made, which is now outside of the building in its normal form. All the people teared up seeing outside world, and they were so happy that they hugged each other, thanked Izuku, who smiled and lead them and stopped at a safe distance from building, and Izuku turned around, and soon others saw green fire slow catching up the old building in green fire, and their jaw dropped at the sight. Slow, painful death to the inflictors of the pain. All the limbless villains gonna die slowly and can't even move when fire slowly kills them. There is no escape, only suffering. No reminders of all the pain, Izuku said, ushering them to move forward. Adults knew someone was dying in there but hid their face so children won't know. This is the beginning of hell for the Black Lotus. Well, this happened. Me and my classmates eyed up and down the building in front of us, which resembles the look of UA main campus but different in color and materials. The building is shaped like Big H, just like the school, but smaller, and has a vintage look. Consists of all brick-like appearance, unlike our glass-themed school. The yard is full of varieties of plants and a small pond to the side, probably just for show, or there is fish in it. I don't know, maybe it's just there. But we shouldn't be here yet. I mean, Mr. Aizawa said a week after. But it's just only 2 days, and the special class that's supposed to be today got kicked out of the window. I don't know what, but I received a message yesterday from principal informing me and asked me to pack all my belongings, and a pickup truck brought all my things here already. Well, things gone worse, and Mama was so sad of me leaving too soon, but we had no other choice. I thought and looked around, seeing the identical building like ours are built around the school, and I saw all the students waiting outside of their own dormitory, and by the looks of it, they don't care what their homeroom teacher is bragging. Neither do I, but no choice other than listen out, Mr. Aizawa. And I regret even looking at the man. He looks worse than usual, more sleepy, and his voice was barely audible, but we paid attention anyways. With all that's going on, make sure stay inside the dorms or ask for permission before you do anything or go outside. Nezu rules, not mine. I hope I made myself clear. Mr. Aizawa sleepily grumbled, and half of the rules didn't really catch my ears except for the last 2 lines, but I nodded without knowing why am I nodding. Others are nodding, so I'm nodding. Simple, right? After all, seeing how worn out our teacher looks, I don't think he'll appreciate to repeat his words. Sir, what about our special class you told us about? Momo asked, raising her hand. Mr. Aizawa looked dazed at first, but he regained his composure. Special class supposed to end today. Now I don't think they're gonna be one. Maybe some training exercises may be expected within a week. Now go find your room. Weather today is gloomy, he said, yawning, and I looked up at the sky. Sure enough, dark clouds blocked any lights of the sun, and it's about to pour down for sure. And I'm strange, 'cause I adore a rainy season, especially if it's raining while morning or at night when I go to bed. Well, that's who I am. I love things weirder than weird things. Ami, are you listening to what Sensei said? Achako chuckled, facing me, and I snapped out of all the thoughts, realizing that we're the only one outside. Oh, sorry, just was wondering, I sheepishly said, making her giggle, and grabbed me by my hand and led me to our new dorms. The timing was perfect. The moment we opened the door, rain poured heavily, and I instantly wanted to jump outside and dance, but I kept standards. I cannot fully reveal my all goofy and carefree side. Not like it's wrong, but the thing is, I'm a freak, escaped a mental asylum when I'm doing the said goofy and carefree stuff. So I heard my best friend and entered the dorms immediately, taking in the sight unfolds before us. We were facing the living room that's as big as our classroom, and everyone checking out the red big couches, and Minta and Kaminari were installing their game system on the big wide TV screen that faced the couch, and I saw the stairs to the right, the big living room leading upstairs, and the elevator just besides it. TV, elevator, kitchen. I done touring, and I don't care how other rooms looks like, so I turned to Yura, who's still holding my hand. We're best friends in crime within a week, so we consider spending time together. We get to go for a big shopping spree, but some vigilante ruined our freedom since that god-forsaken explosion. I hate this house arrest crap. I always well, someone that does something all the times. Roaming around the city is one of them. Granted, it's for our sake, but they don't know if this vigilante is some good guy or a villain, if there is really one. They simply jumped into conclusions. I'm going to check my room. Bye, I said, heading straight for the elevator. I always chooses what's good for health. What already? Yura complained, and I shrugged. I heard my floor is the 4th and top 1 and 3rd room, so I did that. Standing alone in an elevator gave me time to think of something really important, and my eyes widened in realization. How could I forgot it already? The rest of the first day of them living in the dorms spent by arranging stuff and unpacking their belongings. All of them were as exhausted like ran a marathon even after taking a quick shower. Sato and Aoyama, who were preparing dinner for all 20 of them, and the boys were already downstairs watching TV, sitting on the impossibly fluffy couch that Kaminari claimed to be heavenly. And then they heard a ding of the elevator as the girls poured in, just like the rain outside. Why? Because they were loud like continuous raindrops without a stop. However, one of them were missing, which Yura noticed first. Have you guys seen Ami? She spoke out loud, silencing everyone. I thought she's with you, Uraraka. Ida commented, standing up steadily and walked towards the girls like a robot. I wonder what's taking her too long. We can't be up until it hit curfew. A student must follow the rules teachers told them to do. He reminded them, chopping the air, making others sweat drop. Momo checked her watch and looked at them. Don't worry, curfew is in 2 hours. Let her do her work. Maybe she's on the way now, Momo said. Bakugo sat on the couch hearing them, but still looking at the TV screen, which playing an action movie. He doesn't give a fuck what the extras think. He wanted to concentrate on the movie, but they kept talking and talking. Will you extras shut your ass up? I'm watching a movie here, he shouted, making them silent. Bakugo, don't get angry all of a sudden. Ami is our friend, right? We were Kirishima cut off when he saw Bakugo angered face paling when he was still looking at the TV. Out of irritation, Bakugo was changing the channels, but his eyes soon fell on the date under one news channel. Bakugo's mad demeanor quickly changed to that of realization, guilt, and concern. Others noticed that too. They, in their week of friendship, never saw Bakugo like this. That made them curious, slowly forgetting about Ami. "You okay?" Kirishima asked, and Bakugo flinched, visibly flinched. That unlike of the very Bakugo they know. And seeing him flinched made them look at him closely. He was sweating and aimlessly looked around, and his red eyes landed on Kirishima. "What?" Bakugo stuttered. "Are you feeling ill, Bakugo? Should I inform Mr. Aizawa or recovery girl?" Ida suggested, adjusting his glasses, but was concerned about their angry but now sad-looking classmate. The question was enough to snap him out of his upset trance, and quickly faked his usual behavior and scoffed at them and turned back to changing channels and stopping again. He stopped and fixated his eyes on a news channel that was showing with title "Kidnapped Citizen Found in the Coast Facility Disaster," and showed some clip of a burnt, half-melt, and destroyed facility and some picture of the kidnapped people on the hospital ward. The coast facility abandoned back in 1998. Yesterday destroyed in fire, and the people that went missing in past few months miraculously survived. The reports claim that an unknown individual who police suspect is the vigilante who behind the murders of many people saved the kidnapped citizens, murdering the gang known as Black Lotus, the same gang who kidnapped the people. According to the remains, police said the bodies were dismembered and crippled beforehand burning down the building, including them. They also confirming the vigilante presence by the same ashes found throughout every part of the building. Now the families of those who went missing now finally at the hospital besides their now safe family member. Black Lotus, however, treated them as tools. Many people got sold for drugs and money. Few of the victims said this. Police now reopened the cases and promises an extended search, and many officers around Japan is ready to support the police. With hope of finding the others, we can only wait for another update. The room was silent and watched in horror as many pictures off censored limbless burnt corpse, burnt and melt coast facility. Now free victims of the mysterious kidnappings, and many officers, heroes on at the crime scene, including President Mike and Aizawa. That's something that cannot be seen all day. At least I'm thankful for those people was safe. I don't know how to feel about the rest, Kirishima said, and everybody agreed. You guys think if the vigilante is some sort of firebender or something? Jiro asked, and others shrugged. Who knows? Bakugo again was staring at the date on the TV. Just then they heard the elevator door ding and open to reveal a freshly showered Izumi. But her eyes and face were red, like she was crying. "Izumi, Finhei, what's wrong? Are you crying?" Ira and Ashido with Tsu and Toru immediately on Izumi's side, concern written all over their face. Izumi faked a smile and shook her head. "I'm fine," she said, but everyone noticed how she sent hateful look to Bakugo, who in return turned away to look at the TV. "I'm fine, guys. Just feeling a bit tired." Izumi lied and gave one more smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "You sure?" Mina asked. "We should let her calm down, Kiro," Tsu said, and others hesitantly nodded. "Feel free to come and talk to me if something bothering you." "Okay," Kira said, and Izumi nodded. "I'll try," she replied. "Hey, you can open up your worries with any of us. We are friends after all," Momo said, coming to her side with a smile. Sure, they didn't talk to each other since the beginning, but they always acknowledge each other, and Momo is nice girl even after being the richest out of them. She's too kind, and Izumi respects and like people like that. Well, she like all the people that doesn't hurt her feelings or hurt her physically. That's why Bakugo is always in the gray zone for her. "Thank you guys, you are the best," Izumi genuinely said. "These guys are different from the wannabe assholes back in the middle school. There was only one person gave her company, and now that person don't exist anymore. She met these people. Everyone here is wanted friends and making friends, and within a week of time they started to care about each other. You are best too, Kiro," Tsu said, making her smile. Her worries about tomorrow lessened, and by the look of Bakugo's face, Izumi was sure he too realized what day is tomorrow, and she saw guilt in his red eyes. "Dinner is ready, guys," Sato called them. Rain poured down powerfully, indicating the wrath of the god towards the sinner. Well, that's how it seems. The alleyway got darker even more, and the already waste-filled, disgusting street pathway is become more disgusting as the waste got splattered like a second layer of the mud, and aside from that, the noticeable part is ear-splitting scream that echoed. The scream was pained and high, like a person screaming due to their bones breaking, but the scream proved that the person was screaming was in more pain than that. The echoing scream lasted a minute before it died down. The screaming person must have felt the worst pain in their life. Sure they did. Izuku looked straight into the two charred black eyes with green cracks that lighting the eyes, and he was holding the owner of the said eyes pressing against the wall, and shook his head. "You should have been a good guy," he thought, impressed by the now comatose man quirk. "Nothing fancy, but being once quirkless, every quirk has some value in his eyes. Sad the man choose the wrong path. Maybe he should have made a good hero." Izuku dropped the body and turned around to face his already waiting 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and straddles it. His hood was up due to the heavily pouring rain and rode out of the streets. By now he hunted down countless of sinners, yet there are many alive that cannot be killed with a year. That quantity is enough to prove humanity is rare occurrence, but he knew there are some lives with pure heart that is fragile and weak but still holding up to the cruelty of the world. His bike faster, and Izuku enjoyed riding it, but one thing is in his mind: the importance of the day tomorrow. Knowing his family, he's sure tomorrow is both happy and sad for them. Mostly sad, and he know what they will do tomorrow about it. What does Izumi do? What his mother do? Sure, thinking of them is really emotional for him, but he cannot cry. Not because he's the writer. No, he's not sad because he knows they are safe. The feeling in him says they fine, and he's happy to hear that. But he feels bad because they are crying because of him. And that's why tomorrow is a hard day for them. Izuku rode his bike through the rain, passing by many strangers and cars, and all of them committed little mistakes. They are no sinners. They had the reasons for what they did. Once he passed by a small road. He saw something from corner of his eyes, and he smiled, slowing down his 𝗧𝗧𝗪 and looked clearly at the scene, and his smile grew wider and brighter, even in the darkening sky. This is perfect. The building he's facing, surrounded by the swamp-like vegetation, probably due to the lack of occupants. Truth to be told, in there is nobody except for God. The place was in the middle of all the muddy ground, and here and there can be seen the green moss and green vibrant vines that all around the trees, the ground, and also the building, which itself is old as a generation. The brick walls were hidden under some layer of the green vines and mosses, decorating it in a way that can help add more natural beauty, if you are okay with doing that to a normal house. But this building is no house. The compound guarded by already destroyed iron grill around, and the gate was wide open, and only one part is standing still, while the other, over time, got weak and is now multiple parts in the muddy and green ground. The path through the gate to the entrance of the building has rubble pathway that slightly sank under the mud, but can spot if look closer. Izuku didn't felt bothered by the appearance. He can feel the warmth inside the building, indicating there no part exposing the interior to the outside world, which means it's free of water and other vegetation. A good place indeed. And he decided something in his mind and shifted the gear towards the building and entered through the gates, and because of the ability to travel on everything, his 𝗧𝗧𝗪 isn't bothered by all the mud that could slow a vehicle down. Either way, the rubble path could help any vehicle, so Izuku chose it. Slowly pulling over at the entrance, he looked up at the big doors of the building and then at the concrete carvings of some letters on the top of it. His smile widened in amusement with the whole irony. The moss-covered word carving says, 1995 St. Mary's Church, a holy religious place where believed to be gods inside. But though, why is it out of life? Nobody won't know. Izuku chuckled at the same thought that he thought before and got off of the bike, standing outside an old church in the heavy rain, and with a smile he stepped closer to the church entrance stairs, and with a chuckle he placed his first step on the stairs, and finally pushed open the door, and he seems to waiting for something and chuckled again. The thoughts making his feel amused is simple. The demon rider is now gonna stay where God lives. Like they say, no devil could be step foot in the holy place no matter the strength the demon possess. But now there's no bounds, no stoppage, no anything. They forgot to mention the fallen angels are the gods too. The rider is beyond their belief, the punisher of the sinners, and he is the fallen angel, the god, the demon, the spirit of vengeance. The truth is, the said demon will make his home where the gods lives. The inside that revealed when the door opened was a big hall covered in darkness, but with his enhanced sight he could make out the dusty floor and walls covered with worn out and crackling paintings that missed all its shine except for the story behind it that's still there. A big, surprisingly still intact chandelier that was covered in filth and cannot make out the materials that it's made of. And the ceiling were wet due to the rain, but it's still strong enough to stand still for years and years. And to the opposite of the room is a concrete throne-like structure that probably a statue sat long time ago. The people must have taken it. The floor still covered with once red carpet that now covered in brown layer of dust, and all in all the place is best for a stay. Nobody will find him. At least that is what he believes. Izuku looked around, and only thing is lacking is some light. Looking up at the chandelier hanging up the ceiling, he summoned hellfire and shooted at the structure. When the hellfire hit it, both started merged together, and the hellfire took over it and giving it an appearance of black charred metal parts that once regular golden metal parts. And the crystals of it is now pure green with the hellfire, and it was a light and warm. Much better. Slowly walking to the throne, he blew off the dust and sat on it like a king and closed his eyes. Home sweet home. Knock knock. Izumi was laying on her comfy bed with blue bedsheets and white pillows, which one of it she was hugging, and the room itself is covered in pink paint and decorated with posters of movie characters, punk quotes, heroes, and many others. The room was big, with a walk-in closet and a bathroom on the right side and a table on the left side of her bed with an alarm clock and a photo frame. She sighed and walked to the door, opening it, and greeted by a PJ wearing 𝗧𝗓𝗏. Hey, Ami, 𝗧𝗓𝗏 chirped, making Izumi smile and step aside and welcomed her friend. Hey, 𝗧𝗓𝗏, come in. Izumi then closed the door behind them and sat down on the bed while 𝗧𝗓𝗏 just examined her room. How come you are here? 𝗂𝗧𝗄 shrugged and looked at Izumi and sighed. You were so quiet today, even when at dinner. Hey, look, I know Bakugo has some history with you, but today both of you are quiet and distant. Sure, we know each other for a week or so, but we do care about you guys. We were worried. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 spoke sadly and Izumi felt the guilt surging through her, but she looked that distant. By the sad eyes, Izumi realized she was kind of ignoring them since the dinner. She mentally slapped her face. Of course they are worried. She handed her tension on others too. They were worried, indeed. Izumi stood and gave an apologetical hug to 𝗂𝗧𝗄. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to worry you guys. With my brother's birthday tomorrow I was sad. Izumi said moments before she realized what she just said. She can't believe she told the truth, something that she didn't want them to know, for now at least. But still, it just escaped her mouth. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 was visibly confused. Why are you sad? It's your brother's birthday, right? Gosh, I want to meet your brother too. Can I come and wish a happy birthday to your brother? I do want to see the great little brother of 𝗵𝗃. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 chirped in excitement, an excitement that is hard to break. Quickly 𝗂𝗧𝗄 shut her mouth and blushed, really embarrassed. If you're okay, that is, she added. Izumi stood facing her friend who's jumping up and down. How can she say no? We're heroes. Our past is our burden. When we save people, hide that burden with a smile. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 word ringed in her mind. But 𝗂𝗧𝗄 is a hero too. Should it be okay to tell her the truth? But without a mental breakdown, Izumi cannot tell her the story. Should she let 𝗂𝗧𝗄 see what she's gonna do tomorrow? The truth can't be hidden forever. After all, Yura believed Izumi with her own set of secrets as well as other girls except for Momo. They were her friends. Izumi stuttered and 𝗂𝗧𝗄 shut herself and gave a small smile. It's okay if I can't come. The disappointment was evident in her voice and Izumi shook her head. You can come, Izumi said. On the way she'll explain it to her. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 smiled and then sheepishly asked something more. Well, we girls going to shopping, so can other girls come too? They do want to meet your brother since you told us about how great and caring person he is. And Izumi's heart stopped almost. Now she can't say no without sounding rude. After all, they'll eventually know. Sure, Izumi said, fake smiling, and 𝗂𝗧𝗄 smiled, excitement bubbling out of her very being. Hey, is this him? 𝗂𝗧𝗄 asked, picking up the photo frame on the table. In it, 𝗂𝗧𝗄 saw a middle schooler Izumi and a green broccoli-like haired boy on a beach, both sitting down, hands each other's shoulder and smiling widely at the camera. Izumi refused to tear up the though. She can't cry now. Yes, you two look so identical. Like twins, 𝗂𝗧𝗄 pointed out. Izumi told she had a little brother, not a twin little brother. Because we are twins, Izumi said, smiling. But why isn't he here, if he's our age? She asked, and Izumi felt the pain in her heart. He's quirkless, she replied, and 𝗂𝗧𝗄 looked a bit sad. The boy, who a great and strong person. The boy gave his big twin sister hope and purpose. Is quirkless. Is like he's making her dreams come true while forgetting his own. But in the end, Izumi's little brother is someone that 𝗵𝗃 could rely on. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 thought. The girl band woke up early in the morning that day. In their minds, not only the shopping today is exciting them, but also a birthday of certain someone who they are about to meet. Sure enough, Izumi isn't one so excited about. This the first birthday that's gonna end without the birthday boy, without a party. So Izumi decided last night to tell the girls don't buy gifts yet. Sure, Izumi once considered to buy something Izuku always wanted. But in the end, what's the point buying a gift anyways? She took a shower, but that nervousness and sadness in her didn't cease to stop. Uraraka messaged her few minutes ago and said they have the permission to go shopping and later they go to the party. But Izumi was afraid of what would they think. Will they forgive her for not telling them the truth? Will they think she was having fun with them? Will they understand her situations? But Izumi will ask for forgiveness even if they understands her. After all, she never said the truth and they are all hyped up. She's felt bad knowing they'll feel bad and disappointed. She could at least beg them for forgiveness or won't speak to them ever again if they ask her to. Izumi changed into a white shirt and black knee-length skirt and white socks and black shoes. Then checked the clock to see they have more than 2 hours left to leave. She'll take them first to the shopping and then to the place where she's going. If the opposite happened, while shopping, nobody won't enjoy it as slightest. At least they'll be happy that way. I will apologize and make up to what I did. Izumi nodded at her thoughts. She really wished she didn't have opened her mouth yesterday. She wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Izumi grabbed her purple and black side bag and exited her room after making sure she got her money. Can't let Momo do the paying. She insisted that yesterday, but neither of the girls aren't willing at first but gave in after seeing how happy Momo looked when she was talking about buying them some extra things to fill up their closet. She was earlier than other girls and climbed into the elevator and punched the first floor button. She always a bit aggressive towards the public stuff. They don't work the way she wants to, so she forced it upon them. When the sliding door opened, she was greeted by the sight of Kirishima and Siro playing video games on the TV while aggressively pressing and turning the joysticks of the two black controllers, which already looks like about squashed by them. and Izumi's mouth opened wide as she looks at them in utter disbelief. It's only the early morning. How come they're already up and playing games? Weren't they slept at all? She sighed, letting them there and walked towards her favorite part of the building, the kitchen. She planned for some omelet or cereal. Not her favorite, but still in the top 10 spot in her list. However, when entering the kitchen, she wasn't the first one there. Her anger raised at the sight of the bastard at the sink gulping down the contents in his glass. He was wearing black PJs and was sweating and breathing and coughing while drinking water as if he saw a ghost or something. Maybe he did. A certain ghost he's now afraid of. Afraid to lose the owner of the ghost again. To wash away his guilty hands that can't be clean no matter how much he rubbed with the hope. The hope is long gone. It's only the suffering of the aftermath. Especially today is the day he'll have nightmares if he knows the date, and he already knows it and already had the nightmare. Now his old self is haunting him. That's his own fault. Guess the angry Pomeranian is having the worst of it. But he knows he cannot change the wrongdoings of his past self. Not like he changed slightest. He never will let go of that egoistic pride of his. Until he changes himself, the nightmares won't stop. I think you're not in the mood today, Kaken. She didn't hold back. Katsuki never did hold back his tongue before, then why should she hold herself back? Even though her heart is aching with all what's happening, she didn't care for it when dealing with this asshole. The boy flinched and dropped the grass, shattering it, and he jumped and faced her with wide, teary eyes. Serves right. Izumi seen Izuku gives the same reaction when Katsuki sneaked up on the broccoli-haired teen, and seeing his current state, a small big of satisfaction entered her heart. He deserves worse than this. She learned her lessons the day her little brother passed away, but now it's Katsuki's turn. What? You looks like you saw a ghost or something. Or you really did? Izumi asked coldly, no sign of sympathy for the boy. However, Bakugo didn't said anything, clearly shocked from all the startling. No, he's scared and cautious, and he looked so tired and he was exhausted both mentally and physically. Seeing this, Izumi concluded, today must have really triggered some emotion in him that he having the worst of the worst nightmares. Bakugo blinked and crouched down, picking up the broken glass pieces to avoid any conversation, and Izumi sighed. Now how you're feeling, Katsuki? Being in pain feels the same way you're feeling now. Afraid and wary of anything, and in the end you start to questioning yourself, Izumi said, and decided to make her breakfast. She ignored the teen and heard him sigh. I know you won't forgive my actions. I keep getting nightmares. I don't know what to do. From what I learned during these few months, I need your help. I just don't know how. He stopped, thinking it's pointless. You can't change what you did, and I won't forgive you so easily. But it's all up to you. Don't ask me how. But I already gone through pain and can say that all you had to do is be like less asshole. I know you can't change yourself completely, neither I asking you to. You just has to learn how to hold back and when to say the things you say. If you try to change yourself completely, then the end result is that you won't be you anymore. Go ask your mother's help. She understands you better than I do, Izumi said calmly. She hold back, that's all. She can't do the same mistake Bakugo did. She heard the footsteps leaving and thought she heard a small thank you. Bakugo never-ending pride won't let him say out loud some words that's good. That's more Bakugo-like. The girl gang already at the mall by the time they realized it, they are here. During some fun talk. They didn't cared about time, so yeah, they didn't even knew. The mall is a one that is a festival. Many small shops. Their owners, countless customers, and many more can be seen wherever you look. It's like, if one person leaves the mall, 100 more will come. That's how you can compare it to the crowds gathered around. Well, in reality, at the time of this year, in the mall they do many offers and discounts that draws the attention of anyone. After all, who wouldn't want to miss the offers? Clearly not Ashido and Toru. Both females gone wild like hounds out of the cage once in a century. They basically dragged every girls here and there and pick up random accessories and dresses they come across. During the span of 30 minutes, Mina somehow had visual on an ice cream parlor. Momo smiled wide and she did her part of dragging to one of the tables and ordered all of them some multi-flavored and big cup of ice cream. And seeing their enthusiasm, Izumi felt guilt that rising up in her heart. She could only wish them being this happy after they figure out the truth. She wants them happy, but all she could do is pray for God to don't let the truth affects them. She blamed herself for what's happening. If it wasn't for she told stories about Izuku, if she didn't have accidentally told Yura about Izu's birthday, if it wasn't for her hesitant to tell the truth, maybe this would have happened. They won't be upset when they got where they are going. It's all her fault. She told herself that and she believes it. But honestly, she couldn't tell the truth is in fear that going through the old memories may bring back her anxiety attack she dealt with after a week of his funeral. She could only think of it. Telling it to her friends and watching their pity or whatever reaction they give may set her into a panic attack. That's why she could only watch as the truth unfolded before them. Gladly the girls did not quite catch her mood swings except Yura, who gave Izumi a questioning look. Izumi just shrugged and smiled, which Yura bought. So Ami, what you think of the new vigilante? Mina butted in and others looked at Izumi, who blinked and held her calm composure. If she asked something stupid, they would know she wasn't paying attention. Why ask? Izumi questioned, taking a spoon of her ice cream that halfway emptied just like others. Mina already ordered another round, which was surprising. Momo had a wide smile on her face because they are happy with her small treat, which cannot consider as small. Well, we think whoever they are is quite strong, and what do you think? Well, they are dangerous enough that our school built dormitories for our safety. What do you think? Mina asked in her usual happy tone. Like I've seen you don't give much attention to the topic, Jiryu added, and Izumi looked at them wide-eyed. What she thinks of the vigilante? Why are they even talking about it even in the first place? Is there really even a vigilante? I don't know what to think about it, Izumi said. Other looked at her in disbelief. Of course there is. You didn't heard about the coast facility disaster that happened 2 days ago? Momo asked, shocked. What? Izumi asked, showing her confusion. Uraraka is the first one to realize something. Oh yeah, Ami, you were late to come to living room last night. Hira reminded everyone, and their face changed to that of a realization. I forgot, the girls said in their own unique way. What's that had to do with anything? Izumi asked. Well, there was this news, Mina said, typing and clicking on her phone and showing it to Izumi, who held it and saw it was a video. Watch it. You did miss quite something, Mina said, clicking the play button for Izumi. The clip was 2 minutes long with some shocking sights and reports. Izumi saw the censored burnt corpse, destroyed building, people who gone missing few months or so, and heard the report. Short interviews with the kidnapped people, and Izumi heard them say about the vigilante, and the video showed all the evidence of the said vigilante presence and how they saved them. The kidnapped people referred the vigilante as a he. Many said about the vigilante appearance. Black outfit, white hair and green eyes. They don't know his name or who or where he came from. They thought he was a hero and learned that he's a most wanted vigilante when police told them about it. Mina took her phone back and looked at Izumi. See, there is this vigilante exist. We couldn't believe it too, though, she said, and Izumi could only nod. She thought it was all fake. But the victims said they saw him. And it's true. Who knows? And I overheard Principal Nezu this morning when I was going to ask permission, Momo said, and other looked at her, making her blush in embarrassment. I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. I swear, she added frantically, moving her, flailing her arms. No, we're curious, Kiro. What you heard, Yao Momo? Toru asked. Her invisible lips can be seen due to ice cream covering it. And look, it must be something important, I presume. Mina butted in, and Jiryu supported the pink-skinned girl by nodding. Well, the conversation I heard weren't clear, however, but as far as I could hear them, Principal Nezu is one of the people investigating on the vigilante. Mr. Aizawa is also searching for the clues or find the man entirely. But they said something like, getting closer, or was hands reach, Momo said, and Sue nodded. They're unsuccessful finding out who's this vigilante is, right? Hiro, she put 2 and 2 together, the hint earning a nod from Momo. That sounds right, I guess. Maybe they are getting closer to finding out, Momo replied. I think they'll catch up to the man. You know Mr. Aizawa is the Eraserhead. Nothing escapes his eyes, I heard, Jiryu said, and others nodded. Izumi already forgot her worries. For few minutes, that is. She is a fire user too, and the vigilante is seemed to possess a fire-related quirk by the looks of the disaster. No, it's a massacre, a proper word that should use. Izumi deeply saw the damage done by the fire quirk of the vigilante, and she's now started to make an interest in the vigilante. She saw the destruction that no normal fire can do, and her own quirk can be rivaled with Bakugo, yet her and Bakugo quirk can't melt debris like wax. But how come some of the corpse aren't melted away if a thick concrete can be melted easily? They never won't know. After ice cream parlor, they went straight for the dresses and choose their likings, and Izumi chose all punk like her simple clothing, just like she wanted. Her favorite colors the dark green or all the darker scale colors, mainly black. She always a fan of black and don't know why. Well, it's not strange. People has their own choices of colors, and Izuku always loved green. The minute Izuku thoughts came into her brain, her eye widened and she remembered that her friends are about to see the truth. She was lost in the world of choosing some clothes. She forgot about the girls are about to see Izuku. However, she didn't forget today was his birthday. Izumi with a shopping bag checked out of the store, and Momo paid for their new belongings, and Izumi got an idea of her bank balance. It's so much that she can buy an entire mall on the spot. Benefit of having rich parents and ancestors. Izumi got out of the textiles and saw her friends gathered around one spot talking about something important, it seems, and they saw her, and in a second Izumi was surrounded by the girls. We found the store. It's best for what we came for, Momo said happily, pointing at all modern-looking building decorated with neon lights, and was big. What store? Izumi wondered as the girls almost dragged her to the building, and inside she saw a beautiful lady cashier who welcomed them, and Momo got close to the woman and asked something, and the woman pointed at stairs. What's going on? She aimlessly followed them, and when she and others got there, Heart skipped a beat to see and led board to the side of the stairs. It said gift section. Of course they're buying gifts today. For what you ask? Well, it's Izumi Midoriya little brother Izuku's birthday. But she told them don't buy anything. Well, basically she accidentally added, not now, in the end, so they must have planning to buy something while they're on shopping. Izumi blamed herself again. Can't she do anything right? What gift we should get? Mina and Juru said in unison. Whatever a boy our age loves. Toru chirped. Choose specifically. Momo said and Yura nodded agreeing. Izumi is in a trance now. She calmed her breath before it quickened. Can't have having a panic attack in such a situation. Guys, action figures, Mina suggested. Dresses or something. Momo said, making others sweat drop. We're gifting a boy, Momo. Ochako reminded the creation girl, who blushed in embarrassment. Guys, Izumi called again, but they were in their own world of thinking. Music instruments. Jiro wondered. Something cute. Toru, Kairat, and Tsu listened to them and saw Izumi was frozen solid as if battling her own inner demon. Izumi knows her brother. Ask her, Kiro. Tsu suggested, probably didn't have noticed something was wrong with Izumi. The girls got silent and looked at Izumi, who was staring at them and snapped out of her inner battles as they looked at her. Gifts aren't that meaningful here, so she have to come up with something else. Do your twin brother loves anything specific, Ami? Tell us. Yura questioned. They looked at her expectantly, obviously for an answer. Man, she can't just tell them not to buy anything. That's end up sounding rude. But then something white caught Izumi's eyes and she nodded at them. This gift is perfect for now. After all, that white something is Izuku always loved to see. He also gifted some of it on her birthdays too. Nothing specific. For now these would be perfect. He loves them, Izumi said, walking to a section full gardening stuffs and pointed at the white roses. White rose are Izuku's favorite flower. Now this is the only logical gift they could buy for him. Others looked at her and then to the flowers. You sure? Momo frowned. She was hoping to buy something huge that'll make the boy happy. Are roses enough? It's his birthday, right? Shouldn't we buy something more than just flowers? Jiro questioned. Izuku loved white roses. Always did. It's more than enough. So that's your brother name? Yura said. Just like Izumi. Izuku and Izumi, like twins. Mina said, thinking about it. Because they are. Yura said, and exchanged small talks in complimenting both names. Izumi tried to convince them, but they kept arguing until Momo said okay under one condition. And that condition is what they carrying as walking to where Izuku is. And the condition was they'll each gift a big bundle that twice the size of a bouquet on each girl hands to Izuku. Only Izumi knows her brother can't accept the gift open-handedly. They have to place them on top of him. As they were walking towards the place only Izumi knows, and they ran into a familiar face as they did so. Bakugo. All of them, including Izumi, shouted, seeing the boy, who already have his own set of small white rose bouquet in his right arm. The boy flinched and looked at them. He was wearing all black. A black jeans and shirt. It was normal him wearing all black, but didn't know the importance of it. So he remembers. Izumi thought, seeing white roses. Where are you going to? Mina asked, and Bakugo looks at Izumi, who was sad, and the girls were happy. Bakugo knew Izumi is going to visit Izuku, but didn't know the other girls too are coming. Seeing the girl happy look, Bakugo realized they aren't aware of anything. It's Izumi's decision, so he'll go with that. He's going to the same place. Izumi spoke and others looked at her. Bakugo didn't speak anything, which was weird. They noticed both Bakugo and Izumi looked upset. They shrugged off, thinking it was because of their history. Well, they had some history. Some unpleasant ones. Wow, come on. We shouldn't be more late. Your brother may be waiting for you, Izumi. But he got a big surprise coming. He's gonna have new friends today. Mina cheered and Izumi tried her hardest to hold back tears. He'd love to, but it's too late now. Throughout their walk, Bakugo and Izumi were both quiet and other girls tried to cheer them up. Izumi faked a smile and Bakugo did his signature scoff, without much annoyance in it, and the girls bought it. 2 minutes later, the group entered a church compound and the girls looked around confused. Maybe Izuku is praying or something. It's his birthday after all. Izumi could not face them and hung her head low as they looked at her. And then, like a twist in the big movie, rather entering through the big door, Bakugo and Izumi turned right and headed towards another small gate that leads to the graveyard. The girls thought Izuku may be paying respect for a lost family member, but they couldn't realize the truth and looked around for a boy around their age. There aren't none except for the tombstones of countless resting ones, and at distance they saw a chubby woman wearing dark dress and had the same white rose bouquet in her arms, with 2 couples holding the same flowers and wore the dark themed clothes, and they looked so much like Bakugo, especially the woman. They were facing a tombstone and the girls looked at each other, slightly worried to find no boy similar to their age, and they looked at Ami, who has her face behind her hair, and Bakugo was emotionless. And the truth unfolded as they got near the people, and the girls read the name carved on the marble tombstone. It read, Izuku Midoriya, a great son, brother and friend. Your pure soul may rest in peace. And just like that, the tears Izumi Midoriya was holding poured down her cheeks and she sobbed just like the way she did at the funeral. If you know Izumi since childhood, then this sight is enough to break you into tears. Like, she's one of the most toughest and bravest girl around, and watching her cry is tough to watch. Bakugo hung his head low. He doesn't deserve to cry, unless he make up for his mistakes. Not by changing his characteristics, by becoming the #1 hero that he promised to Izuku when they were small. He, Izumi and Izuku promised at the time they just met. And the white roses are special because they promised in middle of the hordes of them under the bridge. Uraraka was the first to read the tombstone. Izuku Midoriya, the little brother of Izumi. The same brother Izumi claimed to be the best brother in the world. The one who helped his big sister out when she didn't have a dream to live up to. The same little brother who hid all his sadness just to see his sister smile. The little brother who never hated his sister when she hurted him. The strongest quirkless boy who never gave up on his sister even after she given up on him. The little brother who brings smile to those he loved and smiled bright in the worst situations and gave his family hope, is not here with them anymore, leaving the loved ones behind who still isn't had enough of seeing the sun rivaling smile. They can't see him smile anymore. The angel is now fallen. The happiness and excitement faded away and Ochako stood there frozen. She wanted to see the best brother of Izumi Midoriya, wanted to speak and introduce herself, and wanted to see the smile Izumi once said is the best thing that could cure the depression. She planned a lot in her with the teary eyes. Izumi fell on her knees facing the girls. "I'm sorry, I should have told the truth," Izumi said between her sobs, making the girls tear up as well. Izuku's death was shocking and sad. At the same time, their best friend literally on her knees begging for forgiveness for some reason they don't understand. Now Uraraka knows why Izumi looked a bit sad speaking of her brother, why she was crying yesterday, and why she was hesitant to let them come with her to greet Izuku, and why she insisted on just buying flowers as gifts. It all made sense now. And now the girls are sadly looking down at their friend who mother helped onto her feet. The woman was also crying, as well as the Bakugo family. They really did lost someone dearest, someone that was a sunshine in the darkness and faded away, giving them everything he got. I should have told the truth. But before Izumi could finish, all the girls enveloped her into a warm hug. She was expecting them to do something else. "Please don't say it. After all, we forced you to let us come with you. We could understand," Uraraka said, and the other girls cooed and comforted their crying best friend. Izumi was thankful they understood her situation, and she glad she met them. She's so lucky. After that, everyone calmed down and paid their respect while eyes closed, praying for his soul and eternal peace. All of them was silent but less sad because of the memories of Izuku. After all, he never did anything to make them cry aside from his death, and all of them stood there watching the unmoving tombstone and the name on it. As they standing in silence, they heard metal clashing into the pavement as if its footsteps which getting closer and closer to them. The presence of whoever is provided a comforting warmth in them that their sadness lessen. Turning around, they save a figure covered in all black leather outfit with hood covering the person identity and green metallic spikes on his jacket, shoulders, and boots which has a metal underside that made the continuous sound as he walked towards them. They look at the figure up and down trying to figure out who man is, but neither of them knew who they was. The figure came to a stop at the head of Izuku tombstone and looked at it for a minute. "Excuse me, mister, but are you sure you don't come here by mistake?" Mitsuki questioned at the figure who glowing green eyes looked her. "I'm in the right place," he replied, and due to his sound was a bit heavy, they won't pinpoint it that quickly. "Who are you, mister? Do we know you?" Inko asked cautiously, even after feeling safe around the figure. The figure didn't reply and summoned something glowing green in his hand that was so beautiful. A white flower that looked outworldly by the hellfire, beautifully dancing around its nice smooth white texture. And the flower was so captivating that others stared at it in awe. The figure placed the flower on top of the tombstone, and then the entire marbled grave glowed a bright green, and others looked at it, cannot even speak a single word. The sight was elegant, and when the light died down, instead of a single fiery flower, there is a whole vine and many same white flowers without the fire, decorated the tombstone so beautifully, and the words engraved were visible, and the flowers are something unlike they saw before. Then without a word the figure walked away. "Wait, who are you? What you just do now?" Mina asked for everyone, and the figure stopped and looked at them over his shoulder and smiled even if they can't see it. "The flowers are an appreciation and a token of a reward to those who faced difficulties in their life held strong," the figure said. "You think he's great too?" Uraraka asked, amazed by how great of person Izuku was. The figure chuckled. "That's not my place to conclude. What matters now is how you think of him," the figure said, waking away, leaving them stand there. At least he gave himself the appreciation he never gave himself before. Ghost Rider appearance greatly affected Japan. In a good way. The criminal rate lessened 1.3% at the span of a week, which only All Might and Endeavor could do once. The rate isn't that great, but authorities call it a progression. However, during the said week, 3 local heroes died a gruesome death, and a pro hero who specializes in rescue missions also found in the same comatose state that few other villains were found. The police kept their voice and isn't ready to open up what's the real progression they achieved while investigating on the vigilante who murdering whoever crossing his path. That's how media claimed and lied to the citizen, saying nobody is safe from the vigilante. That's what media do. Spread false news of something that's quite simple or opposite of their claims. They are furious, of course, because police don't providing their needed story. So why not create some story? After all, people believes things what they see, even if it's fake. Media wants them to gossip and spread the fake news to provoke the government. So the police finally open their mouth. The criminal world are now well hidden, knowing the killer won't hesitate to murder them when run into each other. The impressive part is, only the innocents who the vigilante saved saw him, and also the dead people as well. What the point of counting them? As the bad guys, considering some careful approach, hid themselves until the right moment to roam around freely. Many even started to rely on the higher gangs with some great manpower, and some even got caught due to they were so focused on finding a hiding place that they never keep an eye on their surroundings. Eraserhead, Hawks, Midnight, Death Arms, Endeavor, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, these are the ones who mainly capturing unprepared villains, and they are also assigned to track down the vigilante they believe is in arm's reach. However, they are unsuccessful so far. All they could find was the ashes, comatose bodies, bike tire tracks, and sometimes melt pavements with footsteps. The vigilante is faster than they thought. The interrogation with the survivors said the vigilante commonly had his face hidden under a black hoodie. They also said that the figure always summons some green fire in his hands and also uses chains. While the heroes are in search, some of the villains are furious because their plans are almost ruined. At the darkest part of the city, at a small bar that looks no suspicious, a man grunted in frustration while scratching his neck with the left hand, and the remote he held in the other hand disintegrated without any delay, and he used that hand to scratch his neck too. He's sitting on a stool at a counter, and the room was dim and can say the bar looks a bit fancy with the long counter and a shelf full of alcohols, and at the counter was a man covered in dark mist, wearing casual outfit, and his yellow mist-like eyes looked at the man as he cleaned a wine glass really slowly. The man who destroyed the remote is a teenager with a greasy pale blue hair that was messily hanging to his forehead. His skin is enough to tell that the man has a sickly body, and his lips and skin was as dry as a desert. His eyes were bloodshot and red, but the strange part is, the man is covered in many fake hands all around his torso, hands, and face. He aggressively looks up at the TV and grumbled, "Hey, that freak took my spotlight. That nobody," he screeched as he watched the news of the vigilante. "𝗵𝗲𝗄 Shigaraki, I don't know what are you talking about," the blue mist man said, and Shigaraki scratched his neck really harshly, still looking at the TV wide-eyed. "Hirajiri, I worked hard all this time to build up a group that supposedly gain attention. Some low-level had already stole my spotlight. I'm getting angry," Shigaraki said, "but we hadn't debuted yet. Our plan will bring you the spotlight," Hirajiri comforted. The villains we gathered has a problem with that freak. I don't like losing some henchmen we gathered slowly since a month. If this is as threatening as it sounds, secure a base where they can stay or something," Shigaraki said like he's crazy, but Kurajiri nodded. "Master will provide a hiding spot. I'll arrange it then," Kurajiri said, and Shigaraki looked at him and said, "We should ask for Master assistance. He told me about a big project with the bodies he said us to collect." Shigaraki said, "We can go to Master if you wish," Kurajiri offered. "Open the portal, I should meet him in person." The class started late that day. Izumi and the girls were silent the whole time. Since last day, the girls decided to give Izumi some time to get adjusted to her awkward mental position. The girls felt bad they kinda pushed Izumi to say yes to take them to Izuku. They felt bad when Izumi looked at them apologetically and guiltily. She might have thought that they'll hate her for not telling the truth, because they knows that losing the loved ones and then talking about them is so hard for them, and they told her she was right. They heard Izumi's mother say she may have a panic attack if she's feeling something so emotionally painful things, especially when talking about Izuku. The class was chit-chatting, and they didn't even realize that a yellow caterpillar slithering into the classroom that only the girls noticed. They sweat dropped seeing the caterpillar. "Quiet down already. I'm tired." Mr. Aizawa wiggled out the sleeping bag. "Silence everyone. Girls are the only one noticed me. If you become a hero, this act will end up horribly," Aizawa said, and the students nodded. The girls noticed that their sensei is having a negative effect doing all the hero works on top his vigilante investigation. The girls finally realized why their sensei looks worse by every day. "I got two things to tell you. After that you'll do the activity," Aizawa started, and the boys started to talk to one another of what their teacher is planning for them. Aizawa activated his quirk, and the students immediately shut up. Izumi should be lying if she said the man is not intimidating at all. Sure, he's dangerous. She heard a lot about Eraserhead when Izuku bickered about strategies and whatever he sees about a hero. The analyzing teen always a fan of Eraserhead, too. Well, he loved every single heroes. That was him. "Don't speak until I say you can." Now, first one is an important announcement. Due to the special class cancelled, we'll have another class, rescue practice and the basics. So we are going to USJ. Aizawa said, glaring at them tiredly so they won't start talking again. Before you ask what USJ is, USJ stands for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, a facility that has many terrains with different disaster, and you are gonna do rescue training, so you could understand the importance or the basics of being a hero. Rest is explained when we got there. It's in 2 days, be prepared, Aizawa added, and the students started to discuss about things again. What is the second activity, sir? Momo asked, raising her hand. Aizawa sighed. Choose yourselves a class representative, Aizawa said, crawling back in his sleeping bag. Do whatever, I want the result by the end of the period. Now shut up and don't make me shout again. With that he fell asleep. Everyone's sweat dropped again. How is someone can fall asleep that fast? Probably only their sensei. Everybody raised their hands when Momo asked who want to be the class rep. Silence. We should vote for who the class representative is, and the winner is gonna be the one with many votes, Ida suggested awkwardly, moving his arms like a robot. What if you vote for yourself? Kaminari questions, and Ida stood up straight again. That's why self-votes are prohibited. Now start, we can't waste our time, he said, spanking the air. By the end of the period, Momo and Ida chose as vice rep and rep. Momo, being vice representative, thanked everyone, and Ida beat the air again. Nice, now go for the lunch. I'm leaving. Aizawa grumbled, literally rolling out of the room in his sleeping bag. Now within 2 days, they're gonna learn more about being a hero. Izuku will be proud, Izumi thought, standing up, and before she could move, 2 pairs of hands enveloped her in a small hug. Izumi was stunned but smiled at Ochako. Hey, what's wrong? Izumi asked, even after knowing what's going on with her. Ami, I'm so sorry if I ever hurt you by the name of your brother. I thought I could make more friends. I pushed you, and I'm the reason you let us come with you. I shouldn't have done that. Yura apologized, sounding really hurt by her own actions. Hey, don't say that. I was at fault because I didn't tell you guys anything sooner. I'm sorry. Please don't blame yourself, okay? Izumi said, returning the hug that other girls joined. They are really the best. I should do the honors of a good harem. Mind to who was there eyeing their body. Sue whacked him upside down his head with her tongue. Pervert. Toru pouted at the perv who was still eyeing them. He a shameless bastard indeed. Shigaraki came out of the portal to a dark lab with many computers, capsules, wires, and big glass tubes. Inside the glass tubes were this strange pink liquid and many bodies of people in it. Shigaraki heard about his master project but didn't know what is it. But seeing the dead bodies in the tubes, Shigaraki was sure Master has plans for them. Talking about Master. There was a man in front of a computer monitor while many life-supporting equipments are connected to his body. The man was tall even after sitting down, and his facials are the main attraction. He only have a mouth on his face. Upside of his head is a big scar that is covering his half of the head. No eyes and nose, just mouth. He wore black suit and shoes. He has a smirk on his face that screamed dominance. His build is just like All Might. Well, isn't it my dear successor? The man said, smiling at Tamura. Master. Shigaraki bowed slightly, earning a chuckle from the man. So, I must say, you did arrange all those thugs to kill All Might, the man said, and Shigaraki sighed. Yes, half of them are cowards, afraid of some bastard show up in thin air. They keeping asking for best hiding spot to avoid detection. Shigaraki said, I heard the news too, but focus on your goal, to kill the #1 hero. Give more priority to kill him, and I'll give you a present that can help you to infiltrate USJ. USJ? Shigaraki asked. Well, I am sure you don't have a clue what's going on with All Might. One of our men informed us that he's a teacher now. That information surprised Shigaraki. The #1 is a school teacher and also a hero at same time. That's unexpected to say the least. And I heard that All Might will be at USJ, a training center with his bellowed students. Kill whoever that hurts his pride. Live up to your dreams, my successor, the big man said. But I heavily doubt some whimpering low levels could beat All Might. I now think those thugs are really just waste of time. Shigaraki said, that's where your present comes in. The man laughed, earning a confused glare from Shigaraki. The man stood up from his seat shakily and slowly walked towards them. The man then pointed at the corpse in the glass tube, and Shigaraki saw their brains are exposed. These are our test subjects, and we have 2 of the strongest ones here. Abe, a former underground hero. The man pointed at a pale man. And Wildlander, a mercenary who most wanted. What about them? Shigaraki asked, eyeing the 2 dead bodies. Well, my current project is called Project Namu, where I erase all the consciousness from a body and merge them with many quirks and transform them into a mindless asset. I simply call them Namu, the man explained. During the development of the project, many vessels proven to me unmatched to wield the heavy and powerful quirks. That's the reason they'll take a lot of time to be finished. But there is one I have, fully under control. Is it the gift you talked about? Shigaraki asked, and the man nodded. Yes, the strength I poured into the creation is rivaled All Might's strength. I knew you need a hand, and the 𝗵𝗲 is ready for work under every command you throw at it way. By now the abandoned factory besides your new base is the exact same place the 𝗵𝗲s are created. I warp them in and out of the base when time comes, the man said, and Shigaraki has this wicked smile that returned by the man. Now it's All Might end. But this freak of vigilante nobody. He just stealing all the spotlights. I will crush whoever he is, master, Shigaraki said, psychotic venom dripping from each words. Everything for you, 𝗵𝗲. Even the payback if you want so bad. You'll capture him, but do not waste the perfect opportunity to end the society hope. Let's kill All Might. Hello, ma'am. As you know, I'm a detective, 𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗵𝗲. I'll be the one asking you a few questions. Will you answer them truthfully? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked, sitting next to a hospital bed with a woman laying on it. I will, sir, the lady said. She was a young woman around 30 and she had both brown hair and eyes. She has a stab wound on her stomach which wasn't fatal luckily. Then Eraserhead and Midnight along with Present Mike entered the room and greeted the woman. Shall we begin? But before we start, tell a lie. I mean I have a lie detection quirk, he said, and the woman nodded. I don't want to see my daughter soon, the woman said. Okay, that's a lie, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, smiling, which reflects on the woman's face. Okay, let's begin with your name. Is your name Masako Nakamura? Yes, I am Masako, the woman politely said. Truth. Now get into some main topic. Who attacked you first? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. Because all they found were bunch of ashes. I'm a daughter of a veteran. Father has many enemies because of he never approved people transporting drugs. He helped police to arrest many. As his daughter, 2 strangers approached me when I was going to groceries. Probably someone with a grudge against my father. One of them used some quirk that made me unable to move, and the other one stabbed me with his knife-like nails. The woman responded. Truth, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, and looked at the 3 heroes, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turned to look at the woman. You know these heroes, right? The woman nodded. Yes, I do know them. Eraserhead, Midnight, and Present Mike. They are great heroes. The woman acknowledged the 3 with warm smile. After all, she's great sergeant daughter. No wonder she's well-mannered. The 3 heroes gave her a smile except for Aizawa, who just nodded at the woman. So, we all are investigating on the vigilante who came to the scene where you were when they attacked you, if I got that correct. But we have evidence that the vigilante was there, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. Oh, so that person was the vigilante on the news? She asked, more to herself. Yes, that's the same vigilante. So can I ask you why was they there? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked, and the woman looked at them. He saved me. I'm sure before I passed out, the person laid me on a structure at this hospital. I don't know how the man take me here so quick. All I know, the man saved me and killed the 2 attackers, the woman said. The heroes perked up at that point. So, the vigilante actually saves and kills people at the same time. Just like many other cases, villains never lives but the victim survives. Midnight exclaims. Yes, that's correct, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, turned to face the woman. Can you describe his appearance even though we got a clue and how he kills people? Your answer will help us a lot, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked, and the woman nodded. The man appeared on a bike. He was in all black, but when he walks, you can hear metal clashing as if his boots are made of steel. They wield green fire quirk, but the man can also summon chains or weapons in thin air. The woman started and the heroes looked at each other. Multiple quirks. The way the man killed them was a bit strange though. The woman started attracting the hero attention. They really wanted to know the secret behind his killing methods. Please continue. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 encourages the woman, who wasn't traumatized or anything. The man wrapped one of them with his fire-covered chains and the attacker body turned into ashes. The woman said, making everyone go wide. Wait, just that all took to turn the body into ashes? Midnight asked for others and the woman nodded. But the strange part is, the man can kill with just only looking. The woman added. The heroes are speechless. What kind of threat are they going against? What you mean? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. Well, when the man looked at the attacker started to scream, like he was in an intense pain. While screaming, he was like begging or crying, and I heard him also cry like I did when they stabbed me. I told them to don't do this, and the attacker screamed exact same words. Then the man killed him the same way he killed the other attacker, but this time with his hands. No chain. The woman finished, and the heroes cannot believe it. They never heard something like this happening. They're thinking it's all a lie and looked at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to hear him say truth or false. Truth. Now they are up against someone that beyond their level. That's great. The new morning was eerie and cold. The clouds are getting darker and the rain showers slowly gaining the momentum to pour down. As it's a warning, no birds flying around the horizon. Due to the cold atmosphere, citizens prefer to stay in their homes sleeping in their bed. However, not every individual thinking the same way. With that being said, finally the dark clouds let their wrath upon earth by finally letting the rain pour with all power, and a powerful wave of wind accompanied the heavy rain. Trees swayed, and there no wonder if many birds having a rough time keeping their nests safe. The normal people will wonder all that, right? Yes, they will. Only normal people. What criminals think are different. Mainly they think how to let blood flow with rain and how to replicate a storm's destruction. For them, those are normal. They love red waterfall better than the colorless ones. That's their essence of satisfaction. At the church surrounded by muddy swamp-like yard, through one of the windows heavy wind burst through with the heavy rain into the dark interior of the hall. The cold breeze soon followed, filling the room and sending goosebumps all over, the boy asleep on the concrete throne. However, as long as he's the rider, no cold wind is capable of disturbing his peace. Nothing can, almost, only sinners could. The two eyes snapped open, glowing bright green, illuminating under the darkness in there. No cold wind woke him up, nor the rain. Sinners did. He saw many, gathered up in one place, laughing, joking, arguing, forgetting all the worries of what's going on outside. They committed the worst crimes that yet to be punished. Their arrogance indicating their power over the laws, because they have money. Their ignorance indicating they aren't slightly cautious of the outside world, relying on brute force. Their sins are peaking over the most, as well as the numbers of them, probably hundreds of them. But they do have one thing in common. They are stained by the blood of the innocents. They are stained with the curses of the poor unfortunate souls that yet to be have justice. If the heroes can't bring the justice, Ghost Rider will. Ghost Rider can hear them cry. Now it's the sinner turn to cry. Not far from the church, Izuku sensed the overwhelming surge of negativity belongs to the said 100 or less people gathered around. Izuku can feel the souls of innocence those monsters robbed their life from. He could see the haunting scenes of the mass murders they committed, and that was why the vengeance is now inevitable. Getting up to his feet, forgetting or simply shaking off the groggy mindset that of a sleepy man, Izuku stomped to the big door and threw it open to expose his leather-covered form to the bone-chilling cold and the rain and the weird smell that's oddly not bad. That's coming from the muddy swamp. Outside, his Hellcycle, sensing his master's urgency, already was parked at the very entrance to provide a quick access, and Izuku closed the big wooden door with a bang before straddling his bike, which automatically started its engine. With a fast pace, Izuku rode his bike through the mud with no effort and made it to the road and turned to the way that leads to the sinners. Many of them, but soon, that many of them becomes non-existent. That's a guarantee. The city was quieter than a normal average day. Probably, the Sundays must have affects how much noise can be made in a city. The citizens are sure as curled up in their comfy bed or having a chill day in an already chilling day. That's what Aizawa was thinking. The underground hero has this pissed-off expression that clearly say, being stuck here on mission where you end up hiding under a shade to avoid the heavy rain and there's no coffee to rely on. These times are the toughest for the underground hero. Times that he feels so weak and upset because nothing is going how he wants them to go. Coffee, sleep. Those two thoughts was rolling in his head, leaving with an annoying headache. What's with that look, Eraser? Midnight, who was calm and collected, waiting for possible clue of anything. Criminal act, villain rampage, or even the vigilante they are assigned to look for. So far with all what's going on, Midnight, Eraserhead, and Present Mike are acting as a team in order to secure or cover more ground when time comes. If that even comes. Shota can be grumpy if he misses his coffee machine. He loves them more than his dearie, Present Mike said playfully, earning a huff from Eraserhead. Without his coffee, he give away his emotions without thinking. That's how addicted he is to a cup of coffee. Well, he prefer a single cup and many shots. That big ol' Eraser, huh? Midnight chuckled, seeing both her best friends exchanging some small talks and jokes. They were waiting at a rooftop so they could hear or see what's going on below, and since they are trapped in the rain, it's like with a stone and two birds at one shot. Both things happening smoothly. Well, if you cut the freezing cold. Midnight, always blame her cloth of choosing sometimes, but in the end, she's to blame, right? And the three heroes were having a chill time for a few more minutes. But then they heard an echoing heavy sound of a bike that seemingly speeding close to the building they were in. The sound was abnormally loud and weird. They never heard that type of a sound of a bike. The three heroes gave each other a questioning look and walked out of the shade and looked over the railings of the building towards the road. The rain started to drench their bodies, but they tried to forget it for now. As far as they could see the ground below, they didn't miss an approaching green light and a shadowed figure on top. Due to being many meters away, the heroes didn't quite catch what's going on with the green light. But when it came closer, they get the idea is that something is the bike sound they decided to look at. The heroes stared at the speeding bike and soon realization hit them like a train. The green light actually is a scorching emerald fire that enveloped the one's black good tire, and the bike itself seems like it gone through worse than the tires since it looked all burnt and cannot tell what color it previously flashed when it was fine and well. But what take them by surprise is the figure riding the light two-wheeler. The person doesn't look like panicking or simply say, is unaffected by the fire. Well, that didn't quite surprise them like the one good detail about the rider. They saw him had his hood up, probably to not get drenched or something. And instead of a glimpse of a human face, the three heroes only saw the green fire coming out of the figure hoodie. A fire transformation quirk. Midnight wondered out loud. A fire quirk, that's for sure. Mike concluded even though it was obvious. While the two arguing, the biker rushed past the building they are in and turned a corner a bit far from them. While that all happened, Aizawa, the more reasonable wise one, was contemplating something. Green fire, bike, a person who seems to emit same quirk on their head. The green fire part lunged in his head the more than the other two. Putting two and two together, Aizawa realized the explosion had the same green fire they saw just now. Tsukachi said, the possibility is the vigilante who came out of the fire pillar. Judging by that, they just let their assigned vigilante slip away before even know it. Chase him, Aizawa shouted, jumping off the roof using his capture weapon. The other two was stunned and confused. Wait, Eraser. Hey, Midnight called out and followed Eraserhead using her whips, and present Mike relied on his voice quirk by facing down and yell at the building, and the base was powerful enough to let him move across each buildings and little bit losing both his fellow hero and husband. They already was a bit ahead of Mike by few meters gap. However, he maintained his balance and concentration steady. Eraserhead was on lead, knowing exactly where to go next, because the burning bike led a black few centimeter deep tire line on the road that basically leading them to the biker. Eraserhead already wore his goggles. If the figure is planning a sneak attack or lure them into a trap, he'll be ready. Prepare or be sorry. That's what his whole career experience taught him. He carefully inspected the correct coordination, as well as his surroundings, and also keeping his eye on his teammates. Both of them are few feet away from their cat-like friend, who was moving flawlessly without much effort. Eraser, wait. Tell us what happened, or where are we going? Midnight shouted from behind, trying her best to keep her breath calm so her lung won't burn. Yeah, what? Mike screamed, accidentally activating his quirk for no other reason. That green fire. Think about it, who that belongs to, Eraserhead shouted back. Midnight was the first to realize that, and followed by Mike, and both had their eye wide. They didn't even realize it, which was shameful, due to how easily one can pinpoint the two similarities of both the vigilante and green fire. They even witnessed the green fire pillar, though Midnight could only mumble. As their path progressing, Aizawa was the first to realize that the vigilante was headed to the abandoned area of the city, and in a hurry that he started to wonder why. Probably for the killings. Eventually they reached the ghost city, and finally they saw, at the far distance, a green light outside an abandoned big storage unit. And looking closely at the light, Eraserhead saw only the burning bike. Soon Midnight and Mike was by his side, looking at the same spot where Eraserhead was looking at. Finally, Midnight breathed a sigh of relief. Running a mile isn't as pleasant of an experience like when you sit back and watch someone else run their ass off. And Mike is coughing mess, overusing his quirk and all. Just Aizawa was the only one that looked at least maintaining his composure. Don't take calm breath yet. I am thinking of confronting him. You two have to come with me. Eraserhead straight up ordered, and moving forward with a seemingly good plan. After all, his quirk can nullify another, right? Then they have Midnight with her sleeping gas scent, or Mike with a stunning sound. What could possibly go wrong? As the rain raging outside of their new hiding base, the villain were having a great time. Few of them are snoring peacefully, while the rest doing whatever they do on free time. They are all having their good time, and many of them formed alliance that may useful in future, and little did they know, there's no future. If they see another morning, thank the miracle that helped them, since they cut between a hiding place and outside world. They didn't know of the possibility of heroes or some random locals finding them. They was promised to be safe here, out of all the civilization. In the ghost city, nobody except their new boss knew of the exact location of their whereabouts. After all, the man himself came out through a dark purple misty portable and delivered their mission info and necessities last night, and even gave God-forsaken for long speech of his hollow ideals that the villain didn't care much. They only had their eyes on the money they'll get. Simple life. Follow the man and get their paycheck, only to scoot before they even know it. Every single one present here had those traitorous aura that can come as a real threat if no one beforehand sense it. After all, they all had somewhat same mindset, and because of that, it's sometimes hard to trick one, or sometimes it's easier. They sat around the floor on top of some rug they were provided, and they sat there dreaming of the possible things they could do with the money they are about to receive. However, outside they heard a loud sound, and it stopped immediately as it came. What's that? Few of the guys questioned in unison, while some didn't even pay attention. Who gives a damn? One of them replied, sounding bored. It's nothing. Shut up. Came various comments with different attitudes and accents. As they were bickering, the big two-sliding door leads to the storage unit busted open, with the doors bending to inside due to the heavy impact put on it. The criminals flinched out of instincts, and some stared wide-eyed at the entrance. What the hell? One with 4 arms yelled, looking at the entrance. Like, what was he expecting to find? Wasn't the what he got to see. They even expected a hero bursting through the doors, but they saw a full black covered figure who hiding behind the hoodie, and even have flames coming out of it. Black smoke came out of both fire and the figure. They aren't sure who or why the person is here for. Is that guy with us? Someone along their team spoke. You think that dim-witted jerk has to bust in our base if he was one of us? Another one scolded. I met Psycho around more than edgy than that. Another said, the Ghost Rider isn't here to play, but they have no idea. Only villains knew this place, and seeing someone barge in the secretive place made them think if they are accompanied by another fellow criminal. But they felt this threatening aura around the hooded man and kept their distance until they got the confirmation. Either they are dealing with some violent wannabe villain or a new hero in town who's here by mistake or to show off. They are almost 100, and they were possessed with the overconfidence that comes with a high number. A single hero is a bug compared to them. However, Ghost Rider is no hero, at least not the one they are used to. Ghost Rider slowly observed the less threatened foes, and he focused on what the souls of their victims has to say. They only saying one thing: vengeance. That was Go sign, which Ghost Rider gladly took. By moving forward in a slow phase, black smoke immediately increases in quantity, and the green flames coming from his hoodie burnt brighter. The heavy metal click of his boots melted the concrete as he moved forward, lessening their distance slowly. Hey, calm down you. Say you're our man and we'll go slowly on ya. The short villain with gun barrel-like fingers sneers, sensing a possible action coming. They all scoffed at the burning figure and leave it to their short friend. But the figure never stopped his slow walk, and they looked at each other and smirked. Hey, 𝐔𝐬𝐻EAD. Don't end the freak so soon. My knuckles are thriving to destroy another pretty face. One of the big men shouted, amused by how stupid the newcomer really is. Really, a single-minded nobody presenting his sorry ass to the big fishes of the vast sea of the villainy. Some stupid could only think of that. Yeah, whatever. The gun quirk user chuckled, while they gave this stupid a chance. Hey you, better brace yourself. You lost the one good chance to get out of here. The gun quirk man said, laughing, and ran straight at the Ghost Rider, activating his quirk. He aimed for Ghost Rider's knees so he won't kill the figure so easily. The Ghost Rider only did one thing, and that is just walking slowly at the big group, not even dodging the bullets when had the chance. The man fired, and the bullets connected with the target, but the bullets usually cripples an individuals by the bullets ripping through the skin and shatter the bones and render them useless. The bullets even could rip apart the target limbs if aimed correctly, which the villain did. Correctly aimed for the knees to separate them from the figure body. The villain himself, or simply say the villain, all expected soothing melody of the figure scream, beautiful red blood and flower like red scattered flesh and bones. But what they saw had their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The powerful hero taming bullets that can pierce through thick blocks hit the knees of the man, threateningly moving forward. And not only they couldn't see blood or gore, but they could only see the bullets didn't do anything. The bullets could only hold the leather pants that in a second reformed their normal state, leaving no evidence of a bullet hole. The rushing villain halted, skidding, really shocked that someone who they thought to be a weakling didn't even seem to be affected by the attack. Not even a scratch. That is beyond of what they could believe. The villain, sadly though, halted just in front of the rider, who calmly raised his gloved hand and grabbed the stunned villain by his neck and effortlessly lifting him in the air. The rest of the villains were slightly got confused as to what to do. They wasn't even prepared to deal with such a scenario. They were wrong to think that the Ghost Rider is weak enough to dealt with some bullets. How? The villain chalked out some words and could feel the heat slowly building on the palm of the gloved palm of the rider. He was now scared and kicked his legs in a weak attempt to free himself from the iron grip that is slowly taking his life out. That was useless though. The man had another idea and shakily bring his pointed gun fingers straight at the presumably exist head in the fire-covered hoodie. He fired then, taking all his efforts and firing down countless of bullets that can hole an entire bus, and eventually his bones started to crack due to the drawbacks, and his attack died down with him screaming in pain because of his hand bones cracking slowly. But when he focused on the damage he made, the horror that left him long ago creeped back, and he couldn't scream anymore, and the fear soon was evident on his face. The Ghost Rider stood unharmed, and the other villains started to panic while moving to their attack stance, ready to face the fiery figure. Ghost Rider could not tolerate the cries of the poor soul and summoned the spike fire chain on his same palm. He was gabbing the villain. Ghost Rider driven the spiky fire chains through the villain's throat to inside his body, and bind his body from both inside and outside, then ripped the whole body apart, turning them into ashes before they fell to the ground. The group had their eyes widen in horror for two different reasons. First, obviously how their comrade died a brutal and fast way, and second, they saw the black ashes, the same ashes the hunter of the villains always leaves behind. The ashes that belongs to the vigilante the criminal world was trying to hide from. Now seeing the same black ashes, they realized this fire-quirked man is the vigilante they were hiding from. And he found them already. From the darkest part the whole Japan that nobody ventures, and very quickly and easily. Even they lost their tracks multiple times the way here. And the vigilante they are hiding from, and the devil himself finally knocking on the door within 10 hours of their stay. Their boss lied for sure. The villains, however, cannot bear the courage to face this killing machine they call vigilante. One of their powerful comrade couldn't even hurt the vigilante with his long-range attacks. But the higher-class murderers amongst the group refused to back down. They have their own demons to deal with. The demons called pride. They did too much to gain the title they are feared for by the thousands of citizens, and they could not back away like cowards even their guts told them to. Their name will be just a joke if they cower away. Even though they afraid of death and leaving behind their great life, they moved forward with an angry expression they could hardly even muster. You come here and stupidly attacking one of us. You think you can leave that easily? Tough shit. One of the big men with blade elbows screeches, darting straight at the Ghost Rider, who barely even looking at them, and that hurt the man's pride the more. Yeah, fire freak, we'll make a good example out of you. So even 𝗲𝗋 had his knees shaking. Another man with a mutation quirk that let him turn into a half-hound joined the big blade elbow man. And that act alone encouraged couple more villains who has some good flashy quirks, and one of them looked like a crab attached to his head and has pincers for arms. Ghost Rider, however, didn't look bothered and looked at the blades of the big man about to strike his face. The big man did respect it and was aware of his strength to the point. His confidence was high and he was prepared for the sight of the vigilante send flying to the stars. He can feel a glimpse of his trademark arrogance replacing his new-formed insecurities and fear. A smirk formed on his face as he shot a full powdered elbow blade strike. Nothing can withstand his power. He was that confidence. But when that confidence fails, he is in the unknown territory. He never felt that, and never will. He thought that way, to say the least. The strike was fast, powerful, and devastating that an average hero won't survive. But Ghost Rider ain't no mortal. He died long ago. He's the real one that's unstoppable here. The strike was simply just caught by right-gloved hand as if catching a feather, and at the contact, a semi-big shockwave formed in the middle of the two. The confident smirk fell, and the said insecurities of the unknown territory he secretly afraid of surfaced as he saw his powerful attack blocked by the vigilante. His face fell to the point. His once arrogant shining eyes turned more of the one filled with terror. The villains following the big man who led them to attack the vigilante stopped 10 feet away and masking the looks of pure terror on their face. Ghost Rider motioned his other hand the way of the little group of followers, and the spiked fire chains charged at them in a flash, and before anyone knew it, they got wrapped tightly together by it, and the lava-hot chains soon slithered all over their bodies like a dangerous snake. Their flesh got striped from their body as spike chains digging into their fragile muscles and moved to random directions, and the torn-apart flesh crumbles into dust while the villains screamed in pure agony. The worst pain they never thought possible. But only Ghost Rider knew. The hell is a million times more agonizing than this. The big man started to sweat and tremble as he didn't even look at his allies, but only could hear their cries. By just listening to it, he felt the agony they are going through. His confidence crumbled down as well as his hope, and in him, there was only fear he never felt before. This vigilante is beyond his expectations, and he even regret charging at the figure without even thinking, and flinched as he heard the last cries of his fellow villain before they turned into ashes. The big man shakily looked at the green fiery face of this, whoever this vigilante is. And it's gonna be a lie if the man said he didn't saw hell in those green flames. Ghost Rider punched the man's chest, which couldn't handle the force, and the leather-gloved fists melted through the big man's heart and reaching the opposite side, instantly killing the big man. When Rider pulled his arm back on the man's chest, there was a crumbling hole that can be seen through the other side, and he let the man drop down and stared at the corpse for a bit. The others were frozen on the spot, afraid of to even move muscle. They fearfully watched the Ghost Rider towering over the most violent, strong, and aggressive comrade, who couldn't even last more than a minute against the villain hunter. But they didn't know. The Ghost Rider is actually the hunter of sinners, everyone treated equally in the hell, whether it's villain or hero. They looked at each other, and one of them shakily pulled out their phone and dialed a few times and placed it back on his pocket. Soon the calm-looking Rider, who was staring at the dead body in front of him, quickly snapped his head to look at the villain's way, making them jump in fright, creepily turning his head sideways. Ghost Rider summoned his nightmarish scythe on his left arm and recalling the spiky fire chains to his right. The second the chains was in his hands, the edge of the chain transformed to a mini scythe blades, and he stood still facing the villain. But before they even could think why their attacker moving, the Rider was in front of the group so fast and grabbed almost 6 or 7 villains with the spike chain, which killed one immediately due to struck by the fire blade on its edge, and the Rider swiftly strike other few with his scythe, making them just ashes, and tugged at the chain and tearing apart the villains that wrapped by it, killing them as well. The remaining group ran to the further end of the storage, while some used their quirks on the Rider only to get slaughtered almost immediately, and the few running behind the group got killed, and some who got struck by the spike chain. A group consists of almost 50 villains got ahead of the other 20 or so people, and the said 20 people group suddenly got stopped by a green fire wall in front of them and then all around them, caging their helpless body between the scorching beautiful flames. "Use your quirk, damn it," one of them cried, a fish mutant who was already gasping and was feeling extremely dehydrated. The fishmen shot loads of water which did nothing but power up the flames. Ghost Rider got closer to the fire trap and the villains started to even beg for mercy. But the only reply of the rider gave was the firebox shrinking around them, killing the one who touched it and crumbled away. And the other group looked at the burning villains in horror, and some of them even started to cry. All they could is to wait for two things. One is a purple mist portal, while the second is death. Waiting for death is the most unexplainable feeling that they are feeling now. Their heart almost stopped when the firebox vanished, leaving some milk corpses or the black ash remains. Ghost Rider was now face-to-face villains, and that's when the portal they were waiting for, like what felt like eons, and their leader Shigaraki, who was unknown to what's happening, stepped out of the portal, and soon the villains rushed towards the portal to immediately get away from the rider. Shigaraki almost got through sideways. "Oi, oi, what the hell?" he shouted, but neither of the villains said anything other than to curse and fall in an attempt to go first. Shigaraki was confused, but then he saw something coming and grabbing few of the villains and incinerating them in the process. Shigaraki's eye widened and looked at the hooded rider who continuously killed of the people he collected during few months in order to do the 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 project. But then he saw the black ashes on the floor, which he recognized as the vigilante leaves behind every crime scene, the man who stole his spotlight. But then he saw how easily and fast the vigilante killing off his men. "You," Shigaraki spat, pointing at the rider who doesn't give a damn who he is, and swings the fire scythe that cut off the pointed right hand of Shigaraki, who was confused at first of what happened, but seeing his clean-cut hand, Shigaraki screamed in pain and saw the scythe was coming at him again, but soon a portal appeared under Shigaraki, causing him to fall in it in nick of time. A millisecond late, Shigaraki is now a bunch of ashes by now. The villains almost everyone evacuated, but due to the rider closing distance to the portal, Kurogiri warped himself and the ones who were already inside and escaped the scene, only leaving 3 of the villains behind, who cried and begged to come back. Rider grabbed 2 that close to him with the chains, killing them in a second. Now only 1 left. "Please, I'll give you anything. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything," the villain desperately croaked out. But the rider didn't say anything and aimed at the man and swung his scythe again. But before the man could die, 2 tape-like things came and dragged the villain out of the way. "Stop now. We're here to arrest you," the voice yelled from behind, and Rider reverted back to his mortal form and turned around chuckling. "Underground hero Eraserhead, or 𝐬𝐻𝐢𝐵 𝐺𝐻𝑚𝐻, Izuku said, making the 3 heroes stood stunned, and the villain is wrapped in with the capture weapon. "Who are you? Why are you murdering people, and why?" "Surrender now," Midnight shouted. Izuku laughed at their face and replied, "I'm someone that you never can be. A hero that brings justice to the lost souls. I'm the one here for the vengeance, so the souls of the innocents can be free. I'm a hero that prevents deaths of the innocents by killing the threats looming over them." Izuku replied coldly and pointed at the villain. "He killed many innocents, now it's his turn. Killing them like this can't be called justice. It's massacre," Aizawa said, activating his quirk. "Surrender now. There's no escape." Aizawa quirk activated, and he thought that's helpful. "I won't fight you good heroes, but I'll kill him," Izuku said, and surprising everyone by turning into the rider while black smoke and green fire came to life while did so. "What, Eraser, aren't you erased his quirk?" Midnight asked. "My quirk is active," Aizawa said, his eyes widening, and before they could share any talks, few fire chains came out of the ground and stabbing through the villains and incinerated him, turning him to ashes. The heroes froze shocked. Now they witnessed the origin of the black ashes. "No," they shouted, however Mike could barely even speak. Aizawa then tried to catch the rider with his capture weapon, and well, he tried to. The capture weapon burnt to crisps when it got closer to the rider. Nimiri activated her quirk, but the rider wasn't affected at all. Rider didn't have any business with them and summoned his bike, which rode itself to its master, surprising the heroes, and then the rider rode away like nothing ever happened. The heroes couldn't do anything. They couldn't even save the villain from the harm's way. The irony though, the heroes helping villains. What a shame. The abandoned storage unite massacre happened yesterday. Went viral between a full night, and the whole Japan was on edge to gather as much of the information the police or even the 3 heroes gathered. The curiosity of the whole country left unanswered due to some weird reasons. Government strictly taking down any videos related to the matter, and a certain internet user even got arrested because he tried to hack in the hero HQ in order to find any answers that could be leaked. Turns out the hacker is under the charm of money some local reporters provided, and they got their whole studio shut close. Not like government has much answers to begin with. The society is fierce, and they can be dangerous if needed. The authorities just wanted to people stop worrying. That's the main reason behind there is no answers people wish to know. 57 confirmed death alone in the storage unit. That's the only thing people end up knowing. People started to compare this vigilante with the number 2 hero Endeavor at one point, figuring out the vigilante possess a fire-related quirk. They knows that because of how the crime scenes are. Burnt, melt, and even corpses that turned ashes are one example. Many sightings of the green flame after the incident adds up 12 more confirmed deaths, and thankfully, 7 lucky citizens were safe, and they claim that green fire was there to rescue them. Police officers letting nobody question the victims any questions and what may the reason behind it. Even the 3 teachers and heroes, refused to answer the questions. At some point, the powerful heroes confronted the green flame during the incident, and seemingly they were unsuccessful on catching the vigilante. All we know is that only the villains at the crime scenes are dead. The one hero who got heavily injured last week now is healed and is promised to answer our questions. We'll update soon. The early morning news filled the silence of the bar. The heavy groans of Shigaraki got pressed down by the TV loud volume. Kurogiri constantly checked up on both the remaining traumatized villains and Shigaraki since the minute they've returned after a less fateful encounter with this green flame. An obvious false name media came up with the infamous, yet mysterious vigilante. Kurogiri once in a while felt the fear in him wake when he saw the severed hand of Shigaraki. They almost end up killing him when they figured it out that the burn inflicted on Shigaraki clean cut was spreading slowly until they had their master doctor hardly even heal it. Tamura in the end had to move on with a new robotic arm instead of his real one. He cannot use his quirk with that hand, and as well as the darn thing is really hard to control. However, Tamura was still in pain somehow. It's been almost 12 hours since the incident. The incident Shigaraki never could forget, even he wants to. Shigaraki Tamura, as your wish. The thugs finally agree on stick with your plan. And Master All for one informed me that your prosthetic arm can be mastered within few hours from now, Kurogiri said, handing a glass wine to Shigaraki, who tried to grab it with his fake hand. That sadly ended up breaking the glass. My hand. I can't even feel relief. That burn is somehow stinging, Kurogiri. I am mad. I can kill him. I will. But no matter what, my goal is All Might, then I kill that bastard. Shigaraki said furiously. Shigaraki, I must object to the point. You're in no condition for the whole plan. Remember that vigilante does show up everywhere. Kurogiri reasons. Kurogiri, I got my hand cut off. The burn is still there, but I will never waste any more time crying over it. I want to kill the #1 hero and be the one in top. Everybody, worry that you and the freak all be afraid of me then. I'll show him, Shigaraki said, scratching his neck furiously. As you wish, Shigaraki Tamura. The Namu is ready and Master said to tell you. Kurogiri said, yeah, I'll deal with it. I've already has it under control. It can even kill All Might. Think what it can do to that freak. I'll rip his both hands as a token. Shigaraki monologues. Yes, Shigaraki Tamura. Kurogiri agreed, swallowing the worries. The Namu can defend them. They're sure of it. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Deal with it. I have already enough pain to deal with, Shigaraki said, and take a sip of newly served wine. Kurogiri obeyed and opened the door to reveal 2 teenagers and villains. One was blonde girl with double hair buns and same color eyes. Her expression is a creepy grinning resting face that can give you goosebumps. The girl was shorter than the boy next to her and wore a school uniform. And the boy next to her was a tall one with so many burnt marks on his whole body. The burnt skin of his face were stapled on the right places, and he looks to be in a quiet boredom. He overall wore some dark shades of outfit. Kurogiri eyed them up and down and gave a questioning look. If that's possible. Yes, may I can help you too. Yes, Mr. Mistman. We heard you're throwing a welcome party for all teeny-weeny villains. So, me and Mr. Scorchburn decided to join the party as well. We even know you met that mystery green flame person too. The girl chirped as if she saw a whole amusement park for the first time. But the group is shorter comes to all the rumors. I thought there are hundreds of you, the boy says in a sly smirk. Kurogiri stood there dumbfounded. Well, we do have plenty men hiding in one of our other bases, due to some misfortune, Kurogiri said. Misfortune, as if the man with many hands lost one. That's sad, the boy said, chuckling, clearly referring to Shigaraki. Shigaraki did not miss the insult and disintegrated the glass and stood up aggressively, about to jump on the raven-haired man, who chuckled amused. Oi, I will do my revenge. Now get the fuck out or else. Shigaraki spat, gritting his teeth. Or else what? I can gladly do cut that one more hand if you wish, the boy said. Kurogiri, I don't want rude people in my group. Kick them out, Shigaraki said and sat down on his seat. Kurogiri looked both party and desperately stood next to Shigaraki. But, Shigaraki Tamura, they came this far and willing to join us. They look more stronger than the thugs. Shouldn't we give them chances? Kurogiri, no matter how far they came, I hate when someone insult me, Shigaraki said, irritated. You look even uglier than I thought you'll be. Shigaraki this time almost threw punch and the boy did the same. However, Kurogiri opened some portals around their striking fists and made them connect somewhere else. Calm down. We need both of us. So let's start with your names. Izuku pushed open the big old church doors and got in the dark hallway, and when he did so, the Hellfire-enhanced chandelier lit up, sensing their master's arrival, illuminating the room. His clothes dried quickly due to the heat of his hell form, and he has a satisfied, relieved smile after hearing all those poor souls are finally happy, except for the few who still crying due to their killers escaped the scene. But Izuku gave them a promise that let the souls a bit peace before he helps them too. He did plan to go after TH Group, but they were kept changing locations. But sensing the fear in their hearts, Izuku doubted if they do any crimes ever again. If they do commit crime, then it's their own fault for the pain he'll inflict on them. Izuku wanted to sleep even though he doesn't have to, but he wants to sleep still. He could be able to know if someone else needs his help. So a little bit rest was his plan, but Izuku felt a weak heat signature aside from him in the hall. It was so small and weak, as if the owner of it is dying slowly. Izuku looks to his right. At the same window the wind burst through before he left, and still is open wide because of the non-stop rain, and with enough light, Izuku saw the owner of the heat signature. On the floor next to the window sat a black bird, and its head was drooping and it was laying on its stomach. Then he saw the blood around the poor thing, and upon looking closer, its body were badly hurt due to the small pieces of the broken window impaled on its neck and side, as well as its right wing were broken. Izuku felt bad for it. Even if it's just a bird, in hell, every life matters. That's why there's plenty of animal abusers are suffering in pit of hell. Seeing the bird, which was a raven, it clearly must have caught up in the small storm and got hurt when sent through the window. Izuku crouched next to it and winced seeing its condition. It took weak and small breaths and seeing the blood. Its internal organs may have heavily damaged. Izuku stood up and walked to his throne and then came back with a yellow mug he found at a small destroyed tea shop. It was useless to anyone, so he took it for himself. He placed the mug in front of the weak bird, and he already filled the mug to the brim with some fresh rainwater he stored last night, slowly helping its head up and placing its beak on the mug in an angle so it can drink water. The bird slowly gulped down the precious water, and Izuku looks at it sympathetically. "You're in pain, huh? I was in too, once," he said and looked at his gloved hands. "I can save you too," he mumbled. The poor bird took some final gulp and then stopped, not having enough to at least gulp a bit more water. "I'll let you fly freely after this," Izuku said, and he saw the bird eyes, as if it understood him. There was a confirmation in his eyes that said him to continue. He then touched the head of the bird gently as he turned back to his hell form. Just as he did so, the bird body started to smoke and its feathers and wings healed, and also all its wounds, and soon, green fire came out its eyes and black smoke raised from its body. Soon its feathers on the wings sharpened like a blade and grew a bit bigger as he transformed it completely. Izuku turned back to his mortal form and smiled at his new company, who then flew around the hall. "I'll call you Kodachi then," Izuku chuckled. The news on Green Flame was a wildfire to say the least. Izumi entered the class a bit more excitedly. The first conversation she heard was based on the massacres. At the dorms, they all confront Aizawa, seeing on the news the infamous green fire was seen by the Eraserhead, Midnight, and Present Mike. However, Aizawa couldn't answer anything with the dear student's question. How can he, even when the reach of few feet? All the three of them only could watch as the vigilante escaped the scene. But he couldn't tell them. The green flame is somehow immune to his erasure. That may lead to a worse scenario. Problem children could not keep secrets if he blurt out almost everything he knows, and that is so little than he should have known. "Yo, Ami, you're late. Why?" "I waited outside the dorms," Ochako said, pouting, and Ami smiled apologetically. "Lost track of time, Yura." "Sorry," Ami said, and take her seat that's direct back of Bakugo. They somehow was on good terms since their small talk. But Ami ignored or made fun of the blonde. Katsuki still could not look at her in the eye, though. "No problem. Hey, do you heard what happened yesterday?" You're a question since Ami never was with them when the news streamed on the channel. But Izumi has subscription to one of the reliable source, and she was also kinda invested in knowing more about the vigilante. Izumi is impressed with the powerful quirk of the Green Flame. At least that's how internet called the vigilante. But Izumi did not like that random name with no thoughts behind it. But that's obvious why they call him that. His fire is green. That's it. "Yeah, I've heard you guys tackling Mr. Aizawa with questions. Did he tell anything yet?" Izumi asked. "Not at first, but Mr. Aizawa at one point spilled a fact accidentally and we heard it." Ochako replied, thinking. "Like?" Izumi asked curiously, and Ochako's sweat dropped when Izumi almost got on her face. He said, "Immune to quirk or something." Most of us couldn't understand at first, but Mr. Aizawa then left. He must have accidentally hinted us something. Yura explained, and Izumi had a theory. Like the vigilante do is immune to his quirk, she said, and Yura shook her head. "I don't know. His quirk is erasure, and I don't think any quirk could be immune to it. There may be more than what we know," Ochako said, and at the same time Mr. Aizawa came in yawning. Instantly, all the students were on their seat. They don't think he's in a mood to deal with any of them. Today, as said, will be the rescue practice class. He started and for a short time he fell asleep on the spot but shook his head not wanting to sleep again. We teachers first thought only Class 1A is up for the class. However, with all this going on, 𝗍𝗂 decided to add Class 1B as well. I must warn you, if any of you try to fight the other class, I'll be the one to give you punishments. Am I clear? 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗍. All of them shouted. If you say something, say it properly. Aizawa complained. They nodded and Momo raised her hand. Sir, is Class 1B also a hero course like ours? Yes. However, they don't get to do the hero license test as they wish. Their rank is slightly lower than Class 1A. It's because we recently even decided there should be a second hero class and the principal changed one of the normal courses into 1B hero course. But I strictly won't tolerate as any of you disrespect them. True, they are a few grade behind you, but don't let that fool you. They are really as talented as any of you. Wow, we'll get to meet Class 1B. Kirishima jolted up. I wonder how they are. Mina chirped. I can't wait. We'll meet them in an hour if they are coming. And then was mine to turn. More blossoms to the playlist. He smirked, drooling, and Aizawa heard it and wrapped the grape boy in his capture weapon. You won't do that. Izumi and other girls gathered around in a group as they were waiting for Class 1B. And the first thing they saw was a blonde Noi in a tuxedo-like hero costume. Hey, it's Class 1A. Hey, they are losers. Thinking about highest score, I'm the second in my class. I think you're jealous of me. Sorry if I hurt your feelings. Class 1B is superior. 𝐻𝐴. Everyone's sweat dropped hearing whatever the boy was saying, and the sweat drop multiplied when a girl came and knocked the boy out. She has the orange hair and was wearing a thigh-length hero costume that made mine to go crazy seeing her body, and got uppercutted by 𝗬𝗪. Sorry, Class 1A. Monoma is a complicated person, the girl said, and other Class 1B chuckled awkwardly seeing a confused-looking 1A. No problem. Students must be just energetic as your friend. Now, form a line to get into the bus. A much more energetic 𝗬𝗧 said, chopping the air. The others did and got in the two big buses that was waiting for them. They were greeted by 13, the rescue space hero, and introduced them to the exercise they are about to do. All the students entered the building really happily, unknown of the danger that'll follow. The two classes got out of their buses under guidance of Aizawa and 13 and gathered up in front of the towering dome-like structure called USJ. Pretty well the two classes are getting along, as Eraserhead warned, and the exception of Monoma and Bakugo. Rest of the students really started to let know each other. Itsuka and Momo are the main two students who really are the same level of reputation in their respected classes, and the two even respect each other too. Class 1B, in your teacher absence, I'm in charge of you all. Report if either of my class behave rude. And this is USJ, where all of you practice on the basics of being a hero. Rescue practice. 13. Here is your instructor during the training, and listen to her every warnings and instructions before acting. I don't know how Vlad King treats you, Class 1B, but disobedience and other unforgivable act is strictly prohibited. Punishments included. Same goes for both classes. Everyone will be treated equally. Aizawa announced, really looking annoyed. Even Class 1B shivered out of fear and they rapidly nodded their heads. Good, now, listen close to what 13 has to say. Aizawa said and stepped back. The space hero stepped forward and Ochako was going crazy seeing the rescue hero. Hello students. Even though you all know me, it's my turn to introduce myself. I am 13. I am a lead rescue operation hero, specializes in different types of rescue missions based on wherever my service needed. I'm the second instructor to take on USJ, and my duty is to provide you future heroes lessons on the basis of being a hero. The main basic, that is, rescue. After all, the main duty of being a hero, that is the #1 priority. Self-defense, combat skills, pain tolerances are important too. But my duty is to lead all of you through many natural disasters and man-made disasters, and show you all the proper way to rescue civilians in need. Any questions? 13 asked. Ma'am, 2 questions. First is, while rescuing, does our quirks matter too? Like there are quirks that may not suitable for such an act. Second, are there any special way of replicating an actual injured individual? Or, I've heard of agencies that mainly focuses on ranking rescue heroes as well the actors that play roles of the injured ones. Momo asked out. Both questions came out as a curious one instead of a professional one. 13 nodded, quite happy to hear someone ask such questions. She heard many students brag nonsense in the previous batches. Comparing to that, Momo questions are reasonable. To your first question, sometimes there is a situation that could need more than many plans as well as the actions you are familiar with. I've seen many destructive quirk that can be fatal, such as my own quirk, Black Hole. Quirks are trademarks of being a hero and has to use it wisely unless you want to make situations even worse. To a simple answer, sometimes you need the help of your quirks and sometimes not. Here we'll show you the hidden potential of every quirks. And for the second question, We simply use robots that can be programmed to identically copy the movements and mindset of the hurt people. 13 instructed, and the others were impressed with what they heard. The students talked about it while Mina and Izumi were wondering something else. But ma'am, shouldn't All Might be here as well? Mr. Aizawa said he will. Mina blurted out and Aizawa sighed. You shouldn't be concerned, Ashido. All Might probably running late. I'm sure at one point he'll catch up, Aizawa said, and the pink-skinned girl nodded. If the doubts are clear, we should get it through. Follow me. 13 instructed and led them to the entrance. Class 1 is excited while Class 1B have mixed feeling. Out of blue, Vlad King ordered them to get their sorry asses in their new hero outfits and join Class 1 with their rescue exercises. The vigilante left an impact and Nezu wanted them prepared. Really thoughtful of the Chimera. Wow, our first exercise to become a hero. Izuku would be really happy, Izumi said to herself, but heard by some of the students around her, including Class 1B. Is he your friend? Itsuka asked, and the Class 1A girls froze, confusing Kendo. My brother, actually, Izumi politely replied, and Kendo smiled, nodding at her new friends. I'm sure he will be happy to hear that, Hira said, placing a hand on Ami's shoulder. Aizawa looks at Izumi and remembered what happened to her brother. He's really proud of his student to work really hard to become a hero for her diseased brother. He was lucky to have her, but he never knew. Actually, Izumi is the lucky one to have a great brother. Bakugo heard it all and he looked away from Izumi, can't face her. Ochako saw his reactions and decided to talk about that with Izumi later. Why and how is Bakugo connected with this all? When they reached the open entrance, their mouth fell agape seeing the interior of the USJ. Just like they were told, the interior consists of various terrains of each disasters, flood to landslide. Even there could be seen the big stormy area a bit far to the opposite side of the building. And they look just as real as they should be. By looking at them from the entrance could make them feel what each and every one of the land should be feel like. Now, it's all up to 13 to give you all a great lessons and do as she says. Aizawa reminded calmly this time, and the students nodded and they all heard some weird noises and saw light blinking. But nobody paid much attention to it. The students are all discussing their possible roles on the practice as a purple mist-like portal appeared near a fountain. Kirishima is the only one saw it, and Aizawa noticed his sudden beaming smile as Kirishima nudges Bakugo and Kaminari. Wow, man, they even has fake villains for us, he shouted, attracting everyone else's attention. Aizawa's eyes widened when he heard that, and the atmosphere began to seem freeze as Aizawa slowly turned to look as many local villains jumped out of the portal, and they were still somewhat scared to be there. They heard green flame can be anywhere before anyone knows it. Soon almost 50 villains stood scattered all over the ground, and then out of the portal came out man with many hands all over his body, and his right prosthetic arm twitches uncontrollably. Then came out boy with many burn marks and a smiling girl on his side. Then the main attraction came out of the portal, or better say, an abomination came out of the portal. It was huge and had bird face and exposed brain. It was very bulky and as well as emotionless. Aizawa took a defensive stance. Those are real villains. 13, get them out of here. I'll hold them back, Aizawa said, putting on his goggles. When the students heard that, they started to panic. They weren't prepared for this. But sir, Mina got interrupted as Aizawa pointed at entrance and 13 ushered them to the exit. Please, follow me kids. We should use the time Eraserhead give us. No running off into action, 13 ordered, and Aizawa jumped off the stairs to the middle of the chaos of the villains, dodging many projectiles and landing fierce strikes on the opponents. Using his capture weapon, Aizawa maneuvers around and grab villains and do a combo strikes, and with that time, Class 1A and 1B followed 13 to the exit. Can't we help Mr. Aizawa? 13. Is he gonna be alright? Mina shouted. He's an experienced pro hero. I won't be surprised when he finished them off all at once, 13 yelled back. They were about to reach the exit, but the luck wasn't in their favors today. The mist-like portals surround them all and block their way. Rescue Hero 13. We're League of Villains. Humbly welcomed ourselves to your paradise called USJ. We were expecting many less of you, but was dearly expecting what we're here for. We were told that All Might is one of the instructors training your students. However, may I wonder why he's not here yet? Kurogiri asked. Like I share our matters with you. 13 snapped and looked at the both classes and looked at two students. Kiwaro, Ida, I want you two out of here as fast as you can and get us back up, 13 said, earning a chuckle from the villain. How foolish enough you plan something foolishly when opposing your enemy. That called lack of knowledge on the more hero stuff. Kurogiri comments. The two students looked at each other and nodded. You go class rep. We're counting on you too, Kirishima said, and others encouraged the two more. That's only if I let you past me. You see, my objective is to have all of you lost way out. The rest is up to Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri said. Izumi and Ochako looked at Bakugo and Kirishima, as well as a beast man and a lizard boy from Class 1B charged up at the mist man. Let's see who wins, Bakugo screamed, creating tiny explosions on his palm. When the 4 students did attack, 13 yelled at them to come back. However, 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐺 created a big dome of dark mist around the students and teleported most of the around the 𝐬𝐭𝐷. Luckily, 13, Kendo, Uraraka, Sato, Shoji, Ida, Kiwara, Siro were left behind with 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐺. Shoji tackled them out of the way before 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐺 attacked. What? Where's everyone? All students shouted. Izumi could remember running with others, but in a second she's flying on top the flood zone with a ship on the side. And before even knew it, she's implanting herself straight forward to the cold water, and that is so far down. Even if it's water, this high fall is the most fatal. In times like these, Izumi wished that there was no gravity. Then she was screaming top of her lungs as she descends so fast and couldn't think anything other than gravity. What else she could think? That she'll die in a second. That's totally the least favorite option so far. And that's when it clicked her brain. Gravity. Of course. She scolded herself 100 times and reminded herself that she has the psychic quirk, activating her quirk only to glide towards the deck of the ship. If she overused her psychic, it's not a good place to deal with drawbacks. The nausea is annoying and the migraine probably trigger her cursing mode out of pure pain. Just supporting her weight with psychic should do. Being a bloody poodle on the boat if her quirk wasn't hers really is an unpleasant sight to say the least. Izumi was thankful. Spiraling down at a less fast pace, Izumi prepared to roll to a stop the second she lands. Yes, only that much power she's adding to descent from this massive high. She ain't a big fan of heights, neither Izuku was, but adrenaline keep her awake. She did as planned by rolling like a ball as she landed and grunted as the impact knocked on her body. But other than that, her flight was safe. The crappy landing didn't do much to her, other than give her a slight ache. Still, she rolled a bit far and was about to hit the metal wall of the ship deck, and Izumi shut her eyes close. Thankfully, instead of a hard wall, something wet and soft caught her. "You okay, Ami, Kiro?" Izumi snapped open her eyes and saw her 2 classmates and a 1B student. "Sue, oh thank God you guys are fine," Izumi shouted, but looking around the ship, she couldn't see anyone else. "What happened? Are everyone safe? We were appeared here a minute ago before you. I don't know about others." "Kiro," Sue answered, and Izumi saw another girl behind her 2 classmates, who had both her hands clasped together as if praying. Her eyes calmly closed with a frown on her face. Her hair actually was green vines with thorns. "Please, Lord, accept my sacrifices in return of your word that you'll keep all of us safe," she prayed. Izumi blinked twice and remembered her name, Shizaki Ibara. She's a beautiful teenager with hero costume that resembles a one that worn by angels in mythos. Truth to be told, with her look, voice, and that selfless prayer is misleading Izumi to think she's really watching an angel praying for them. The girl elegantly opened her sparkly eyes and gave tiny glimpse of her smile. "Believe in God, we'll be safe," she encouraged, but that's when Izumi really paid the attention to her other crying classmate, the one and only great boy, Minato Minoru. The short pervert's eyes are swelling with buckets of tears and he was keep checking at the water while crying. "We are dead. They'll kill us. Izumi, Sue, help me," he pathetically cried and hugged Ibara cloth-covered legs and was ruining her perfect hero costume. Ibara calmly stood there praying, but the both girl can see that Minato really bothering her. Izumi looked at the boy both confused and agitated, and Sue wrapped the boy with her tongue and carefully pried him off of the poor girl. "Stop crying, Minato. Aren't you supposed to be a hero?" To crying out loud. "Calm down," Izumi said, losing her temper. "Calm down? How can I calm down knowing we're dead so soon in our young life? They'll kill us," Minato shouted and sobbed, pointing down at the blue water. Izumi leaned on the railings and took a peek at the water-powered villains. They are almost 5 to 6 there. 2 of them was mutated into an appearance of a shark and piranha. The rest wore masks or didn't care to hide their faces. But Izumi is the only one caught 2 deep details of the villains. One is, they sometimes looks around. Scared. The villains are scared. Of who? Of what? The second was the most evident. They aren't attacking. Anybody has a clue why they aren't attacking us? Izumi asked. "Do you want them to, stupid?" Minato sobbed. "The god might have heard my wish," Ibara calmly said. Sue took a look at them and thought about a second. They are hesitant. Like, they're expecting our first move. "Kiro." Then it clicked. "Izumi. You are right, Sue. By the looks of it, we're here and that means everyone else is inside the USJ too. You are a frog, and they sent you here, at the flood zone. That means they aren't aware of our quirks. These guys are waiting for us to attack, so they can know of how to deal with us," Izumi pointed out, and Sue nodded. "Correct. If they were to know us and our quirks, they should have teleported me over there." Sue pointed at a burning building in a distance. "So, at least we can plan an escape out of this mess. We have time," Izumi said, and the other 2 girls agreed except for a pervy great boy. "You lost your mind. We can't run. Just wait till the teachers comes and rescue us," Minato cried. "Shut up. We can't wait and hope for the help. Who knows if they even knows where we are? It'll take so long. Who knows if we wait, we lose our chances. Just get a hold of yourself." You're a boy. You should be encouraging us, Izumi shouted back, making the boy flinch. She can be really scary when she gets mad. Ami has a point. If we wait, it might be too late for us. Sue agreed. I am afraid, but I believe in God. I'll accompany you, 𝗵𝗃 said, and the three looked at their crying friend. I'm saying, you. Why don't you understand? He mumbled but knew they won't take a no. Okay, start with our quirks so we can plan an escape. Mine is burn and psychic. Burn lets me generate fire out of pores of my body and can go up to over many degrees in temperature. My psychic lets me control or move anything as long as I don't have pushed too much my power. The other three explained. Izumi thought hard for a minute. What would Izuku do during the times like these? She then came up with one and told the other three to what to do. They nodded, and first comes Tsu part. The frog girl wrapped herself and other two girls together while holding Minda out with the tip of her tongue. Izumi looks at everyone for the confirmation and then nodded at 𝗵𝗃. Ready, 𝗵𝗃? The angel girl nodded and closed her eyes. I'll do anything for us, she said, nodding. Okay, go, Izumi shouted, and 𝗵𝗃 activated her quirk and her vine hair pressed down at the deck, lifting them up. While 𝗵𝗃 lifting them across the water towards the shore, Izumi's duty was to use her psychic around them and help 𝗵𝗃 keep them afloat. They're escaping. Attack them, the villains shouted, swimming under them, just like she wanted them to do. This should be enough to keep them away from them. Now Minda, Izumi shouted, feeling her energy fading slowly, and the migraines of her worries started to disturb her brain. She coughed but held on and used quirk at a controlled phase. Minata shrieked and ripped his ball-like hair and threw them all over the villains and on water, sticking them up together. Izumi used a bit of her power to also push some of the villains to the sticky balls. In the end, her plan worked out great. 𝗵𝗃 soon let them land as gently as she can. The second Tsu unwrapped her tongue. Izumi fell to her knees, coughing really bad, and tears fell down her eyes to her cheeks. Her head was on fire. Ami, are you okay? Hero. Tsu crouched down, placing her palm on Izumi's shoulder. I'll help, 𝗵𝗃 said, showing worries, and helped Izumi to stand up with her vines. That surprisingly didn't hurt even after having thorns all over it. Izumi smiled up at them thankfully and appreciated 𝗵𝗃 and Tsu's help. Minda, on the other hand, still in the shallow water, scared out of his mind. He stared at Izumi and other girls, mainly Izumi. Even though they were scared just like him, they never give up. Didn't even cry. So manly, Kirishima would have said. Then they looked up, hearing a small blast, and saw dust clouds rising. They were wide-eyed and remembered what's happening there. Eraserhead was fighting there. Mr. Aizawa. Izumi gasped and stumbled towards the spot. 𝗵𝗃 caught Izumi, seeing her almost fell down. Ami, what are you doing? Tsu asked as she stood beside Izumi, who was on her feet, and 𝗵𝗃 vines keeping her balanced. Come on, Mr. Aizawa is in danger. Wishu, what are you saying? You stupid. Stupid. What the hell are you doing? We can't go there, Minda desperately shouted, refusing to go with his classmates' plan. We have to, just to look. We won't get in his way, Izumi said. Shigaraki wrapped his right hand around Aizawa's neck and used his left palm to disintegrate Aizawa's elbows, making the hero grunt in pain. Eraserhead, calm down. It will be over soon, so cooperate. Your struggles are pointless, Shigaraki said coldly, and Eraserhead coughed blood and winced in pain. His body were the definition of messed up. Burns all over his torso and left hand, and a small throwing knife deeply stabbed through his thigh. You won't win at this rate. Backup is on the way, and you think you can beat All Might. Even if you kill me, you won't get out of here. Aizawa grumbled through Shigaraki over his shoulder and kicked 𝗬𝗲𝗊 while Toga dodged quickly. Aizawa threw another punch, only to it land on a hard surface. Not surface, but Aizawa's eyes widened as the big creature protected 𝗵𝗃 by shielding him. The big brain-exposed creature instantly got a hold of Aizawa's hand and snapped his bones by just holding his wrist. You are right, Eraserhead. I can't kill All Might, but my Namu can. Say hello to the anti-symbol of peace, the greatest asset to the League of Villains, Shigaraki said, coming out to Aizawa's side. Hey, can I play stabby, Shiggy? Pretty please, Toga begged. No, Shigaraki said, and then Kurogiri appeared out of nowhere. Kurogiri, I assume you did your part. Shigaraki to 𝗵𝗃. I've separated the group, but I got a bad news. 2 students escaped to call the heroes. One tricked me with merging into shadows, Kurogiri reported. Shigaraki stood there and then wildly scratches his neck with an annoyed grunt. Kurogiri, can't even do one job correctly. Only if you weren't a warp gate. I would have kicked you hard. We can't deal with the backup. Namu, Shigaraki said, and looked at the big monster. Break his bones, and we'll get out of here. Shigaraki said the last part to his men. All the other villains are knocked out. It was now just them. Killing All Might was their goal, but he's not here, so why waste time killing some kids? Namu slammed Aizawa, holding his head, and repeatedly broke both his bones like twigs. Aizawa didn't scream miraculously and only grunted at the intense pain. Shigaraki then saw 4 pair of heads peeking sadly at their teacher, making him chuckle. Before I go, I should hurt the #1 pride some more the next second. Before the students could saw anything, Shigaraki was in front of them with his left good arm ready to disintegrate Tsu's face. All 4 students stared wide-eyed as the atmosphere seemed like slowed down. His 5 fingertips touched the frog girl's face, but nothing happened. Shigaraki chuckled. "You're so cool, Eraser. So tough." Eraserhead's eyes were red and glowing and his hair was slightly upwards. Nomiu again slammed his head onto the hard concrete, both breaking his face as well as the concrete itself. Shigaraki chuckled and looks at the 4 students. But before he could do any more damage, the entrance busted open, kicking up the smoke. "I am here," came the booming yet calming tone of All Might, yelled out loud with a hit of anger in it. "Who dares to hurt my students?" All Might shouted, coming out of the smoke, ripping away his coat and tie. His usual cheerful smile is not on his face, but there is only gritting teeth and flaring nose. All Might is mad. Shigaraki chuckled and looks at All Might. The game continues. But in a second, Nomiu was in front of Shigaraki as All Might came in lightning speed towards him. A shockwave created and All Might looked wide-eyed at Nomiu, really surprised. But again All Might vanished and was visible again in the next second, holding an out-cold Eraserhead in his arms. Izumi and others ran next to All Might and carried Aizawa using Ibara vines and left so they won't weigh down All Might. Before All Might could think, he was flying as a powerful fist connects his wounded side, making All Might cough up some blood. Standing ground, All Might blocked another punch and returned the favor. Just like before, the Nomiu wasn't affected by it. Every student gathered up at the stairs so they could see what's going on. 13 was in a critical condition and they could only fearfully watch as All Might's attacks doing nothing to the Nomiu. They never saw All Might having hard time beating a foe. His power is shock absorption. Wanna kill it then, you have to cut it limb by limb. Then you have a chance. All Might heard Shigaraki say. All Might then did a suplex with the Nomiu in a desperate attempt to keep it down. His wound on the stomach reopened and was bleeding so much. His grip wasn't as strong to hold the Nomiu on the place and it spun out and again landed an unintended kick to All Might's open wound. All Might did all his might to bit down the scream. He was already out of time before he came here. He barely have more time. All Might shoot up to his feet and exchanged a fistfight that created a small whirlwind, knocking everyone off their feet. Even the villains got thrown across the ground, landing many feet away. The fist fight was really fast, to the point nobody could see their hands. Sadly, All Might took one more boulder-crashing fist to his wound, making his movement stop, and All Might first time in a while fell to his knees in front of everyone who believed in him. All Might gasped for air and continuously spit blood. He can't move without revealing his true form. The students looked at their idol in horror. Izumi was about to run but her weak legs give out. He's Izuku's favorite hero. He can't lose. Bakugo was the one who caught her before she fell. She didn't care and didn't shrug him off. She's fully concentrated on doing something that could help All Might, but they were too shocked to do anything. The kids almost looked away when the Nomiu aimed for a punch. Shigaraki laughed and the other villains smirked at the #1 hero. The Nomiu then bought his fist straight at All Might's head and the students almost cry. Keyword, almost. The punch was devastating, but before the Nomiu could punch again, something more devastating came. Something black and was shining with green. The part where the something came through exploded with a loud sound and it came like blur and shattered the big Nomiu hand upon contact, and everyone including villains and All Might looked at what really came for rescue. Izumi and the other students watched the green glow in disbelief. A black bird that has blade-like wings, and for the eye, green fire came out of the socket. Everyone saw the green fire. That's when they heard the loud sound of a big engine roaring at the same direction the bird came. Aizawa and 13 was barely conscious, but they could see everything. All Might's beating, the bird, everything. Shigaraki and some barely conscious villains panicked. How did that freak found us? Shigaraki yelled and everybody looked at him and some small villains who were crawling away from the sound. What's going on? Who's coming? Kirishima asked for everyone else, to no one particular. Nobody except Shigaraki, Kirigiri and Eraserhead knew who or what was coming. The students panicked when they saw some of now conscious villains crawling away crying. That only gave them the idea of what's coming. It's something to be afraid of. The bird descends down and sat in front of the students on the railing of the stairs. They saw how terrifying the creature is. Toga and Dabai figured out who's coming by the look of their fellow villain faces. The sound got loud with ground shaking slightly, and with even mighty explosions something big came through the dome walls, covered in the same green fire. The big ride was fast and screeched to a halt with a skid, making everyone's eyes go even more wide. It was an old-looking truck, but the ride was on fire. Its entire metal body was burnt and emerald green flames alight its tires, headlight and engine. How it's still working? They questioned that again and again. Namu, kill that fire freak. I want him dead. Shigaraki shouted desperately and shut up when he saw his Namu lost arm not growing back. The green hellfire ashes were quick to let its regenerative help it. Why can't you heal fast, damn it? Shigaraki was panicking a bit and groaned in annoyance. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐺𝐼RI. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏 cut off as 2 fire chains came out of the group and wrapped around 𝗬𝗪𝐺, restraining him from opening a portal. Now they are stuck here with the killing machine. Soon they heard the door of the truck opening and they all had their heart pounding faster. Students were afraid of because this maniac. Villains are afraid of this whoever that came here. Izumi eyes widened in realization, seeing the green fire, the green flame, the vigilant. Izumi said, watching the scene, and her classmates heard this. Then we're safe, right? Minda asked in a low voice, afraid of catching the vigilante attention. Nobody have the answer for that. Soon the figure stepped out of the truck wearing all black and was wearing hoodie, and instead of seeing a face, they saw only fire and black smoke coming out of the hood. His shoulders letting out black smoke, as well as the bird has that quality too. The bird flew up and everyone watches it flying and landing on the figure's shoulder. Then the rider walked towards the villains as his boots made metal clashing sounds, and then they saw it happening. Live, a lower class villain was trying to crawl away, but the rider picked him up with ease and in a second turned him into nothing but black ashes they saw on the news. So this is the mysterious vigilante. No wonder criminal activity lessened so fast. Not even All Might could do that. The villain goons, who mostly are up, tried to run away. But then, the fire raven on the rider's shoulder took off so fast that they could only see the green bright line. The bird stabbed through each and every thug villains, creating a football-size hole in middle of their chest, killing all the villains less than a minute. Izumi was eyeing the figure and the bird and then the corpses. Everyone was doing the same, and they are now clearly afraid now. That man, or whatever he is, can make them go extinct in less than a minute. What is his quirk? Is that bird his quirk too? There are hundreds and thousands of questions, but none could be answered. NOMU, kill it, kill him, go. Shigaraki yelled, which the Namu obeyed and jumped into action with only one hand. The Namu swing a punch that followed with a shockwave, and Shigaraki laughed, thinking it's game over. But that never happened. The big left fist of the Namu was simply caught by a gloved palm, and the shockwave almost lowered the hood of the rider, but gladly that didn't happen. That was the moment everyone, including All Might, heart skipped a beat out of shock and fear. Shigaraki's laugh was now non-existent, and 𝗬𝗲𝗍, who was a bit calm, started to show concern. Toga's smile wasn't on her face anymore, and with the students, even Todoroki and Bakugo, including Shishia's face, could not hide their fear anymore. That man just caught the devastating punch that almost killed All Might, with no effort, as if it's all a joke. Rider tilted his hooded head to side like he always does and stretched his other hand back and punches the big bulky Namu. The shock absorption ability thrown out of the window when the rider fist connects the black monster's chest, managing to create a few inches deep wound before sending it halfway across the big wide ground. The shock absorption eat out half the impact of the strike, but still send the heavy, powerful bioengineered human that All Might couldn't inflict a scratch. But, impossible. Even All Might couldn't do anything to that thing. Mina whined and others gulped when she reminded them about it again. Are we gonna die, too? Minda cried out. What? Ho, W, kill that freak. Kill it. Shigaraki shouted, encouraging the Namu, who stood up and ran at the rider and punches the fiery vigilante head, making the rider skid almost 5 feet away. And the rider only just stood, head sideways, and then was a silence. Rider's palm slowly glowed green, and he summoned a weapon similar to a 𝗧𝗏. It was big and heavy when it materializes in his hand. A big sledgehammer with black charred handle and green fiery head that were decorated with hundreds of small black spikes. The weapon itself is the definition of terror, and the definition of hell is Ghost Rider. In a speed of light, the rider swings the new built weapon across the monster's legs, causing them splatter around in millions of tiny bloody pieces, making the monster fall down, and with hellfire on its wound. Regeneration didn't work at all. Ghost Rider brought down the weapon, destroyed its one good hand as well. That's not all. Ghost Rider repeatedly brought down the sledgehammer, crushing the monster slowly, and when the sledgehammer hit its head, the whole fleshy pile turned into ashes. No, you fire freak. Shigaraki got cut off as Itoga and 𝗬𝗏𝗍, surrounded by black slime, and they teleported away, leaving behind Kurogiri. The hellfire was too hot for the slime. However, the chains didn't cause Kurogiri any damage. Izuku reverted back to his mortal form, and everyone saw the fire and smoke on his body is gone now, not including the bird and the ride. Izumi's eyes widened, as well as Bakugo and other Wanna girls. They looked at each other and figured out the figure as the same person who they saw at the cemetery. Izuku stalked towards Kurogiri slowly as his weapon vanished and stared at the mist man wrapped up with the fire chain, and everyone eyed the figure as well as Aizawa and 13. They both can't speak, but they're barely conscious. Izuku reached and touched Kurogiri's head. I can see the trapped soul in you. Never couldn't get free and was trapped in this form. They gave you the false name, Kurogiri. Or I better call your actual name, 𝗵𝗃 Izuku said. Aizawa barely heard it and was more conscious now. 𝗵𝗃, the loud cloud, 𝗵𝗃. Aizawa, dear friend, the friend that he couldn't save. Aizawa want to believe it's all a lie, but the vigilante voice somehow made him believe that it's all true. Because it's really true. They never seen 𝗵𝗲𝗄 body after the incident. Did they bury someone else? Hirajiri was silent, and Izuku can see a dead face of 𝗵𝗲𝗄 with scars all over his face. Izuku then turned to look at a bleeding All Might who was struggling to keep up his buff form. Izuku can see the honest truth in All Might eyes and walked towards and leaned to whisper in his ear. You are a great and true hero, All Might, but I'll call you 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the greatest hero that ever lived until this point. But you forgot your ways that you came through. Everyone loves you, but you forgot one good importance about you. You were quirkless too, and you proved quirkless can be a hero. But you forgot that fact. You lied to someone else saying, quirkless can't be a hero like you. The truth is they can, Izuku said, leaning back and looked at the students and saw the fear in their eyes, and finally he held direct eye contact with Izumi, who shivered under his gaze, even though she can't see his face but omelette two familiar green glowing eyes. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐿 be afraid of situations like this. Be the heroes the society wants. Fake heroes have no mercy from me. So that fear is your own burden. Hide that burden with a smile when you save people, Izuku told them, and Izumi's eyes widened and she looks at Bakugo, who was surprised as well. He got the reference too. That's what Izuku told them a while back. Then the teachers came to the scene and Snipe immediately pointed his guns at Izuku, who tuned to his hell form and spine shot at him only to see nothing happen. The bird came and sat on Rider's shoulder, and the rider looked back at his ride, which, much to others' surprise, drove towards the rider, who calmly climbed it and drove through the hole that he bust through. The aftermath was severe. Major consequences fell upon 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 after accidentally endangering the students' lives at the USJ attack. Nezu had hard time sorting out the case and even did a big part in destroying a whole media channel due to them accusing false claims saying other than what happened only to get more views. The parents of the students needed a full true explanation that eat out the poor Chimera head. In the end, the parents was satisfied with the explanation. The students are to be thanked, supporting 𝗬𝗏 and told everyone the facts. Partially though, 𝗬𝗏 has faults on their part that leading to a whole 5 to 6 hours of meeting to discuss the topic of expanding the security and even securing the dorms and finally upgrading the invisible barrier around the compound. And the debatable topic was yet to be brought up, the appearance of the green flame. The heroes are really confused about what's the deal with the vigilante. The man is a mass murderer and at the same time a savior. Contemplating either the man, a hero or villain, is as impossible as getting a hold of him. He just destroyed properties to make sure the people he helps are safe. To be honest, the high-spec hero, Nezu, even brainstorming uselessly to think of any loopholes or reasonings of the vigilante's dangerous way of saving someone. The witnesses, which was those who saved by the man, gave almost countless of different scenarios that filled them with more info of what he can do. Nezu could not make a sense of whatever he heard, not even sure of what kind of quirk the vigilante possessed that, not even Aizawa Erasure can't erase. He a fire quirk wielder, that's all what they could make sense of his abilities. Nezu even did watch the CCTV recordings of the USJ and saw the whole action between All Might versus the Namu and then the Green Flame. The heroes in mission did saw it too. They didn't felt fear seeing it would be a clear evident lie. Endeavor, the most mad one along them, was clearly showing jealousy and hatred whenever he hears or sees about the vigilante. Even after watching the powerhouse killing machine having a one-side fight with the Namu, Endeavor refused to believe that he can't beat the Green Flame. That all aside, 3 heroes were heavily injured during the attack, was luckily recovering at a steady pace. All Might had to go through the suffering he felt 6 years ago, and thankfully, Recovery Girl made his condition less fatal. They had to deeply give their attention to his vital organs, which was damaged out of rest of his outside of body. The wound on his abdomen grew in size and deepened slightly, and his lungs almost had come out due to they had to remove the shattered part of the ribcage. The wound will had it poking out even if they put together and healed. Thankfully, he's now in tip-top condition. Sadly though, his time limit lessened to 50 minutes out of the 3 hours he had before. The symbol of peace can only be active for less than an hour. At least they are thankful. The green flame showed up just in time. Who knows what would have gone wrong if he didn't. Nezu was thankful for what the vigilante did, even though their main priority is to capture the man. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗏 All Might sat on the bed reading a magazine he found interesting. In it he read many claims and theories as well as made up tales on the green flame. The book itself is the reason the green flame name got popular and media chose to call the vigilante by it. Who knew? A simple piece of paper can change almost anything. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗏 was reading it, and each and every word written in it is obviously as all just some lies. He had to say it for sure. The media can go to an extent of anything to promote and gain more goods and won't hesitate to even ruin a poor individual life. But there was something bugging since he met the infamous vigilante. You are a great and true hero, All Might, but I'll call you 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗏 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐻, the greatest hero that ever lived until this point. But you forgot your ways that you came through. Everyone loves you, but you forgot one good importance about you. You were quirkless too, and you proved quirkless can be a hero. But you forgot that fact. You lied to someone else saying, quirkless can't be a hero like you. The truth is they can. Those words of the vigilante left an impact in him and can't help but to think about it continuously. After all, whatever the vigilante said was the truth. He was quirkless once, and that same him lied to someone else saying quirkless cannot be a hero. But the main thing that bugging him is the question is how really the Green Flame knows about him. How did he knows about Toshinori's biggest secrets and past? How did he know All Might's real name? And even, how did he know All Might did lie to someone? There's a feeling in him saying that it's not only thing the vigilante knows. The door to his hospital room opened and came in Midnight and 𝗍𝗬. Midnight almost spits her lollipop at the sight of a fully well and awake All Might. Well, quite an unexpected sight. I thought you won't be awake for a full year. Your wounds was that worse? 𝗍𝗬 chirped as he climbed on top of a bedside chair. All Might smiled and placed the magazine aside, which Midnight picked up with a raised brow. I've read it already. You think even half of it true? She spoke. I doubt that. They wrote a full page based on I bringing back my vintage hero suit back at one point. It was a hoax, I tell you, All Might said, smiling. That's what I thought. Bastards doesn't keep standards, don't they? Midnight joked, earning 2 chuckles. They just wants content. Make one if there aren't one. That's how media works. A fine good excuse why I closed a whole channel. I'm pretty sure they want to believe it's all a hoax too, 𝗍𝗬 said, laughing, and All Might's sweat dropped. You have your own brutal ways of dealing stuff. So, what's going on outside? All Might asked. You didn't miss much. The students are all safe. Panicked parents, nosy reporters that I've dealt with in the capture of the villain named Kurogiri. The warp gate was pretty much cooperative and Tsukachi arrested him, 𝗍𝗬 said. That's pretty much. All Might sighed. Then 𝗍𝗬 changed his demeanor to more of a serious one. Say, All Might, we've saw what happened at USJ. Are we missing something else too? 𝗍𝗬 asked, making All Might look up at the inside. Then you guys saw his strength too, right? Yeah. Even Snipe Gun didn't do anything when we arrived at the scene. We were shocked to see what he did with the villains. Midnight said. The Green Flame is more than I could understand. His powers are strange, fascinating even. It's like, with one quirk, he can do anything. My quirk can't even find anything on him. My theories are repeatedly proven wrong with a new case of his appearance. I am admitting, I really am interested in meeting him. Anything else you've figured out, All Might? 𝗍𝗬 asked. I do have only one good info on him. All Might started, earning their attention. He knew everything about me. My real name, my intention, my past, and he even knows that. You know, I was quirkless. All Might finished. The two was shocked but still kept calm. Dealing with this vigilante did only taught them one important lesson. That is, not to be shocked of what you hear about him. Even after having all this information on him, they still have nothing. As if he himself a vast unreachable ocean that cannot be explored. Even explored, there is always a bigger fish lurking deep. Adds more clues to the puzzle, I guess. I was even wondering if we could stand a chance when table turns. He's a mass murderer, but saves people now. Can't tell if he'll ditch the saving part in near future. 𝗍𝗬 said, thinking. That's some far-fetched thinking you got there, 𝗍𝗬. More of theory, I say. In real, he told the students and myself, be the hero society needs. If he's a killer with no purpose, at USJ, you would have built a memorial for all of us, 𝗍𝗬. He has an ideal he sticks with, it seems. Like he can read your mind. I think he kills those who deserves it. A thought, that's it. All Might said slowly and slightly winced, feeling a small pain on his side. 𝗍𝗬 sighed, nodding, and Midnight was the one to speak next. You just think that maybe. What about that missed villain? Why he's alive. And why Eraser just acting sicko until we let him go see the villain? Explanation. Midnight asked. All Might looks at them, eyes wide. What do you mean Eraser left? Shouldn't he on hospital bed just like me? I clearly remember I hold him in my arms. I was even scared. Eraser wasn't moving. All Might blurted out loud, ignoring the stabbing pain. Calm down, All Might. You know Eraser. There must be something important. 𝗍𝗬 reassured. All Might then remembered something. Yes, maybe Aizawa has his reasons. Probably of what happened between the villain and Green Flame. All Might said. Yes, I saw it on the recordings. Sadly, I couldn't quite hear them. What really happened, All Might? 𝗍𝗬 asked, and All Might nodded, agreeing for an explanation. When Green Flame appeared, he tied up the villain using his fire chain. Surprisingly, I remember how unharmed the villain was. Later on, he even talked to the villain with something to do with his soul. He said, trapped soul. The reason behind it wasn't clear, though. Just like with me, Green Flame knew his past and real name. I don't know how Green Flame knows everything on everyone. I can't even believe that there is a quirk that can do all this. What's he doing? All Might explained, letting the other two take in everything. Do you heard what the villain name was? It might be helpful for Tsukachi. 𝗍𝗬 wondered. If I could recall it correctly, I remember Green Flame calling the villain 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺. All Might said, not knowing the value behind the name. However, 𝗍𝗬 and Midnight, who felt like an arrow piercing through their heart, was familiar with the name. The one and only Loud Cloud. Midnight felt like her heart almost stopped due to the sudden shock, and unknowingly, single tear left her eyes. hearing one of her best friend name, who sacrificed his own dreams and life. Midnight was so shocked and told herself the harsh truth. 𝗵𝗃 is no more. They buried him. But why a villain has that name? She wanted to believe it's all a lie. But if it was a lie, how in the world the vigilante knows 𝗵𝗃? She couldn't answer any of it. So that's why Aizawa was going crazy this morning. He too believes that their 𝗵𝗃 is still alive. Midnight suddenly ran out of the room. She was heading at the place where Aizawa and Mike is. She wants to know. All Might was confused and Nezu explained everything about 𝗵𝗃. How he was the best friend of Eraserhead, present Mike and Midnight. How valuable and precious person he was. And how tragically he passed away. They were sure he was gone. All Might sighed and let all the tension merge onto his brain. So why are you here anyways, Nezu? That look on your face telling me there's something you want to talk. All Might finally asked the question. Nezu was a bit unsure at first, but it's the perfect time for this. Taking a deep sigh, Nezu calmed himself a bit. You still remember why you were here as a teacher? All Might's eyes widened and nodded. I think now your time is running low. It's time you choose your successor. The next day was class off. To cope up with their normal routines again after all that happened, 𝐬𝐭𝐸 inflicted a harsh impact on both Class A and B in less than 24 hours, many of them gone through a counseling session, which helped them ease up slightly. In those 24 hours, they realized how precious the life they never gave as much value before. At 𝐬𝐭𝐸, they couldn't even think of anything straight. Most of them was thankfully completely unharmed. While some had minor bruises or scratches, for them, their teachers suffered. All they did was defend and follow Eraserhead commands. Izumi had a hard time convincing her mother she had no injuries and was out of harm's way from beginning. She used to lying though. Being once a rebellious ticking bomb, she was few years old. Izumi did lie to her family when the truth is a bit more harsh. Thankfully in the end, Izumi was off the hook and staying on UA dorms. Her friends did the same. They believe sticking with one another in situations like this is a true quality of being a hero. Izumi was on her bed staring at the white ceiling thinking of all the what-ifs. Like, what if they never gone for the rescue practice? What if they stick with Aizawa? What if All Might couldn't be there? What if Aizawa didn't have activated his quirk when Shigaraki was almost touching Tsu's face? What if the villain didn't even show up? What if they managed to kill All Might? In thousands of what if, one stands out the most. What if Green Flame never came for the rescue? A question. A single question she didn't want to be answered. But one possible scenario may have happened. They dying in the end along with All Might and teachers. The villains were brutal, not holding back with their attacks. The intentions behind villain strike were to kill them. Even they saw the unbeatable and mighty hero All Might almost dying in the hands of some brainless thing that still gives them nightmares. Green Flame did his entrance later on. Izumi shiver at the thought of him. She can't believe that they saw him before they finds that. He the most dangerous vigilante behind the unsolvable massacres. Within few minutes, he destroyed a strong group of villains that somehow managed to make All Might fall on his knees. The strong vigilante was the one presented a beautiful flower to Izuku at his birthday and they didn't even know. But at both of their encounters, Izumi felt different auras radiating from man. At Cemetery, he had a confusing yet comforting aura. But at 𝐬𝐭𝐸, he radiated an aura of terror. Even villains were afraid of the man. Izumi signed up in a site mainly created after Green Flame. People there shares their thoughts, experiences, claims and tales. But following articles never was accurate it seems. They thought at first, the vigilante is some sort of mutated fireman with no physical body, and Izumi even checked comments of thousands of people that has many unique yet weird theories. Seeing in person, Izumi decided one thing. Delete her account she separately created for the site. Last thing she could rely on is probably the false news an individual can see there and mistook the reality. The one thing everyone knows, the vigilante wields some sort of fire quirk with uncountable perks. The next what they know of the mystery of the black ashes. At least Izumi and others saw how the black ashes are made. She laughed at her pathetic excuse, because she back when heard of the vigilante fire quirk, did some comparison between her fire quirk and Bakugo explosion with Green Flame. She hate to admit, but her burn is nowhere near as powerful as the base power of his quirk. That's another reason why she'll do as he told them to. Be a true hero, who the society looks up to. After all, she already on the same path as Green Flame. Difference is that he's way far at the front of the tracks. It'll take God knows how forsaken years when she'll fulfill her promise. She doesn't want a challenge with him either. All she could do is work up to the point where she can at least see the finish line of her goal. Thinking of all random things, one thing stuck in her mind. Few words precisely. 𝐬𝐴𝐻𝑜𝑢𝐿 Don't be afraid of situations like this. Be the heroes the society wants. Fake heroes have no mercy from me. So that fear is your own burden. Hide that burden with a smile when you save people. Those lines are almost the exact of what Izuku used to say. The words she once didn't paid much attention to, thinking that's bunch of hot breath Izuku wasting. After he gone, those words really started to click on her like a reminder. And she didn't miss the reference green flame hid in his words. Not hid, but few different choices of word with more commanding and strong touch behind it that forced everyone to consider his words. Sure, they'll listen. Having the green flame on you trail behind you isn't going to be more fun. But as true future hero, Izumi not going to fulfill her goal in fear of green flame coming after her. No, she'll fulfill it because she wants and needs to. For once in her life, she wants to do something that will help the society live peacefully with no threats lurking behind. Staring subconsciously up at ceiling, Izumi heard her phone went off with a notification popping up. She sighed, reaching for her phone next her, still staring the ceiling. She brought the bright screen to face it and she read the digital words. School assembly meeting. All students are requested to attend in 15 minutes at the assembly ground. Uniforms aren't required for the first years getting day off. That's what it says. Wait, I thought we're getting a day off. That's weird. She mumbled, and then she heard a knock on the door. Izumi, can we come in? A voice came. Izumi sighed, adjusting her slightly wrinkled black skirt and white shirt with black floral design. Burst in already, she said sarcastically, so her friends won't notice her tired posture. Well, she doesn't think others are doing any better. Yura and other girls came in with confused faces. A clear indication they have no clue about the notification either. Hey, do you check out the message? Mina asked with a finger tapping on her chin. I did. You guys got a clue of why there's an assembly today? I thought it was a free day. Izumi replied, and other girls shook their heads and no. I guess we know maybe. I have this feeling. It's gonna be something relates with yesterday's events. I think we should get ready to see others showing us pity. J.I.R.O said, a bit frustrated. The punk girl was mad because she couldn't do anything yesterday to deal with the villain she, Momo, and Kaminari faced. The electric boy, even when Ganyai mode, he was useful. Why don't we let teachers explain us? Kiro, Sue suggested the logical idea. What other choice we have anyways? Toru said in her usual bubbly voice. Sue's suggestion is best. We must hear out our teacher point of explanation. Coming up into conclusion is pointless. Momo blurted out, suddenly shifting behavior to a more professional one. Don't you heard our vice rep? Get your legs moving, ladies. Mina butted in with an air fist bump. And nobody knows why she getting so excited about. They nodded, agreeing, and left the room and met up with Ida and Kirishima. After a earful from their robot-like rep, they finally made it to assembly ground. Class 1 had their eyes open wide after seeing the students gathered at assembly ground. They didn't expect to see second and third year students will be here. Usually, assembly are held differently for all the 3 years. Seeing them gathered all at once gave them enough idea of how important and serious meeting this will be. Suddenly everyone gathered flinched violently at a loud sound, more like a bark. ATTE. GRRRWWRGRRESTGRWWRGGGRRRR. NEZERWRGGGRRGGRRRR. Hound dog barked. Students' sweat dropped and didn't even realize it was an announcement. Are we supposed to do something? I don't get anything. You, Kaminari said. Was he speaking? No way, I missed that part. Siro replied. Why was he even speaking in the first place? Kirishima asked dumbly, and others shook their shoulders. Izumi stood there unable to process what's even happening. First they were here on assembly when today was day off. Then this. She won't be surprised if something more weird happens. Hound dog nodded, leaving the podium, which later take hold by Midnight, who surprisingly lost all glow and color of her face. Exhaustion and frustration can be seen clearly on her tired eyes. While at hospital she was having her chill time walking around asking for their well-being. Now her appearance clearly resembles Aizawa. Speaking of Aizawa, they couldn't see him anywhere. Midnight takes a hold of the mic and spoke. Now, the notice was short, we know. Principal Nezu wants to speak to all about an important event. Do not come up with any ruckus. Principal will be here in a minute. She announced what Hound Dog intended to announce before. Events? Izumi wondered out loud, and her friends had her full attention. They discussed random things about the topic, and Izumi noticed their mouse-like principal along with a bandage-covered Eraserhead. Vlad King and All Might followed by rest of the teachers. Nezu chuckled, seeing his students were still as active as ever. Lowering the mic, he cleared his throat, silencing the crowded students. Good morning, students. As you see and confused about me, I'm a dog, a mouse, a bear. What am I? I being your principal, here for a talk, that's right. Nezu started with a rhyme. The students' sweat dropped again and Nezu cleared his throat again. As Midnight mentioned about the short notice of summoning all of you here. Don't worry, it'll be a few minutes talk. Basically, I've heard you kids talking about this meeting having a connection with the USJ incident. But no, I summoned you all here to announce the tradition of our school. Second and third years may understand, not being so dramatic. We're having the sports festival just like any other years, Nezu said in his usual happy-go mood. Sports festival? Like the big tournament that surpasses Olympics? Izumi wondered. Students all froze on the spot. Unlike before, students seemed more unsure than happy, hearing or experiencing a villain attack. They don't know how to feel about this. What if villain attacks again? There must be countless people gonna buy ticket for the seats. And they are afraid if any villains sneak in with regular spectators. Seeing their unsure and wary expression, 𝗫𝗠 figured out what's going on in their minds. The sports festival is getting closer, and we did already beef up security and even arranged many pro-hero assistants of guarding the arena. Like always, first years is at the center of the attention. Being inexperienced, I'll suggest you kids ask for any friendly advice from the seniors. 𝗫𝗠 stopped, and that's it. Izumi was confused of why they are called here anyways. Only for a few 2-minute speech or announcement. Shouldn't they just send the notification on their phones or something? Izumi was just fuming. She was comfortably on her bed relaxing, and they just ruined. While she's having an inner beatdown, she felt she's being watched. She's sure someone is staring at her. Then it's gone. Oh, it was nothing, she said, only to have the feeling come back and leaves and again come back. Sweating slightly, she looked around curiously until she saw it. 𝗲𝗵𝗃 was looking away from her and looked at a senior student with blonde hair. Izumi raised her brow, confused. It's not like other teachers aren't watching every one of them, but 𝗲𝗵𝗃 on it, looking between both her and the big boy. He has a bit strained, calculating expression. He's contemplating or having a comparison of them. Finally, when 𝗲𝗵𝗃 looks at her again, he saw her already staring back at him. Like nothing happened, 𝗲𝗵𝗃 looks away. What the? Izumi wondered but shook it off. She then noticed 𝗲𝗵𝗃 nodding at 𝗫𝗠, who looks at the boy, and 𝗫𝗠 smiled. She even saw Aizawa tired but pained eyes exchanging looks at nothing in particular, including Midnight and present Mike. The unnaturally dead aura surrounding them made her question what happened last night after they left hospital. Well, how in the first place they are fine altogether and walking. Aizawa is mummified, covered in band-aids. 𝗲𝗵𝗃 even had a life-threatening health condition. And there they are, fit and walking. Tired but walking. Tell the truth. Aizawa desperately shouted, leaning his forehead against the glass cell barrier. He has a slight glint of tears forming his eyes as he stared at the missed villain. Police guards spectating the scene looks each other confused glances, watching Eraserhead literally banging his head on the glass, yelling at 𝗬𝗫𝗫. Eraserhead, present Mike, time's up. Time to leave. The officer's command starting to concern. Aizawa's hands were wrapped in a cast, and for his defense, his capture weapon securely wrapped around his neck. Present Mike soothingly rubs Aizawa's shoulder in a calming manner, which did the trick. However, the ruckus only affected 𝗬𝗫𝗫 less. He pointed out his story and denied the fact of being someone named 𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗺. In fact, 𝗬𝗫𝗫 didn't even knew this two heroes. Show, hey, please calm down. Please. Mike cooed, hugging Aizawa sideways, having his own set of tears flowing. Maybe we're the one with no proof. Come on, we cannot break rules here, right? Mike soothingly seasoned and stood up, lifting up Aizawa along. Aizawa protested at first but complied eventually. Can't have police charge them too. Aizawa nodded and let Mike help him to stand up. Before leaving, Aizawa gave 𝗬𝗫𝗫 one last look and sighed in both defeat and frustration. Did Green Flame lied? If did, then why? In how? 𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺 was never a famous person to begin with to think. Green Flame maybe got info of his existence, but claiming a villain as their lost friend, confidently and believably. Aizawa did somehow trust his words. If not, he wouldn't have just ran out of his hospital bed wounded. After a long one-sided conversation, Aizawa got nothing, which made him overthink scenarios and somehow still cannot dump the idea of 𝗬𝗫𝗫𝗫 being 𝗲𝗵𝗃. Walking out of the entrance Tartarus, Midnight was on them in a second, surprising them both. I heard what's going on. Is it true? She asked in a low voice. We don't know either. 𝗬𝗪 was going crazy when we got here. All we have is the belief, Mike replied sadly. Before either of them could continue their conversation, Aizawa walked away, confusing the other two. Show, where are you going? Aizawa didn't reply or looked back. He just walked away, knowing they'll follow him. He needed answers, and fast. Relying on 𝗬𝗫𝗫𝗫 answer is out of option now, it seems. Aizawa in this matter knew what he had to do. Right now, only one person can answer him, and that is. He heard footsteps behind him, and a tight hug came from behind and carefully envelopes him. Mike cooed comforting words in Aizawa's ear, trying his best to calm the sleep-deprived hero. Where are you going, Eraser? You need rest now, Midnight said, coming face to face with him. Aizawa looks at her and took a deep breath. To get my answers, he replied simply. How? Mike questions his husband. Are you thinking what I think you're thinking? Midnight mumbled enough for them to hear. Aizawa looks at her and nodded. Yes, first I have to get a hold of Green Flame. You know the rest. Aizawa replied, eyes cold and harsh. Once he lost his best friend, the reason he become a hero. Can't have lose that best friend again. Situation matters too though. If Green Flame is lying, Aizawa will lose his mind altogether. Find him. Remember, we searched forever and still couldn't find him. I doubt we'll find him that easily. Mike said. Well, just think. Even if we are successful catching Green Flame, what gives you the idea he'll open his mouth? Midnight reasoned. Aizawa shook his head at her. I can't guarantee the possibilities, but to find him first, we should search for villains or something. At least our confrontation rate is not a 0%. I have this feeling we find him, Aizawa said and jumped up using his capture weapon to sling across the city faster. Without using his hands, controlling capture weapon was tough. Still manageable, Aizawa mainly used his scarf and legs while his hands were out of stress inside the cast. His trained yet tired red eyes roamed around the city outlines, making out a possible activity here and there. Last time's encounter, Aizawa knew another specialty of Green Flame. He has a motorcycle so loud scary, and focused mainly on sounds around him. Finally, one sound caused him halt mid-flight and hang there on a ledge a tall skyscraper and hold his breath. A technique let you even hear the flap of a butterfly wings. If only you're well-trained and focused. Aizawa slowly looks around and heard the same noise of a small blast. The echo of the bike engine bounced back off the walls the narrow pathway. Izuku sped through the night breeze in his black hellcycle. People are in their houses and barely even people can be seen side of the road. Not that he cared much. Until they are in their safe zone, out of harm's way, he's not slightly bothered by it. Why being so nosy and overprotective? At least he can sense. There is at least one strong soul in every household, and knew both children and women are safe with the owners the said souls. All matters are their safety. Izuku had his hood down letting his white fluffy hair caressed by the cool atmosphere and he had this wide smile plastered across his face. Riding his hellcycle freely around the city is a refreshment for his hell form. A one good bike ride gives you the excitement and energy you'll get when you're at an amusement park. He was also happy about some kidnapped kids can finally go back to their houses. The rider gone berserk and destroyed the hidden lab and murdered the assholes there, making sure the kids did not see anything. He sent them through his fire portal to a police station so the officers could identify and contact the parents of the children. He could help them easily by himself. But scaling a police officer's sense of protection as well as to figure if the police has the stained soul or not. Thankfully, the officers there was so kind and helpful, which Izuku appreciate. Otherwise, the station probably just ashes by now. Izuku made sure there are no cameras around before he let his hoodie drop few minutes ago. He can see the whole city while riding his bike. Because his pet raven is a living satellite that follows him around while still in the air, unless he wants it close to him. His bird really loves him and was a loyal pet friend who will do anything to guide its master. It was pointless though, but still Izuku let it guard him and have an eagle-eye shot of the city. Izuku stopped at the red light while putting his hood back on. Around these traffic areas has many cameras that may record his face and reveal his identity. Izuku looks up at the red light waiting for it to turn green, but instantly his head shot towards his right. Someone being hurt, and that someone is someone dear to him. Growling, he speed up his hellcycle, not even caring about the traffic light. There are few cars here and there, driven to the owner destination. Hand over your wallets, jewelry. Hand it over in 5 seconds before I shoot you. The criminal with blade nail ordered, pointing all 10 of his fingers pointed at the two ladies. The first woman had a pissed look on her sharpened features and her red pupils stare hole through the criminal. He felt nervous but held on tight with his blackmailing. The furious-looking woman had ash-blonde spiky hair and red eyes and natural pink lips and pale skin. Her hourglass body were covered by a red knee-length pencil skirt and white undershirt along with red jacket. She tightly gripped her purse, not even having mercy on her own belongings, and sent staring daggers at the nervous-looking villain. Meanwhile, the other woman was doing the opposite, the ash-blonde-haired woman. She had grassy green hair locks tied into a ponytail and has the same color eyes. She a bit chubby and short and wore a similar outfit like the other woman. Difference is her skirt and jacket are light blue and pink undershirt. Please, leave us be. We cannot hand over our money. Our children are at hospital. The short woman pleaded and was cut off when the man shot one of his nails at her. Thankfully, his aiming skills was worse and missed her entirely by a bit-inch. The sharp nail hits a post and created a visible dent there. I don't care about your damn kids. Hand over your wallets or else. The criminal shouted threateningly. The blonde woman eyes twitches. Like how we do that, damn. Leave us or we have ways to deal with you. The blonde bluffed, hoping to take him off guard. A one good bitch slap would be enough for him. At least her bitch slap is that powerful. The criminal panicked but accidentally shot some of his nails, which didn't hit the two because they moves backward. Shut up, damn it. I won't say it again, he said, regaining his composure. What do we do, Mitsuki? The short woman asked fearfully at Mitsuki. Bluff some more. This guy is poop head. No big threat, Mitsuki whispered back. They too thought of anything and the villain carefully moved closer to them. The villain shot his nails again, which accidentally hit a lead commercial board and hitting something which made the board explode. The explosion was small but loud. The two women flinched at the voice. Before the villain could move closer, they saw a black figure coming out of the left and kicked the villain in the head, making him cry out and fall on his back. Mitsuki and 𝐭 stared at their savior, relieved and thankful. Mr. Aizawa. Mitsuki acknowledges the man by respectfully bowing, and 𝐭 did the same. Aizawa looks back at them and nodded. Are you hurt? He asked in his tired voice. The two women looks at Aizawa when they heard him ask. We are, but you sure you are okay? Mitsuki blurted out, earning a nudge from 𝐭𝐽. That's rude. 𝐭𝐽 scolded her best friend, who shrugged. Yeah, Aizawa replied anyways. But then they heard shuffles and turned to see the villain is up, this time pointing a pistol at them. On her knees, including you, hero. I won't hesitate shooting this thing. The villain blackmailed. And don't even think of attack me, he added, pointing at Aizawa. Gun down, there's no escape. Aizawa spoke carefully and the villain struggled to maintain his composure. That's when his spirit vanished when hearing the loud sound of a bike which slowly came to their side across the road. The black motorcycle got closer and stopped at the other side of the road and the rider got off it. The three and the villain knew who the man is, but the two women knows him as someone who came to give respects to Izuku at cemetery. The villain shivered. He did heard of the massacres and even knows the vigilante roams around on his bike. Seeing the hooded figure, he instantly knew who was this man. The villain alarmingly pointed his gun at Izuku with shaky arms. Don't move. His sentence was unfinished when his iconic fire chains emerges from the ground and ripped the villain apart and eventually turning him into ashes. Mitsuki and 𝐭𝐽 had their eyes wide open noticing the black ashes, realizing who or what the figure is. That same man was at Izuku's grave, is none other than the most feared vigilante, Green Flame. A mass murderer attended an important gathering at the cemetery. To pay respects, Izuku did his job before anyone knows it and walked back to his bike, only to stop by something wrapping around him. Aizawa concentrated his capture weapon, having a hard time controlling it. Now here's the man in flesh he's so urgently looking for, and he needs answers. Izuku turned around to look at the three and finally at Aizawa's eyes and read his thoughts. He even looked longingly at his mother even though she won't recognize him. You need answers, I see, Izuku said, not really surprising the underground hero. Green Flame knows everything. Yes, you know why I'm here then. Now tell me the truth. I want the answers. No lie, Aizawa ordered, tightening his capture weapon hold on Izuku, who chuckled. You already heard me. The dead body holds a pained and trapped soul. I'll free that soul sometimes. Izuku burned the capture weapon and rode off his bike, leaving the three behind.